not to say goodbye. Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. Oh, would that make you run and hide? Don't know what to do anymore. I'm out of options, nothing's working. I'm out of service. Come help me now, I'm fucking nervous. I'm trying but can't scratch the surface. So I keep my mouth shut and not listen. Afraid I lose you if I didn't. Till we find what we're missing and compromise. So I keep my shoes on and not leaving. We're on thin ice, winter season. Can we find a single reason not to say goodbye? Oh, if I said what's on my mind, would you stay with me tonight? If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Run and hide. Run and hide. If I said what's on my mind, would that make you run and hide? Would that make you run and hide?
May the 4th be with you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is May the 4th. This is the day on which Star Wars fans celebrate Star Wars. And what better way to celebrate Star Wars than joining us for day 2 of the Star Wars Unlimited regional qualifier from the lovely city of Lille. My name's Ross Gilbert, and this morning I'm delighted to be joined by Ben Fitzpatrick. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing so good. Even better to be here on May the 4th, on Star Wars Day, the true celebration of Star Wars. And what a celebration it's turning out to be right here as well, with a variety of leaders and decks that have made it in to top 64.
Yeah, the top 64 is wild, although I do need to say I had a look at the standings. We got back to the hotel last night. The standings had been confirmed, so I had a cheeky little look. And it turns out, now I was saying 7 and 2 was what you needed for top cut, and I was mostly right. You see, the player in 19th got 7 and 2. And the player in 20th and 23rd and 27th and 32nd, all the way down to 65th. I believe there were 48 players who finished 7 and 2. 47 of them will be joining us for day 2 for our top 64. One of the 48 7 and 2s did unfortunately miss top cut. That's because we had over 850 players, but spare a thought for the one player who went 7 and 2 and bubbled out at 65th place. I have been there in other tournaments, and I can tell you it feels terrible.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing to have to try and contend with, but at least you know that you did your job, you did what you needed to do. That's the one thing I remember playing in an event only last year and winning my winning in, doing what I needed to do, or winning my potential winning in, and just missing out on that top 8 qualification. But at least I was able to walk away from that event and go, okay, I did my job, the players around me did their jobs, I can be content with that.
I did not feel like that. I felt anger, Ben. My main emotion at that point was just anger. Coming 33rd in a 32-player cut after winning like 4 rounds in a row and being like, I've gone on this ridiculous run. I've made it. What do you mean 33rd? So shout out to Mikhail with Kira, who came in at 65th. But today, we got another Mikhail, actually. Mikhail Diak against Silk Michaels. We have got a weird deck for you in top 64. I feel pretty confident saying it's the only one in top 64. It is Chancellor Palpatine playing both sides. Flip Palpatine, as it is often referred to.
Yeah, this is without doubt one of my, if not my, favorite leader in the entire game in Star Wars Unlimited. Often you'll see leaders obviously have their leader side and their leader unit side when they go ahead and deploy once you reach the requisite amount of resources. Chancellor Palpatine, however, doesn't have a deployment side. Instead, just like in the Clone Wars era, he has his heroic side where he is being all diplomatic, and then as soon as he turns to the dark side of the Force, Darth Sidious emerges.
Well, we've had our first action phase here. Green Squadron A-Ring for Michael with that Raid 2 keyword. And Kuil from Silk, you may recognize from the Mandalorian TV show Restore 1. And on attack, you discard a card from your deck. If it shares an aspect with your base, you get to return it to your hand. But I hate to break it to you, I don't think it will be sharing much of an aspect with your base here, because of course we have that Colossus base. So maybe you get lucky with Vigilance, but you're going to have to get lucky with Vigilance or else you don't get it back. To be fair, there's a few Vigilance cards.
There are indeed, but unfortunately that Quill isn't going to get its opportunity to get that Restore and on-attack trigger. The Energy Conversion Lab ambushing into it with the Fleet Lieutenant. However, that is going to trigger the requisite need for Chancellor Palpatine to flip. So for Chancellor Palpatine to flip, if a friendly heroism unit was defeated this phase, which it was, draw a card, heal 2 damage from base, and then it flips to the villainy side.
And so what we've seen from very well explained there, Ben, thank you very much. So Michael there actually played Medal Ceremony, a card we do not see very much in Sabine. Lets you give an experience token to up to 3 Rebel units that attacked this phase. There were 2. But then we saw Silk put an Entrench down on that Green Squadron A-Ring. Gets a +3/+3, but it can no longer attack bases. And there's no space units for it to go after. So it's essentially stuck there in base, just kind of in space, just kind of flying around in circles, not doing very much.
Yeah, I really like this early play here from Silk. Green Squadron AoEing such a great early tempo piece for Sabine Wren decks, getting that quick raid damage in the air, typically uncontested in the early game. It's a really, really nice maneuver there to just go ahead, entrench it, hard focus onto the ground, especially when you know you're up against Sabine, who likes to flood the ground arena.
Now, in terms of the flipping Palpatine, what we're looking for is to go from Palpatine to Sidious. It is a friendly heroism unit being defeated. In terms of going from Darth Sidious to Emperor Palpatine, it is just playing a villainy card allows you. It's not an automatic thing. It's an action you have to use. Here comes K2SO from Mikhail, though. And when he goes down, he's taken 3 damage on the base. But, of course, we did see a villainy character played, so Chancellor Palpatine has flipped and created a token. Shout out to Lieutenant Charlton for allowing him to do that.
Yeah, and even better as well, it also deals 2 damage to each enemy base. So there is that first 2 damage that Silk has been able to put onto the energy conversion lab, and flipping straight back over to the Chancellor Palpatine side. The nice thing about Chancellor Palpatine, especially with the clone troopers that it creates, is it just creates easy fodder to get the flip into the villainy side once again. Getting those 2/2s on board, they're easy value trades for the most part, and it'll allow you to get back to that villainy side, be a little bit more controlling, regain a little bit more tempo, and then return back to its Chancellor Palpatine heroism side.
And if you're thinking, well, hang on a second, if you've got Chancellor Palpatine out, what about villainy units? If you've got Darth Sidious out, what about heroism units? Yeah, you pay the aspect penalty. That's the downside of the deck. You will find yourself sometimes with cards in hand that are off aspect from the leader you currently have in play. That's the downside of the deck. But a Fleet Lieutenant comes down and another Fleet Lieutenant trades with Lieutenant Charlton there. So Mikhail just continuing to build his board.
Yeah, this is a really interesting back and forth that we're at the moment. We've also got that K2SO on board for Mikhail. And the moment, from what I can see, Silk doesn't have an easy trade in that Fleet Lieutenant at a 2-3. Obviously, K2SO at a 4-4. We'll be able to get the defeat of a friendly heroism unit, however. So this is just going to be put some damage into K2. Chancellor Palpatine's leader action is online because a friendly heroism unit was defeated on this phase. So there will be some restoring going on. There will be an extra card draw netted, and Sidious will reveal himself once again this phase.
I feel like when you reveal yourself that much, it's not really that much of a surprise anymore. Like, everyone knows you're Sidious, mate. You've already given the game away. But there we do see that flip into Darth Sidious. And now you can start doing all of the lovely things that you want to do. With the flip over, you get to draw a card and heal 2 damage from your base. But then in theory, you're going to be able to play a villainy unit and then get to deal damage to your opponent's base while creating a clone trooper. When this works, it is absolutely wonderful. Constant healing, constant base damage, clone troopers coming out, giving you 3 units to be playing with. But here comes the client. So apparently there's a lot of Mandalorian cards we're rocking with in Silk's deck, but this is going to give a bounty that lets you heal your base.
Yeah, this client here just, again, trying to get a little bit of board stabilization, immediately playing it down as well, so can only assume that there is potentially another villainy card that is in hand or available to Silk to be able to flip back into the Chancellor next phase. Of course, the difference without having a leader deployment is that you can't flip back and forth during the same phase. It works as a sort of epic action, as you see there that Silk has indicated with the epic action marker. You can only flip once per action phase. So you can't go ahead, crash a clone trooper into a unit, flip into Sidious, then play a villainy card and flip back into Palpatine in the same phase.
That would be too bad. No, that would be broken. We don't want that. Well, what we do want from Mikhail is that Sabine Wren leader being deployed. That has happened. We've thrown a bunch of damage into the base, and now we see the client putting a bounty on K2SO. I actually really like this. Oh, no.
He's attacking.
He's attacking into... Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that. The client puts bounties on. You tap, and then you touch a card and that card gets a battle. You don't just attack into it, but apparently you do. And then Fleet Lieutenant here just coming and putting 3 more damage onto Silk's base.
Yeah, I don't mind the attack here, though. It's just making sure that raw 4 power is off of the board, especially when we can go ahead and Vigilance as well. So we're going to be able to choose 2 options out of 4. We can discard 6 cards from the top of our opponent's deck, heal 5, which is one of the options that we've chosen, defeat a unit with 3 or less remaining HP. That's the second we've chosen. No more Fleet Lieutenant for Mikhail, or give a shield token to a unit. So a little bit of stabilization on HP and on board for Silk there with that.
And then we see another just is hit into base with Sabine, then Cassian Andor gets smuggled out here, and of course we know that Cassian comes in ready, so can immediately go either into base or into the client, choosing to go into base here, and that damage is building up on Silk's base there. That Colossus up to 20 damage. Now it's another Medal Ceremony. This is one of the cards that really jumped out to me when I looked at this Sabine list. It's not a card we see that often, but of course it's a deck that plays a lot of Rebels. It's got that Rebel package, and that just lets you give experience tokens. Why not?
Yeah, it was heavily played during the start of Star Wars Unlimited when Sabine Wren was released. You usually, if you see your opponent claim their initiative, you'd be able to go ahead and exert your final actions to Medal Ceremony, get a load of experience tokens on your units to prepare yourself for that final big turn swing. But since then has fallen out of favor. Not a lot of players utilizing Medal Ceremony anymore. Mikhail says, you know what? Experience tokens across 3 Rebel units, that's actually really, really valuable still.
It's still working quite nicely. Now, the Green Squadron A-Ring still just running around in space, not doing very much, does not get an experience token. And, I mean, Silk here is just not doing anything over in space. Does have a bunch of space units, to be clear. There are a bunch of space units, but just not using them here, not needing them. That Green Squadron A-Ring is going to be a threat to any of them if they come out. But right now, that's not happening. Silk is just completely ignoring the space arena, playing in ground. And speaking of which, we've got Power of the Dark Side. And, okay, now here's an interesting thing. It forces your opponent to defeat one of their own units. But if Mikhail here goes for Green Squadron A-Ring, does that then open up space for you to go and have a bit of a play with some of your space units?
Potentially. It's a really interesting line that Silk is taking here by playing this Power of the Dark Side. With the entrenched Green Squadron A-Wing, that was always going to be the easy selection for Mikhail to choose to defeat, with the ground being the primary focus of the attacks here. But I think primarily, this is just so Silk is able to flip back into Chancellor Palpatine on this phase. It's only when a villainy card is played. It doesn't have to be about units. So burn that villainy card, get 1 unit off the board. Okay, cool. It's not the most impactful unit that we're removing here with Green Squadron A-Wing, but at least it opens us up to flip back into the Chancellor in the next action or 2.
We see another K2SO coming down from Mikhail here, and Silk did actually put an entrenched onto that Cassian Andor. And here's what's interesting. Cassian is now a very powerful unit in the ground arena. That is, you know, it's threatening the client, it's threatening that clone trooper, which of course you do want to trade so you can activate the flip. I get that. But there is a very powerful Cassian Andor there, but at least it cannot go after the base. What it can do, however, is attack for 7 into the client, which is more than enough to take that out.
Yeah, big hit there into the client. Queel has returned back into the ground arena. I'll have to see if Silk is going to be able to get it to stick for the next phase. With Mikhail with 2 resources, is just going to go ahead and claim the initiative. Silk with no further actions that he's going to be able to take, all out of resources, all out of units to swing with. So he will declare the pass action, and we move on to the regroup phase. You can have a little peek into the hand there of Silk. That's why he was so desperate and eager to get back onto that Palpatine side. All heroism abilities. There is the Rebel Assault, however. Is that going to be enough to take care of the base? Not quite, it looks like, thanks to that 35 HP with Colossus.
But we are very, very close. We're up to 34 here. Any other attack into base will do. Worth noting, of course, that Cassian is the only one left to attack, and there is none there, but here we go with Redemption. Redemption by name, Redemption by nature. That can heal up to 8 total damage from your units to your base from anywhere, and it gets dealt 2 redemption, but that's fine. And it's Sentinel as well for what it's worth, but here you're just healing, and I'm assuming it's all coming off your base. You survived with 1 HP remaining after that Rebel Assault. Now, we did get a little peek a minute ago. Silk does have a Luke Skywalker in hand, which is a very nice unit, but had to be redemption this turn. You had to get that base healing down, but you also need to deal with Sabine and K2SO, or else all this is doing is just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, it's a really awkward situation that Silk has found himself in. The redemption is a huge hit, and it's possibly even something that he's looked to set up earlier on in this game one with that power of the dark side, almost draw Mikhail into the easy removal of the Green Squadron A-Wing. Here comes Poe Dameron, though, down onto board for Sabine Wren, one of the very limited top-end pieces that Sabine Wren will play. On attack, we'll be able to discard 3 cards from his hand, and for each card discarded this way, we'll get choices of 3 different options. 2 damage to unit or base, which incidentally would have been enough had it been on board in the prior phase, defeating an upgrade, or forcing your opponent to discard a card from hand.
Well, we've gone and defeated a unit. It looks like we're dealing damage to the base as well. We're up to 23 here after all the healing. Now we flip over to Darth Sidious, and now we are just drawing up, going for the regroup phase. Interesting to see we got at least 1 Luke Skywalker in hand here, and I'm seeing a lot of heroism. I'm not seeing much villainy in hand. The downside of this Palpatine deck is essentially, yeah, you might find yourself off aspect, and right now I'm seeing everything in hand off aspect.
Yeah, this is really, really awkward here, as Poe Dameron is going to go ahead and attack, discarding 1 card from hand. So what are we going to choose?
I mean, base damage. Surely base damage. There's no upgrades on the board.
It's card in hand, I think, that he might be ripping here. No, it is 2 damage. It's going to be redemption, and I think Silk is scooping. Go.
Silk has decided there's no more reason to carry this on. Mikhail's board with K2SO and Poe Dameron, Sabine leader. It's too much to deal with, and we're heading on to game 2.
Yeah, that is a really, really interesting game 1 there here to kick us off in day 2. And he's put it perfectly there, Ross, earlier on. The issue that you can face with this Chancellor Palpatine leader, it's such a unique and fantastic leader to play in Star Wars Unlimited, because you get to bend the rules a little bit. You get to get creative with your deck building by playing both heroism and villainy aspects. But the issue is that sometimes you can get stuck with the wrong aspect in your hand as opposed to what your leader is. If you're Palpatine and you get stuck with villainy cards in hand, you have to pay that extra aspect penalty of 2, and same goes if you're stuck on Sidious, you have to pay the extra aspect penalty if you're flooded with heroism cards like Silk was in game 1 there.
That is always a bit of a problem. We see very, very, very little, you know, the very few instances of players in Star Wars Unlimited playing off aspect. It almost never happens. So to be forced into by your leader sometimes is very awkward. We also saw at the end of that game there, Silk just couldn't deal with the grounds arena. You know, that Cassian Andor was entrenched, and sure, it wasn't attacking the base, but it basically meant that anything Silk put in the ground arena was really at risk of that Cassian Andor. You then have your K2SO and Sabine, then Poe comes down, and basically that ground arena just got completely out of hand for Silk.
Yeah, it's a real awkward situation there, and there's an argument potentially for if that redemption was maybe Super Laser Blast, then things would have been a little bit more favorable. But of course, at that point, Silk was on the Palpatine side of his leader, not the Sidious. So even if he had the access to Super Laser Blast in hand, it would have costed 10 as opposed to having costed 8. So redemption was the best hit, but after that, it needed to be flip into leader into Sidious, Super Laser Blast, reset the board, and try and start from scratch there.
No, agreed entirely. Super Laser Blast. When you see a board like that, that's really what you need. And I like those entrenched cards. They're very nice at stopping your opponent going after base. But if you're playing a deck that doesn't really go after one of the arenas, you do find yourself basically giving your opponent a really scary unit to stop you going into the arena. We had the Green Squadron A-Wing in the early game, which then turned into that Cassian Andor in kind of the late game. But both times, Silk was sitting there going, well, I don't really want to go play in space right right now, because that A-Wing's kind of scary. Oh, and now I don't want to go play, you know, later on in ground because that Cassian Andor's kind of scary. It does provide some issues. And Sabine, I mean, look, I know we're talking mostly about Chancellor Palpatine here because it's a very unusual deck. Sabine is doing what Sabine does. It is going fast. It is going aggressive. We've got that Rebel package. We've even got Medal Ceremony here, but things like Fleet Lieutenant. We saw a very, very, very nice Rebel Assault coming down, which is a key point in that last game as well. And Sabine here is just doing what Sabine does.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. I admit I love the Medal Ceremony inclusion in this Sabine list. It's just a really, really great card. Zero cost event. Be able to boost up all of those rebels that you have on board, or at least 3 of them, and get it so that they might just be out of reach for some of those removal options that are running around in the format right now. Cards like Fell the Dragon, cards like Vanquish and Takedown and Perilous Position and things like that. Some of these low-costed, low-statted units can fall victim of just, I put Perilous Position onto your unit, I defeat your unit because of the -2/-2. If we can we can Medal Ceremony, get it to a 3/3 or a 2/4 or something of those stat lines, it gets it away from that immediate removal package option that's around in the format right now. So obviously Sabine Wren Command with Energy Conversion Lab was a known entity going into this format and into this regional qualifier, and it's still proving so right now.
You and I casted a lot of games at the Liverpool Sector Qualifier where we had the known quantity against the Fringier deck, and the known quantity came out on top pretty much every time. While we're here again, we got the known quantity in Sabine, we've got the far more unusual deck in your Chancellor Palpatine playing both sides, and right now, although both these players did make it into day 2 with a 7-2 record, right now Mikhail very much in a commanding position. And just to remind you guys, there's only like 18 players who had above a 7-2 record. The vast majority of players in this day 2 are on 7-2, so stacking these wins early, absolutely huge. So we start off then with a Phoenix Squadron. No, sorry, that's not. Yeah, that's a Phoenix Squadron A-Ring for Michael, and then we've got that restored Arc 170 for Silk. It's just a space unit that restores on attack.
Yeah, going early in a very, very aggressive maneuver into space here as well. Going, I believe, was that the fireball there that came out from Silk to be able to take care of the A-Wing?
It's a fancy version.
It was indeed, yeah.
It was indeed the fireball there. Fireball's got ambush, and you take a damage basically every time the regroup phase starts, so you might as well. Honestly, because you're not going to have it for very long. You might as well use it while you've got it.
And now we have that flip into Darth Sidious as well, because a heroism unit was defeated thanks to that ambushing fireball that went into the Green Squadron A-Wing. Cassian Andor on the side of Mikhail as well, not in the ready position to start off with because it wasn't played using Smuggle. It was just paid for 3. And Mikhail, with the initiative here, will either be able to get the instant attack into it or look to play a unit. He's going to ping with Sabine first. And Silk is going to swing with Restore. This is really interesting. There is that power of the dark side that is in hand. So we could have immediately gotten rid of this Cassian Andor. And that's going to give Mikhail the window to flip Childson now on the ground.
Yeah, Childson comes out. We do potentially have the option here of revealing up to 4 Vigilance cards for each one revealed. You do give yourself an experience token. The thing that gets me here, why is Cassian Andor has never played from hand.
Yeah.
That is a smuggle card. That is a hard smuggle card. And if I see a player playing it from hand, that makes me think, what's going on with their hand?
Yeah, it's an interesting play. It might purely just be to try and keep some tempo up, potentially, especially in the early game when you've just seen your space unit on phase 1 getting ambushed into with the fireball. But like you say, I'd be very, very interested to see what Mikhail is working with through the remainder of his hand, if that is his phase 2 play.
Because generally speaking, what you really want to do is you want to resource it, and then you bring it out of your resources with, and it's active when it comes out, and then jobs are good. And like at that point, you get your attack straight away. Because it's active, not ambush, you can actually then swing into the base, which is huge, whereas ambush, of course, only lets you attack another unit. So Andor, one of the best cards. Well, we had to make predictions as to the most played cards in this event. And my prediction was Cassian Andor. I thought that was going to be the single card. And to be clear, I looked at a ridiculous amount of deck lists when I was making this prediction. And I made that prediction that Cassian Andor was going to be the single most played card in the entire room this weekend. But I expected 99.9% of them to be smuggled out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think mine was Ruthless Raider from memory, because I was thinking Ruthless Raider was a great card pre-suspension. I feel like it's still got a viable place in the format post-suspension. While you don't have the ability to triple Dark Raider in anymore, you can still use Sneak Attack with it, get the when played, it comes in ready, so crash into base, defeats at the end of the phase, so you get the when defeated and get multiple damage pings onto the board. That was my line of thinking here. Don't know if that's quite worked out in the way that I intended it to.
I don't think so.
But the thought was there.
The thought was there, but we did, of course, have, you know, the set to qualify from Richmond that we could look at to gain that information as well. I thought about the Rebel package, things like, you know, those A-Wings that we see absolutely everywhere. They were ones that I had consideration for. The DL Blaster, which is also a card which is almost, although we did see it played normally yesterday, but it's almost always smuggled out. Like, these are the cards I was looking at as the absolute most played. Unfortunately, did not work. Hopefully, we are going to be going back to the game very, very shortly. Something is going on, so you're back with us for a moment, but hopefully, very, very shortly, we'll be going back down to the game, seeing a bit more Palpatine and a bit more Sabine. While we're waiting to get back to the game, I've got to ask you, Ben, Palp does not look like he's in a great position after game one. It really seemed like Sabine had that in control.
Yeah, Palpatine's a really interesting, and I've said it throughout this entire day so far, is that Palpatine's a really, really interesting leader and is one that you really, really have to kind of continue with as we are back here now live with the game. It's one that you really have to hone your craft with, and the deck building is so, so important when it comes to it, to not overstat yourself with either heroism units or villainy units. It's a real interesting balance and fine line that you have to deal with, but when you're playing vigilance and villainy, there is so many great tools that you have options to, and when you're playing both villainy and heroism, you have got so many great options to be able to include. So it's a real fine line when it comes to deck building when you're playing the Chancellor Palpatine and Darth Sidious leader.
Fair enough. Well, it seems like there was a bit of a confusion as to whether the Palpatine player had drawn the right number of cards or not. It has all been restored now. We are off and rolling with, of course, that Arc Fighter. We've seen Wing Leader come in and give some experience tokens to that Cassian Andor, who is now getting very beefy indeed. But in terms of damage on the base, Silk is doing a much better job here. Now we see the Arc going into Wing Leader, surviving, not going down, but also completely healing the base for like 10 seconds until Cassian came back.
Yeah, but there is now an entrenched that's going to go and put underneath the Sabine Wren leader. So those 3 damage that will initially be going into the base thanks to its on attack is not going to be any more. Queel comes down as an option for Sabine. We are going to go and take the trade. So Palpatine leader ability is online, and Silk goes, thank you very much, Mikhail. I'm going to go ahead, heal 2, draw a card, and flip to Sidious.
Well, we did actually see Chewbacca come down, not as a pilot, but as a ground unit here. Cannot be defeated or returned to the hand by enemy card abilities. That lovely organized play promo of that Chewbacca. So, we're with Silk, and they're doing a much better job this game of getting damage down. Remember, they actually have a lot of extra health. They've got like 10 extra health to begin the game because of that Colossus. Now, they are taking 5 more here, which is not ideal from the Chewbacca. Now, you cannot be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities, but you can be rested with no good to be dead, and then you're not allowed to come back the next phase.
Yeah, really, really nice find there from Silk to just get a little bit bit more tempo going in this game, which he's been able to do quite nicely so far. Only 9 damage on the base at the moment. Make that 8 with the restoring from the arc that attacked in. And look at how wide Mikhail is going in the ground arena. 2 cost Sabine, leader Sabine, Cassian, Chewbacca, K2SO as well. Energy Conversion Lab still hasn't been used yet as well. This is a really, really nice board state that Mikhail has created for himself so far.
And this is how he won game 1, by going wide in that ground arena. And again, on the one hand, yay, we've got an entrenched on Sabine, so she's not going to be attacking the base. And on the other hand, if Silk wants to try and deal with that ground arena using units, well, Sabine is going to be a pretty great counter to any unit that goes down with that +3/+3 from entrenched. So that ground arena is looking just like it was in game 1. Now we do see no glory, only results. Ooh. I love this. We take control of K2SO, then defeat it, which means you get the when defeated ability. So K2SO goes and does damage to his own base.
I love this. In fact, it's going to rip a card out of hand here from Mikhail, who's going to immediately send that Battlefield Marine away into the discard pile, but no glory, only results. Such a great card that's been included since Jump to Lightspeed, being able to take control of a non-leader unit and get the advantage of those when defeated. Mikhail, though, still has that very, very heavy ground presence. Fleet Lieutenant going to boost up that Cassian Andor even further for this attack into the base here. That's 15 damage now into Colossus, still 20 more to find.
Still need 20 more, and that was, I think, a swing for 7 from Cassian. 3 plus the 2 experience, plus the 2 from Fleet Lieutenant. That is a little bit awkward here. Now, we do see a swing with Sabine coming in. That is getting even more damage coming down onto the base. We're now up to 17, so we absolutely are getting there. And once again, that ground arena, it's not going to last for very long. Like, you got 5 from Cassian, 2 from Sabine. The leader, if it gets to attack, can't attack base, but it could potentially ping with the skill. We've got 5 from Chewbacca. We've got the 3 from Fleet Lieutenant there. There are a lot of damage coming down potentially from that ground arena. And that restored arc doing 2 and healing 1. I don't think that's the same, Ben.
Yeah, not at all, as Silk claimed the initiative at the end of that action phase. Mikhail is going to go ahead and pass Silk now with 8 resources. There is the super laser blast that we were potentially looking for during game 1 to wipe most of the board, because that Chewbacca can't be defeated by enemy card abilities. So Chewbacca will stay around here for Mikhail and put an extra 5 damage into the Colossus, but at least Silk has dealt with the lion's share of the ground arena.
I like both players' plays here. Oh my word! Onto Chewbacca. That is a +4/+3. It's not really doing anything else because you've got no Mandalorians on the field, but who really cares? That is a beefy Wookiee right there. That is a 9 damage swing from Han Solo's best friend, and that is going to get us pretty close. We're up to 26 now. Chewbacca actually could end the game with a swing with that Darksaber next action phase. That is getting close at this stage. Who would have thought it was going to be Chewbacca with the Darksaber? And put it simply, Silk needs Chewbacca gone now. Bit awkward though, because now you can't be defeated with card abilities, but can you steal it?
And then defeated, yes, because you take it, and it can't be then defeated by your opponent's card abilities. It becomes your enemy there once that card is being taken control of. So no glory only results works in that instance. Has had to pay 7 for it because of the aspect penalty. He's on the wrong leader side from the Chancellor Palpatine as opposed to Sidious, but that was a necessary component there because that Wookiee had gone ahead and raided Han Solo's locker in the Millennium Falcon. We saw Han with a Darksaber on day 1.
We did.
Chewie with a Darksaber. That's even scarier. Just let the Wookiee win at that point.
Yeah, the Wookiee was going to win, let's be clear. If Silk didn't have the initiative, Chewbacca was going to end the game. You had to take the initiative. You had to get rid of Chewbacca. That weird ruling with no glory only results absolutely works because, like you say, it is not in the end defeated by an enemy card ability. It is taken and then defeated by technically your own card ability. But let's not pretend that Silk is out of the woods here. We've got a Poe Dameron coming down, putting a lot of pressure. We are up to 24 damage on that base. That is a lot of damage running around. Poe can swing for 6, plus potentially do another 2 to the base using that on-attack skill. So Poe it's not quite in the position we were last turn with Chewbacca. We're not too far away, but here comes Fleet Lieutenant with an 8 swing for Poe, plus the 2 onto the base. That's going to be 10, which I don't think is quite enough. We are sitting there at 32. We are close.
Yeah, this is really, really close, Fleet Lieutenant, to give that extra little bit of damage in there, although...
Oh, it didn't get the +2 because Poe is not a rebel, he's resistant.
Yeah, I was about to say and double check there. Poe Dameron with the resistance typing, so doesn't get the extra damage that it could have potentially received from the Fleet Lieutenant.
But it did still get the attack, and that was absolutely crucial there. So we don't get the extra 2 damage. That is very important. And that's the thing, right? In the original trilogy, they are rebels. In the sequel trilogy, they are resistance. And it's a very similar kind of thing, but it makes a big difference in Star Wars Unlimited. Fleet Lieutenant helps the rebels. He doesn't care about no resistance.
He doesn't know. He doesn't want to worry about the resistance.
It's years away for him.
Exactly. He's here about the rebels, the successful rebellion that was able to topple the Empire, thanks to a little bit of a change of heart from Darth Vader as well. But we'll get to that.
What's a Kylo Ren?
But no, I have to give full credit to Silk here with Palpatine. He's done a lot better a job of being able to hold this tempo off for the moment for Sabine Wren. That super laser blast on 8 resources was huge, and then that follow-up play with the no glory only results to steal the Darksaber Chewbacca and be able to defeat it, getting around that inability to be defeated by enemy card abilities. A great little 1-2 connection there, and Silk maybe not quite in the driver's seat yet, but certainly in a better position. He's lasted a lot longer in Game 2 so far.
He has lasted a lot longer. I'm going to be honest with you, this entire Game 2 really feels like Silk just clinging on that card. Perilous position to see so much play. That is essentially how I'm seeing Chancellor Palpatine right now. The problem is the Sabine Wren deck is just playing these big characters over and over and over and over, and there's very little we can do about it. We're just waiting to hear word about why we're back on us and what's going on with the game in hand at the table. Certainly seems like Chancellor Palpatine is unfortunately not long for this game. It seems like Sabine does have that in hand, and it seems like actually the game is apparently done.
Wow.
We flicked back to us very quickly. The game is over, and that must mean we saw the 2-0 victory for Sabine there. So just confirmation that the game has ended. We never really saw the end. It just flicked back to us very quickly, but apparently Sabine, very much like in Game 1, there's just too much, and it was at ground arena again. Now, I think this means we can go and have a look at feature match 2 quickly.
Yes.
And we got a Kira. We used to Kira. But there's another deck that we might be able to have a little bit of a peek in on, and this is not the deck that you were expecting. I don't think we're quite at Admiral Trench levels of unexpected, but Captain Rex at 7-2 in day 2 of the regional qualifier here in France. Not on my bingo card, frankly, so it looks like we're going to be able to have a little bit of a peek in on Captain Rex fighting for his brothers. And that is a leader whereby you can pay to and exhaust a leader, and if a friendly unit attack this phase, we create a clone trooper. Here we go, Captain Rex on the left, Kira on the right. That is a deck with which we are far more familiar, but Captain Rex, I'm just saying, that is not generally what we are expecting here.
Now, this is really, really interesting, right, okay? Because leading up into this tournament, I saw a little bit of chatter and a little bit of theory crafting on this Captain Rex with droid manufactory. That's the base of choice here, a 24 HP command base, which when the leader deploys, you create 2 battle droid tokens. And I've seen this running around a little bit, and it's a really, really interesting deck to be able to witness, and I'm so glad that we are able to see it here in our second feature match of round number 10.
Yeah, and we see a clone deserter, not something we see very often there. It's got restore 1 and a bounty lets you draw a card. We see R2, and then we've got your Pike Sentinel coming down for Clement here, and a super laser technician. And it seems like R2 is actually going to be attacking into that Pike Sentinel here.
Yeah, the R2-D2, this is the ignoring protocol from Spark of Rebellion from the 2-player starter set, which has the when played and on attack ability to look at the top card of the deck. You can put it on the bottom or just leave it on the top if you like what you see.
Absolutely you can. So Clone Deserter there, ironically, the only unit we've got out for Juanjo here. And we do see a resupply coming down, getting an extra resource down into Resource Row, I believe you call it, Ben.
Yes.
I don't think it's an official term, but I like it.
Yeah, that'll do. I will take the approval of one Mr. Ross Gilbert to my left-hand side. We now have that resupply, so with the regroup phase here and a resource to kick us off, Captain Rex will have the ability to deploy here. And of course, Droid Manufactory will allow 2 Battle Droid tokens to come alongside the Clone Trooper that the leader deploys when it makes its way into the ground arena. Who would have thought it, Ross? Clone Troopers and Battle Droids fighting side by side.
Well, if you've seen the movies, the entire war was a sham just to give Palpatine power. The Clone Troopers and droids, they were on the same side all along. They just didn't know it. Here, at least, they do. There goes a super laser technician just going into that clone deserter there. Really, you want to get rid of it so that you can get it down as an extra resource. But here we come with our leader deploying out here. And, of course, when you deploy, you get yourself those battle droids. And you also get yourself a clone trooper. And yeah, not bad, ladies and gentlemen. Not bad. 3 tokens when you deploy your leader.
And importantly as well, the secondary leader ability of that Captain Rex, that banner effect. Every other friendly trooper gets +0, +1. So those clone trooper tokens are 2 3s on board. So got a little bit more meat on them to be able to survive some attacks, some perilous positions, as well as we mentioned earlier on in the Sabine Palpatine game. They're just out of reach for Clement to be able to just go perilous position onto your clone and remove it.
That's always fun. Now we do see a swing from Captain Rex into base just for 2 damage there. It's not the most powerful leader when it comes to attacking, but when you're bringing in, you know, your 3 tokens as well, I think a lot of the time you're probably going to be okay. Now, the Battle Droid token, of course, a bit less fun than the Clone Trooper. It's just a 1-1 rather than a 2-2, but that's okay. Oh, no, Battle Droids are technically troopers. No, my lovely co-caster Ben has just double-checked for us. Battle Droids are technically troopers, so they do get the +1 there from Captain Rex, so they're 1-2s.
Yeah.
And Kira comes out.
Yeah, well, this is going to make this Kira a little bit more awkward, in all honesty, though, because it's only dealing damage to itself for the amount of damage that is on all of these units. And look at the damage that's being spread now. Normally, those 2 battle droids would go down, but because of the Captain Rex leader ability, they are sticking around with 1 HP remaining on both of them. 1 HP and a dream. They're taking a couple blaster pistol bullets, but they are continuing to charge down on the data vaults.
Roger, roger. Here comes Colonel Yularen. When you play a command unit, including this one, you get to heal the damage from your base. So we got leader on leader attacking here. Kira goes into Rex and takes it down. I got bad news for those battle droid tokens right now. Do you still get the static on the...
No, as soon as that leader goes back into the leader zone, the +1 wears off. So those battle droids, unfortunately, they've been shut down. The receiver all the way up in the Trade Federation cruiser has been taken care of, and they're all shutting down once again.
Well, we do have that droid platform coming down here, which is going to take out that clone trooper. It's just kind of an on-play skill. A devastating gunship does take down a unit. A weak unit, admittedly, but unfortunately the clone trooper absolutely counted. So, yeah, unfortunately, all of those tokens have been taken out nice and quickly, and now we're left with Colonel Yularen, Kira, and devastating gunship. So, Clement here, has kind of navigated that leader deployment, which is kind of the whole point of this deck. You know, your base and your leader are built for this. You deploy your leader, you get those free tokens, but with all of them gone, the deck seems less powerful, and we just see a trade here with Colonel Yularen and Kira.
Yeah, it's really, really awkward here, and this is kind of where this Captain Rex command deck starts to lose its steam a little bit. On 5 resources, when you go ahead and deploy that Captain Rex leader in combination with the droid manufactory, you ideally want to combine it with the clone commander Cody, which has the coordinate ability to grant each other friendly unit +1/+1 and overwhelm. Well, coordinate is the keyword that activates while you control 3 or more units. Guess what, Ross? When Captain Rex deploys, he brings another 3 units with him, so coordinate is already online. If you follow it up with clone commander Cody, all of a sudden those 2-3 clone troopers become 3-4s with overwhelm.
We do. We see Inferno 4 coming down from Clement here. And yeah, it's a 5 resource turn. You get to deploy Captain Rex, and then you've got 5 resources, which you use to play Cody. That is the combo. It didn't work in this game. We tried to get a clone trooper from Captain Rex, but of course, a reminder a second ago that you cannot use your action on the turn your leader is defeated, but we do see power of the dark side here. Easy choice getting rid of that clone trooper, but we do have home 1 here, which is going to give that, so bright hope I should say, which is going to give that sentinel.
Yeah, the 2-6 in the air, which at the moment is quite helpful with that devastating gunship, and now Inferno 4 currently in the space arena for Clement. A hard pivot into space for the time being. Does have the when play ability to return a friendly non-leader ground unit to its owner's hand and draw a card if you do, but because there are 2 really impactful when played abilities on Clement's side of the board, you don't really want to give Clement that usage of it once again. So keep the Inferno 4 on the board, keep the devastating gunship on the board, and when those clone troopers stick around, they will stay.
Well, it is a friendly non-leader ground unit.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Back. Luckily kept the clone trooper down because Power of the Dark Side gave a very easy option there of, no, I'm fine, have my clone trooper. So you do not want to be caught with Power of the Dark Side when you've only got a good big unit on board. Having a clone trooper to sacrifice there really hurts your opponent's resources. But all you have right now is that bright hope. You've used your leader skill, you've used your epic act or your action on your base. There's not much left here. What do we have in reserve right now? Inferno 4 goes into bright hope. It's not a very powerful ship, it's a transport, but you can pick away, and now you can get your clone trooper as well.
Yeah, paying those 2 resources and getting that clone trooper token on board with the friendly unit attacking this phase. That's why it's also quite important for Captain Rex to have the initiative at the start of the action phase, just so you can get that attack going off. Here comes Darth Vader now for Clement. This is definitely going to be getting an attack off with that ambush, and Clement is now going to go ahead, consult the top 10 cards of the deck, look for any number of villainy units with a combined cost of 3 or less, and play each of them for free.
Yeah, generally speaking, we're talking about a free cost or a 1 and a 2 here, but given that you're playing a 7/5/7 with ambush, now we do have that Holloman Enforcer here, which is quite nice, and a second Inferno 4. So that's very nice here. I like this a lot because it means you get that double use of the skill. You get 2 coming in here. I am totally okay with that. Do remember, of course, that Inferno 4, it's a numbered ship. It is a unique unit, but by replacing it, you do get the second use of that when played skill. So not perfect, but not too bad.
Yeah, and especially when that Inferno 4 that's been chosen to be defeated via the unique unit rule was the one that was damaged, the one that attacked into and softened up the Bright Hope. So I like this play here from Clement. Again, it gets him a little bit of a peek into the next 2 cards of the deck that are coming his way, and makes it so that that Bright Hope is softened up for any potential follow-up attacks. We see Admiral Yularen on the board now in the ground arena for Captain Rex.
the lesser played Colonel Yularen. It's got Restore 1 and it gives your other heroism units plus 1 HP here. It's not the one we usually see. There's the other Colonel Yularen that's just played everywhere. This is the other one, but in a deck like this, where you've got those clone troopers, for instance, it seems to come in very, very nicely. And here we actually see
Echo.
Echo coming down. We like some Echo. It gets +2/+2 with Coordinate, but hey, you do have 3 friendly units. It does include itself, and that gets you the +2/+2. But if a single unit goes down, boom, you lose it.
Yeah, Coordinate, such an interesting keyword and mechanic that was introduced in Twilight of the Republic, is online now thanks to the third unit of itself being played, and of course does also have the extra +1 HP boost thanks to the Admiral Yularen that's on board. That's what those extra little tokens are for that were being put down by our table judge. Here comes Overwhelming Barrage though. It doesn't matter how much HP that you're granted from your other units. Overwhelming Barrage for dealing 7 damage across units. That's going to do a lot of work here, Ross.
Giving that Darth Vader +2/+2 and then letting you do damage equal to its power however you like around units. Well, that's 7 here. Overwhelming Barrage by name and by nature. So we can start getting rid. I think you've... as awkward as it is, I don't really want to use 5 on Colonel Yularen here. But if you get rid of Colonel Yularen, then you get rid of the +1 HP on both your Echo and your ship. And then you also get rid of the Coordinate, which gets rid of the other tokens on Echo. So yeah, I am using 5 on the Colonel Yularen here, and that means you can actually put the other 2 onto Echo once it's lost all of that boost, and then Echo will go down as well. I don't mind this at all, frankly. Leave Bright Hope alone. That's fine by me.
Yeah, you're not really too worried about the Space Arena right now anyway. Now that you've got Darth Vader on board, you're going to be swinging 7 into the base. Remember, Droid Manufactory only has 24 HP. I believe it's the lowest HP for a base at the moment in the game right now, with 25 previously being the lowest with the initial rare base round that we had in Spark of Rebellion. Your cards like Energy Conversion Lab, Tarkin Town, the like. So there is that big trade-off and that big risk factor that you run when you play Droid Manufactory, and when there's 7 damage that's going to crash in with Vader, plus the Hylabon Enforcer. It might only be 1 damage, but it's 1 uncontested damage in the ground arena.
Well, right now, we actually saw a really fun little play from Clement here. We used Kira's action to deal 2 damage and give a shield to that devastating gunship, and then that allowed it to take out the Bright Hope, using that shield to essentially survive the encounter. So I like that, giving that shield, allowing it to trade with just losing its shield. And we've not done much damage on either base here, but it feels like we're now starting to turn. We do see that Clone Trooper deployed using Captain Rex's skill here, and we are getting 10 damage on the base. Vader, very big and powerful right now. There's a lot of damage going down, and it does feel like Clement is taking control of this game.
Yeah, and importantly to note as well, that devastating gunship has the grit mechanic. So that's actually a 5/5 on board at the moment. Grit, a static keyword with the +2 strength. And Captain Rex has seen enough. He's going to scoop it up. There's too much power that is on the board. Clement on Kira Data Vault will go a game to 0 up against Captain Rex.
We are 1 game up with Kira against Captain Rex. Hopefully we'll get to see the second game there, because we've got a great team backstage. Essentially what we're doing here, we've got a feature match. That is the one we're showing where, you know, we're out on the floor. That's our main one. But we've got a second feature match that we're kind of rolling back here as well, with the hope that we get to. And here we go, going into game 2. No mucking about. We're straight into game 2 with Clement Guimont, sorry for the pronunciation, on Kira against Juanjo Ferrandis on the Captain Rex. Kira, 1 game up. Is there anything Juanjo can do here to try and narrow this gap?
Ooh, as we immediately go ahead and go in with our first unit for the phase, going to be replied by the Inferno 4 here for Clement. So just an early little bit of insight into what he's going to be drawing at the start of his regroup phase. Seasoned Fleet Admiral. This is not a card that I've come across, I think, at at all, it's fair to say, Ross.
Well, it's got Raid 1, and when your opponent draws one or more cards during the action phase, you can give an experience token to a unit, hoping to build up some experience tokens on your units as we go. For now, we've got an Inferno 4 for Clement, we've got that Seasoned Fleet Admiral there for Juanjo here, and the question then becomes, okay, are we going to do much? Well, we're going to swing with Seasoned Fleet Admiral. Remember, it does have Raid 1, so should that not be 2?
Yep, score bug.
There we go.
Yeah, the score bug had it on the top right-hand corner, all correct, and then Clement just having to be reminded, no, this unit does have Raid 1, as we see the resupply out of Clement. An early utilization of the leader ability from Juanjo in Game 2. We didn't see that in Game 1, was just happy to keep his resources, resupplied on curve, and then get the Captain Rex leader deployed without bringing any clone troopers before that point. But this time, we're going to get those 2/2s starting to flood out onto board.
The real question is whether we're going to get Clone Commander Cody on that 5 resource turn with the leader coming out. It feels like we were a bit robbed of that last time, so we never got that combo actually rolling. I would like to see it here. Now, it does look like we are going to be regrouping here, so now we're going up to 6. We've not resupplied to essentially get a turn 3 leader, so we're now going to be heading up to a turn 4 leader, but that's fine. What I don't love is when you get these early clone troopers, you're playing off curve. Instead of, playing a free cost on your free resource turn, etc., you're just randomly using a couple of resources to get a clone trooper. It's better than doing nothing, but if you're playing off curve like that, it doesn't always feel great. So, we get the damage coming down here.
Inferno 4 putting that damage going ahead and on, and now a payment of 4. It's going to be the command here, and this is one of the beauties of playing the mono aspect, this double command aspect from the leader identity and the base. You get access to cards like command for their printed 4-cost resources as opposed to 6. So it's going to go ahead and give 2 experience tokens to that Seasoned Fleet Admiral and act as the ramp that we missed on our 3 resource action phase with there no being resupply. Now we're at 5 resources. Now Captain Rex is eligible to deploy on this action phase. The question is whether Juanjo will want to deploy or whether he'll want to try and wait for next phase to deploy and then play that Clone Commander Cody.
Seems to be that is the combo that makes the deck tick. Again, we saw this in Game 1. It all went downhill when it didn't work. This deck is really built around the deployment of the leader. When you deploy Captain Rex, you get a clone trooper. And then your base comes and gives you a couple of battle droids. We are seeing it come down now. So here we get those free tokens. Are they going to survive better than they did back in Game 1?
Yeah, I don't think I mind the immediate deployment here, especially when Clement is only facing up with the Inferno 4. 5 open resources, so potentially could go ahead and maybe no glory only results away the Seasoned Fleet Admiral. Power of the Dark Side doesn't really help you here because you just sacrificed one of the battle droid tokens. So with 5 resources, you're in a bit of an awkward spot here. And remember, all of the tokens that are on board have that +1 defense boost because they are all troopers, battle droids and clones alike, as we go ahead and see a perimeter AT-RT getting played down by Clement on Kira.
Just a Sentinel, just a bog standard, ordinary, everyday run-of-the-mill Sentinel, but it's a 4-cost, 3/5 with Sentinels. Not a card we see very often, but when your opponent's starting to get a whole bunch of token units deployed in the ground arena, having a Sentinel out sounds like fun. Now, we don't have enough from the Admiral to actually take it down, so we can deal 4 damage to it, but we cannot deal the 5 needed to take it out. You're going to have to give up one of your tokens as well. But here comes Kira, and here is a little bit of a problem here. So we're going to see very similar to what we saw in this last game, which is to say you put 1 on each of the battle droids. They survive by virtue of Captain Rex's static skill, but then as soon as Captain Rex goes down, those droids go down as well, and then we're in the same position we were in the last game. I don't think it's going to happen this action phase, but I expect the next action phase to very quickly see Captain Rex go down, who will take the battle droids with him, and then this whole deployment is not working like you wanted it to.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation that Clement is having to go into and deal with here. I like the deployment of the AT-RT before the leader
It's already
here.
happened. Kira's taken out Captain Rex, so that is going to take the battle droids down as well. And here's the deal, right? You gave up 4 health on your base. 6 health on your base, sorry, just to get those 2 battle droid tokens. 2 games combined in both games, both battle droid tokens they have done.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Which is a real shame, because I love the battle droids. I love the droid army. Droidicas are one of my favorite units and designs in the Star Wars universe. So not being able to see battle droids going and blasting away willy-nilly is really, really frustrating to me as a core droid fan. But at the very least, we still get the clone trooper units around. We still have that seasoned fleet admiral. And now going into this next action phase, Captain Rex does have his ability to use his leader ability at the start of this action phase.
He does, can get more clone troopers out, but it's still not quite the same. Wait a second. Is that who I think it is?
It is!
It's a trap!
It is a trap indeed for Clement, and the trap has been sprung because Kira is now defeated when played. Admiral Akbar, the brilliant strategist that he is going to be able to deal damage to a unit equal to the number of units that you control in its arena. So being able to add up, do just enough to send Clement's leader back into the leader zone.
But oh, here comes an overwhelming barrage here. There's going to be 5 damage coming down from that Sentinel. The AT-RT is not quite the same, but, you know, 5 is still okay. You can start bouncing some of these off. And Admiral Akbar, particularly good in a deck which is throwing out these token units, these token ground units. So you can get, you know, that was a 4 damage there. Sometimes you can go even higher. And, of course, we've got that lovely event promo of the Admiral Akbar there, which is just wonderful. And check the sleeves, they match nicely as well.
Oh, we love that. A little bit of a flavor win, and here's going to be the last unit standing for now after that overwhelming barrage, taking care of the seasoned fleet admiral finally from Clement's point of view, and the 2 clone trooper tokens. Maz Kanata makes her way onto the board as well. We saw Maz in day 1. Whenever another unit is played, Maz Kanata grows stronger. An experience token gets given to the unit, and that is not a hard once per action phase effect as well.
No, it's as often as you like, and units absolutely, clone units and droid, you know, token units absolutely count. And what's interesting is we've only seen this twice all day, once with Admiral Trench, once with Captain Rex. Apparently, if you're playing a very unusual deck, Mars is coming in. What we've seen a lot more, however, is your R2-D2 R2.
Yeah, R2 making its way down onto the board is just the 1/4 ground unit as it stands right now. Does have the opportunity to pilot, but of course Captain Rex very seldom playing into space. We've only, I think, seen the Bright Hope out of Huanyo during this game, best of 3 sets, as the AT-RT is going to go ahead and take care of Maz Kanata before she grows too out of hand.
I think that's a sensible play. Mars needs to go down, and yeah, we've seen enough of this deck to know it is very heavy on the ground, very light in the air. But of course, when you're playing a deck which is deploying these token ground units, you're kind of playing into that. Essentially, the deck is going for ground superiority and not quite giving up the space arena, but not far off. Really trying to win on the ground. And with a 7-2 record yesterday, it's clearly not going that badly, although I do fear in this game, Clement and Kira do seem to be just absolutely in the driver's seat here. So yeah, we're going to stay with this game for as long as we can until the next round is getting ready to roll. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Our goal here today is basically to show you as much Star Wars action as we can. And if we want Star Wars action, Darth Vader is the most iconic character, not just in Star Wars, one of the most iconic characters of anything, anywhere. Down comes Vader with that 5-7 stat line ambush, and hopefully bringing 1 or 2 units with it, like my boy Dr. Pershing, one of my favorite cards to play in my Twin Sons deck.
Yeah, Dr. Pershing, a great grab here as well now in this board state. Now that Seasoned Fleet Admiral is off of the board, he doesn't have to worry, Clon, about using that Pershing ability and giving experience tokens away to his opponent. Seasoned Fleet Admiral's ability activates when your opponent draws 1 or more cards during the action phase. And of course, that is a 1 or more. It's not more than 1. So Pershing ability would absolutely send Seasoned Fleet Admiral boosting up reinforcements. Not to happen here for Huanyo. Very, very nicely sequenced and timed for Clement.
Well, here's another space unit, one we haven't seen yet, although apparently not a space unit. We got Blue Leader coming down as a 5-cost 5/5 with ambush in the ground arena, taking out Dr. Pershing straight away, going, "Haha, mate, you save your experiments for somebody else." Blue Leader just comes down and takes it right out.
Yeah, even without that Seasoned Fleet Admiral being on the board, Huanyo says, no, I'm not giving Clement an absolute inch to be able to draw any further cards. Blue Leader, I love this card from Jump to Lightspeed. Probably one of my favorite cards from the set without it being legendary. That ability and that versatility to either go after the space arena or onto the ground arena. It's equal statted for its cost, 5/5 for 5 thanks to those experience tokens, and clear out an important Vigilance Villainy combo piece like Dr. Pershing.
And worth noting, if you've watched Rogue One, canonically, this card makes perfect sense. This is a card which should be usable on the ground and in the air. I love when the designers give us that flavor.
Oh no.
But it turns out we got a traitor in our midst, and it is Blue Leader, who is a traitor here, being taken by Clement. You get to take one of your opponents, just take one of your opponent's units. It's frankly a little bit mean.
Yeah, unfortunately that unit does have to have 3 cost or less, but thankfully Blue Leader is a 3 cost as printed. Even though Huanyo paid the extra 2 resources to put it onto the ground arena, Traitorous looks at the printed resource cost of a unit. So it was easy pickings there for Clement for this Traitorous. Take that 5/5, and I'm not too sure if Huanyo is going to have too many answers to a 5/5 on board. It took a lot to deal with the AT-RT Sentinel that Clement played down a few action phases ago. What can he do now with a fresh 5/5 unit?
Well, the good news is you're starting to get clone troopers out and they're starting to stick a little bit. The bad news is you've got a 5/5 in the ground, and you've got a 5/7 in the ground, and there's that Inferno Forge just kind of chilling there as well. You can always, of course, go and pop a shield on one of your units if you're willing to put a bit of damage on using your Kira Leader. And, you know, just your Blue Leader and your Darth Vader alone are representing 10 damage into base. With your Inferno 4, that only leaves you 2 away from winning the game potentially later on. So next action phase, Clement has got game on board, and frankly, Huanyo seems quite far away. I am not liking Huanyo's chances here. It's not over, but it just doesn't feel like they're getting quite what they need to do in terms of being set up nicely here. Echo does come down, but it does get coordinated, so it does end up as a 4/4. At least we've got that.
Yeah, but it's like you say, Ross, it feels like it's getting to a point of sort of too little too late. A reminder that we are only working with a 24 HP base here with that droid manufacturer as well. We are 1 swing away from potentially from either of the units in the ground arena for Clement to take the game here. Huanyo has the action after that Blue Leader attacks, but whatever he does here, as long as it has to be a ground sentinel or a claim of the initiative, because anything else and Clement freely claims power of the dark side here. Easy fodder is one of the clone troopers, but there is still those two big ground units that Juanjo has one action to deal with.
He's only got one action. He's got the initiative. He will be going first this phase, but unless he stops both Darth Vader and Blue Leader, he will not be winning this game. He's looking at his cards. I don't think he's got it. There's a handshake, and Clement takes the game 2-0. Kira wins, and once again, we saw a very interesting deck in that Captain Rex. Having a good day, but unfortunately not having a good enough day on stream. And that means, Ben, 2 full games shown from round 10 here. We got to see the Flip Palpatine going up against Sabine. Then we got to see Captain Rex going up against Kira. It's not easy, and I've got to tell you, the people backstage are working fantastically hard to make it happen. But 2 full games back-to-back in round 10, I think we should be proud of ourselves. And by we, I mean the people backstage who are actually doing the hard work to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, 2 really, really ingenious leader decisions and leader picks to bring into this regional qualifier and make it to day 2 as well. That Captain Rex, I really, really would have loved to see it get going properly. It gave itself a real good account in game 2 there, even with missing the resupply on 3 resources, but gave it its all. Unfortunately, traitorous Blue Leader and Darth Vader were just a bit too much with it there. But that Chancellor Palpatine, I'm not giving up on it just yet, Ross. It's in my Twin Suns deck combined with Rey at the moment. Maybe I need to look at making a Premier deck for him as well.
Maybe you do. I mean, look, anytime a deck can go 7-2 in an 850-plus person tournament, get into that top 64, into that day 2, there is clearly something there. I remain unconvinced, but I've been pretty clear. I'm going through this whole weekend. I am looking for that deck which I didn't think was good enough. I was so hoping it could be Admiral Trench. Unfortunately, they were at 6-1. They lost their last 2 games and were unable to make their way into top 64. But we've got some very interesting decks here. The Aggression Han Solo is one which I've got my eye on, which I was not really looking at much coming in. There's a lot to go for, and frankly, we're going to be heading into our next round pretty shortly. We just showed you 2 games from round 10. What are we going to see in round 11? I don't know. The only thing I do know is it'd be a bit silly if you went very far and missed it.
I got lost at night, under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find, under the stars up in the sky. I got lost at night, under the stars up in the sky. Directions hard to find, under the stars up in the sky. I don't know where to take this, I don't wanna break this. We're living in the moment, we're living in the moment. Your head is on my shoulder, but never getting older. Baby, it's you and I. You and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky. Oh, you and I. Yeah, we're stars in the sky.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Spessy, comment tu t'appelles?
Je m'appelle Dries, bonjour.
Yeah, okay, that's all I got. Welcome to Lille, everybody. We're in the north of France. I am joined again by Dries, and we are about to head into round 11. You saw the wonderful hall that we've got. The players are getting ready. We do have a top 64, but if you lost your first game today, you might not be feeling that confident because we have got 3 more rounds, and then it's going to be a hard cut to the top 8.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in if you already... what was the bracket again? If you went X2, you could have made it into top 64. But yeah, of course, you need to get into that top 8 to really succeed today. And yeah, it's going to be a pickle when you already got a loss on your record.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, the records from yesterday carried over. So if you went, we had one player that was flawless yesterday. Yeah. If you lose your first game, you're still going to be in a really good spot. We do have one table left still playing from the previous round, and as soon as that one is done, we will be getting the next round underway as quickly as we possibly can. And we're going to take a quick look, though. We just watched some Kira, and we're going to take a look to see what these Kira decks are looking like, because it's a little bit of a new deck in the mix. It's one I've been looking at quite a bit coming into this weekend. I predicted it as the champion of the whole event. Mm-hmm. It had the best conversion rate last weekend in North America. And it's really trying to utilize Overwhelming Barrage, of course. Yep. But the fact that Kira can come out at 5 resources gives you a lot of synergy of the Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah, for sure. You get a big beater on the field as a quickly fast-paced, so to say. We've already seen a few Kiras on stream. So the people who've been following yesterday already know the ins and the outs of the deck. So next time they go to locals or a bigger competition, they know what to do against her or try to stop her. But yeah, she's holding on until she can drop the big boys like Dart or Mole.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing with Kira is even though she is a little bit of a slower deck, a little bit more control heavy, she's still, because you have that ramp from command with cards like Resupply and Super Laser Technician, you can get the Kira down when your opponent might still be at 4 resources. So, you know, you're getting Kira down the same turn your opponent can get down a Sabine quite often. And that just enables you to have enough tempo in the early game to survive. And we saw it against Captain Rex, which I'd never seen Captain Rex played before. I was expecting it to be pretty fast-paced, and I'm sure it was. But Kira really made light work of that matchup. But Sabine is definitely a matchup that Kira is going to have to be a little bit worried about. Sabine, very popular this weekend. It's the most popular deck from the weekend, and a lot of players still in the top cut. So I'm definitely interested to see what happens when Kira matches up against Sabine, because that is a really tight matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Like you just said, it's all about tempo, especially when you're playing against Sabine. There's a lot of Sabine, so I'm pretty sure the Kira players who figured out, hey, this deck, this can be something, right? Yeah. They're prepared for this. They will be prepared for a matchup against a really aggressive deck like Sabine. And I think that's why we see a lot of cards like the Resupply and stuff, so to get their leader out as early as they can. Yep.
Just taking a look at our standings from yesterday, a reminder, one player went flawless, and that was the Han Solo Worth the Risk Mikolaj. And I'm actually looking at the game record they had yesterday, 18 wins and 2 losses across the whole thing.
Wow.
So they went 2-0 in every round yesterday except 2 where they went 2-1. That is just an unbelievably strong record. So obviously going to be the favourite coming into day 2 here on May the 4th. How have you been finding your time in Lille so far as we're waiting to the next round?
Well, it's great. I think the atmosphere in the venue as well, like everybody is just like, you see, we love Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's definitely something you feel. We have some cosplayers as well walking around. And
I got a selfie with Greedo.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And they really look on point. Like they're like almost one-on-one with the actual actors or costumes that you see on the movies or series. It's really impressive.
No, it's a really lovely event. The city itself as well, it's very well, not so, it's a little bit overcast today, but when we arrived on Friday, the sun was shining. Lots of very interesting architecture here in Lille. They've got the largest flea market in the world. And in fact, the local football team is playing later on against Marseille. And if the event finishes early enough today, we might be finding ourselves down at the local football ground as well. So it's a very interesting city filled with culture, but less about that and more about the standings from yesterday. This is not updated from the most recent round because that current round is still ongoing, but this is the day 1 records. And as I mentioned, Mikolaj there with a 9-win and 0 losses on that Han Solo from aggression with the Energy Conversion Lab.
Any other players that we might recognize from stream already? Because I know Mikolaj has already been on stream.
That's a good question. We've got in second place, it was Jonas that was on Sabine, but with Data Vault, not using the traditional Energy Conversion Lab, wanting to get that extra 8 HP instead. That could be maybe some sort of tech for the mirror, but I mean, in a mirror, an Energy Conversion Lab seems like it would also be pretty impactful. The third place here was an Anakin Skywalker with also using Data Vault. Data Vault seeming very popular. We then have a couple of Quinlan Tarkin towns back to back. And Adam Landsberg, I was just chatting to him before this next round started. I do know that Adam lost their round 10 match. He's a friend of mine who I've met through going to some tournaments in the Nordics for Star Wars Unlimited, but he's on my fantasy draft pick. I don't think I'm doing too well on that one.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's not talk about
Let's not talk about the fantasy draft, please.
But it's really fascinating to see such a wide range of different leaders, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think that means that it's a really healthy game. If you can see a lot of different leaders doing really well. Of course, you will always have like the best leaders, right? That the people play the most, but are they the best because they get played the most and get the best results?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, honestly, I think it's easy to underestimate just how impressive it is from a balance point of view, the wide variety of leaders. Because even if you've got like quite a few leaders, you've often got like a tier and then a top tier of like competitively viable, and then you've got like everything else that you're never even going to consider. But we are seeing like some leaders which I never thought we would see. Captain Rex and Chancellor Palpatine playing both sides. Like the Palpatine leader, I just thought it was a complete meme. I didn't think it was serious, but I have been proven utterly wrong. Like when I was evaluating this card recently, I was like, oh, it's just meant for twin sons, isn't it? You're not supposed to actually play that.
But
well,
just for flavor, right? Just
I guess I was wrong.
Like it. Yeah.
And it's honestly really, really impressive that you've got such a wide variety of leaders. Admittedly, the base is not quite as diverse, but Data Vault, Tarkin Town, Energy Conversion Lab, Colossus being probably the most popular ones at the moment. But we've seen a few
But it makes sense because
as well.
Most of the bases are just like artwork, right?
Yeah.
Just with different HP pools, so you want to pick out the best, of course, that you can.
For sure.
With the color combination that you want to go for.
You're often like the leader is the centerpiece, and the base is often going to be dictated by what aspect do you want to pair that leader with.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like the secondary factor. Some bases can be incredibly important. I think Energy Conversion Lab in particular comes to mind with Sabine. We're going to be doing the fantasy draft though. Let's take a look at what we did so far and how we're doing. Oh dear, Driss, what has gone wrong, mate?
It's looking like a bloodbath in my fantasy draft. But hey, I still have one guy battling it out for me. Looks like Ben is actually doing really great. I'm getting cute here. That's what I get for taking Belgian people. But actually, that's not true, production. I also have somebody from the Netherlands in my team.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I will say Ben and Ross, slight advantage because when we were picking these, I think Ross in particular was just listing off the placements from Liverpool from 1st to 6th.
Yeah,
He was trying to get his hands on everyone. I think we went a little bit more. I've got quite a few friends on my team there. You've got a lot of Belgians, but fair play to Ben and Ross who are still in contention. But I mean, admittedly, we've all got a player each, and a shout out to Jan Moy, a good friend of mine that was very, very close to making it to day 2 there. He was just 1 game away despite picking up the game just a week ago, which is a really impressive
very
effort.
impressive. Yeah, for sure. I think Star Wars is a game that you kind of need to be invested in to really get it to lots of different leaders, like we saw this weekend. So a lot of different matchups that you should know, and it truly is, each matchup against each leader feels different to play.
Yep, and also Ben, of course, has Mikolaj there, who was the 9-0 player from day 1. And I can tell you, everybody, that the round 11 is on its way, and we are selecting our feature matches as we speak. So the players are going to start making their way over to our feature match, not tables. And isn't that a lovely addition that we're able to bring you so much Star Wars Unlimited action? And before we get to that, we have had a lot of fun ourselves playing some Star Wars Unlimited this weekend. While we haven't been able to compete in the main event as casters, we have had some fun doing some Twin Suns, but last night we also got to have a bit of drafting fun.
Yeah, for sure, indeed. Yesterday was a blast. After the event was done for day 1, we started cracking up those boosters, fighting over which cards we want in our deck. And looks like the table has been picked.
It has, and it looks like an exciting one. It looks as though we're going to have Kazuda versus Boss, but it's possible that might have changed. So that might be one of it. We've got 2 different matches. We're going to let you know exactly what's going on very, very soon. But very, very excited to see what deck comes out on top. What was your prediction, Driss, at the start of the week for the ultimate winner?
I'm not sure what I thought. I think that Gar Saxon would have done very well. That was a potential winner, but because I didn't want to pick Sabine or something, you know, because there are so many Sabines, like the chances are big that it would be a Sabine in the end. But I thought it would be Gar Saxon. I'm not sure. I don't think any of them are still in the top 64 right now.
Okay, so it looks like what we're going to be having on stream first is actually going to be an Anakin versus a Grand Admiral Thrawn, and that is going to be a very exciting one to see. Just the wide range of leaders on display is truly quite phenomenal, and I'm really excited to see how these matchups are going to be playing out.
Yeah, that's great. Like we would just be talking, right? I really wonder how this matchup will work out. Looks like the Admiral player really knows what he's doing, because it's again a leader that we haven't seen that much around. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to work out for him.
Yeah, so it's Anakin Skywalker, what takes to win as the leader, as we're just trying to pull up the deck lists here so we can start talking to you a little bit about them. It's going to be the Anakin Skywalker with the base, the Crystal City, which is a 30 HP base in Vigilance.
Okay. That's I don't think we've seen that yet on the stream, did we?
No, I'm not sure.
Most of the time it's a Colossus, right?
Yeah, the Anakin Colossus is what a lot of players will go for. You get that 5 HP, but I have to say I did a bit of play testing with the Anakin deck with the Colossus, and that -1 card in hand, it doesn't seem like a lot over the course of a game, but I think it has a really big impact right at the start.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
it's also impacting your mulligan, isn't it? And the mulligan in Star Wars Unlimited is very punishing, right? And suddenly, if you're opening hand, you're only seeing 5 cards instead of 6. It dramatically increases the odds that you're going to have to be taking that risky mulligan, and you still might not hit a turn 1 play, and that can be really disastrous in some matchups.
Yeah, for sure. Like when you're against a Sabine and you don't have a turn 1 or a turn 2, then it's already pretty over, I think, because the board will be flooded with units already.
No, absolutely. And of course, I wonder if we could maybe get a little look at the meta breakdown from yesterday, the overall meta view, because I think that's really fascinating to just remind ourselves of what the average player was playing. It's Sabine was on top. We had
a lot of Quinlan Vosses.
Quinlan was in second. Then it was Kira in third, And then I think in 4th place it might well have been Anakin. But the players are sat down. The players are ready to go. We've got Alexandre and Eiffel as well. And it's going to be a really exciting game here.
Yeah, it's Alexander that we saw yesterday.
Okay.
So we already know what he has up his sleeve. And I really want...
I hope you mean that as a metaphor and not literally. So, like some cards up your sleeve in a show match. That might be a bit controversial.
It will always be controversial, not even on a feature match. But yeah, I don't think he does that, to be honest. No.
One of the big advantages of playing Anakin Skywalker is, of course, it's a force unit, and that does mean the potential, perhaps, of some force throws, which is one of my favorite cards I've been able to see so far in Star Wars Unlimited. Let's take a look at the shuffling skills on display. Nothing too fancy, some standard shuffling here, but it's doing the job.
Yeah, indeed. I think when the flavor of the cards is like really into the leader that you're playing, I think that's just so great that you're actually thinking about that when you're actually deck building and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like the deck building in Star Wars Unlimited. Deck building is my favorite thing to do often in trading card games. And the deck building in Star Wars Unlimited, with the fact that you can put any card in your deck and play some things out of aspect, is really fascinating. We don't see that many cards played out of aspect.
No.
But that was also a really interesting dynamic in the previous round with the Chancellor Palpatine changing sides. How at one point they needed to play a card immediately, and they didn't have the opportunity to take the action to flip the palp, so they had to pay that aspect cost, and that was really a cool moment.
Yeah, it happens. We also saw a few blue cards being played out of aspect, because I thought it was... I can't remember the matchup or the leader anymore that was played, but it was also like a big cost for the card.
Yeah.
But he made it work.
Yeah, often Vigilance, like these double aspect cards, can be played out of aspect. I know the Kira players, for example, are looking to do that, and we can see the players getting ready. We've got Ethel and Alexandre here. Alexandre to your left, I believe, and Ethel to your right. Here we go, Star Wars Unlimited in Lille on May the 4th, round 11. This is the 3rd to last round of Swiss. Grand Admiral Thrawn, when the action phase starts, look at the top card of each player's deck, and you can take an action, and it costs 1, and you reveal the top card of any player's deck. Exhaust a unit that costs the same as or less than the revealed card. Being able to exhaust cards is very strong, and we know that because Jango Fett was the absolute best at exhausting cards. Well, Grand Admiral Thrawn, not as strong as Jango, but certainly looking to do something quite similar.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a bit of the same theory. It's also the same color scheme that we will see. So, yeah.
True. Yeah, absolutely. So it's that Grand Admiral Thrawn and Colossus. We did see the Jango Fett decks usually going for the Tarkin Town. And Grand Admiral Thrawn, obviously, it's going to be a little bit worse than Jango because you're having to spend resources to do it, but also the information. And in Star Wars Unlimited, you are allowed to take notes, right? So you can get a lot of information about your opponent's deck, because look at that, I'm having a peek. Alexandre's got no idea what he's going to draw, but Ethel certainly does.
Very nice, right? You can already anticipate what will happen. Like if you play the card that locks down and the card from playing, it's perfect if you already know that your opponent has it in hand, right?
And can you believe it? We've already seen the first turn completed. It's a Sabine Wren down on the board, but very interesting to note that Alexandre just deals 2 damage to his base with basically no benefit, but the benefit is going to come into the long term because there is going to be the potential of this Anakin Skywalker leader unit having more power based on the amount of damage that is on their base.
Looks like we'll get rid of the Sabine real quick. Aki is not interested in any aggression here from Alexander. And yeah, I think the best response for Alexander is to pump out another unit. And that's exactly what he's going to do. It's Anakin's Interceptor. Yeah.
Oh, and we do see a force throw coming down as well. Just trying to work out where that came from. It was from the Merciless contest. Each player chooses a non... Okay, forgive me. I'm not sure exactly what happened. 2 cards seemingly got discarded there. I will catch up. It's my first time, honestly, seeing this Grand Admiral Thrawn deck in action, so it's one that I'm going to be learning on the job to see. The Anakin deck I'm definitely quite familiar with, but this Anakin's Interceptor, another one of those cards which is going to be gaining extra power when you're dealing damage to your own base. So Alexandre continuing to use that Anakin action and just deal damage to themselves, which doesn't seem great right now, but it's going to give them an opportunity to get power in big ways with both Anakin and Anakin's Interceptor.
We just saw Alexander also put open fire into the resources, so he's confident that he won't need to board clear, right?
Yep. And we do see the power of the dark side come through from Ethel. That is going to clean up Anakin's Interceptor, as it was the only option. And so far, Ethel very much controlling the board here, not allowing Alexandre to have a single sniff. And all the time getting that information from the Grand Admiral Thrawn. But we are going to see tech come through. And that is going to be a very, very powerful card, giving every resource smuggle. And that gives Alexandre a wide range of options now.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice to have him so early in the game, right? That's what you want to see, that's why you play him. Looks like Arki is taking another peek on what Alexander might get in his next regroup phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Continuing to write down all that information, able to track the hand then pretty reliably because you know exactly what they're drawing into. You don't see what they resource, of course, but you do see what's played. As we do see an ambush come through here, and it's going to be the Syndicate Lackeys with a 5 power, the perfect amount to take down Tech with 5 HP.
Yeah, very nice, exactly on the curve. So that's what you want to see.
But the Cassian Andor will be smuggled out, and it's going to come in a readied position. Ethel currently with the initiative, and I believe that has now been reclaimed as Cassian will deal the first little bit of damage into Ethel's base. But Anakin Skywalker was not used there, so it was only 3 damage from the Cassian.
Oh, he's getting used right now. Doing some more damage on himself.
Yeah, so perhaps just missing out there on a little bit of damage. Alexandre could have gone for that Anakin ability before attacking with Cassian, which would have given him a bit of a power buff. It'll be interesting to see if that 2 damage that they just missed out on could make the difference come the end of game number 1 here.
Yeah, but I get that Alexander tries to attack as soon as he can with his units, right? Because Arki, the only thing he's been doing is like removing his units. So for sure you want to get out some damage before it gets removed.
Yeah, at that moment in time though, all the resources had been spent by Ethel, so there was no real threat, but the second card for the Syndicate Lackeys to clean up will be Cassian Andor. Syndicate Lackeys 2 for 1-ing, just costing Ethel 5 resources, but taking down 2 of Alexandre's units.
Yeah, that's a very beautiful trade, right? Looks like the Red Squadron X-Wing is coming down.
And in comes Grand Admiral Thrawn. The leader unit has been deployed. It's going to be the first one in this game. When the action phase starts, you continue to look at the top player, the top card of each player's deck, but the on-attack ability is huge. You may reveal the top card of any player's deck, exhaust a unit that costs the same or less than them. No longer is there a resource cost for this Grand Admiral Thrawn ability, and of course Ethel knows exactly what's on top of each deck. But in comes Anakin!
Oh, and he instantly starts bashing. Admiral Thrawn is not having Anakin over right now.
Yeah, Admiral Thrawn going into Anakin, but Anakin does have that extra 1 power for every 5 damage on their base, and there is exactly 10, which means it is a 6 power and 7 HP, and the Force Throw is going to come through as well. Anakin is, of course, a Force unit, so whatever's discarded, it's going to be 3 damage discarded and 3 damage then to Thrawn, but Anakin's not going to last much longer either because the Syndicate Lackeys comes through and cleans up. It is a fast-paced game here.
Exactly, very fast. The answers fly from both sides from the players. Looks like it's a matchup that was already prepared in their head to play.
Yeah, it is really fascinating to see Alexandre doing all that damage to their base early on for hoping to get some reward out of Anakin. But Anakin barely got an opportunity to remain on the board. We see the regional governor come through, name a card, and when this is in play, opponents can't play that name card. This is Wondrous I know all too well, because I was playing last weekend. Someone used the regional governor on me. On turn 1, they named the only 2-cost character I had, 2-cost unit in hand, and I couldn't play anything. But it's not going to be as impactful, perhaps, at this stage in the game with only 1 power.
It's funny to see it come from Alexander and not from Itil, while Itil actually has knowledge from what Alexander is playing, right? Because he can see the top card of his deck all the time. But I really wonder what Alexander has called.
Yeah, and this Grand Admiral Thrawn build hasn't seemed too similar to Django. We saw Django being very, very fast-paced and exhausting, but we do see the Grand Admiral Thrawn exhausting now. Reveals a unit on top of their own deck to exhaust that spaceship of Alexandre. But really, instead of Django, which was a exhaustion deck, which was very fast-paced, this is the opposite side of the spectrum. This is an exhaustion leader, which is incredibly heavy on the control. Ethel is wanting a long game here, and that's probably why both players are playing so quickly, because they need to make sure they get a chance to play all 3 games in this best of 3 to finish the job.
For sure. I think Alexander also knows that he's been down paired right now, so he knows this match is really important for his tiebreakers, right?
We're going to see Cham come through. I don't believe that there's going to be an extra resource gain for Cham, but that 5 power and 4 HP is a very impressive stat line nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a good beat stick, and that's what you want, because like we've been saying, Itil doesn't really care too much about Alexander's units, because he knows he can just swoop them away.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently 10 HP, 10 damage, I should say, on Alexandra's base. And for Ethel, there's going to be a little bit more ticked away. Now 5 damage on Ethel's base. 25 HP remains for Ethel and 20 for Alexandra. And Ethel going to continue to gain the knowledge of Grand Admiral Thrawn. Present and insightful indeed. It's not present, it's patient.
Well, he's also present, right? Look at the board presence. He's there, he's here. But yeah, indeed, he's patient because, yeah, he knows what's coming, right? Yep. So he knows how to prepare for it.
Yeah.
It's like a super laser blast.
Wow, there we go. Board clears come through.
Just as we were saying that he doesn't really care about the units because he will just swoop them away. He does it. Thanks, Itil, for proving our point.
Yeah, and that is truly patient. It's really awesome to see in Star Wars Unlimited how thematic some of these decks are. The Grand Admiral Thrawn, truly patient. We see the Pillage come through, though, and that could be a huge moment in this game, forcing Ethel to discard 2 cards. I'm looking at them right now, and I'm not sure there's any cards left in hand, and that could be a huge turning point in this game. If Alexandra can take advantage of this, if Ethel has a couple of bad cards on top of their deck, this might provide the opportunity for Alexandra to take control in the late game here.
For sure, for sure. Like, only 2 cards in hand. Of course, you can resource one, but I think at this point, do you really want to? He has to, because he wants to get into that late game. He wants to pump out those heavy costs units, but he also needs options, right? So it's a bit of a tough position to be in for Itil.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely.
Looks like he's going to... Let's see here. Playing Bazine Natal. And let's see what he's going to pick here for Alexander. What would you pick here?
Just give me one moment. I'm just checking something. If you could hold the fort for a second.
No worries, no worries. Looks like the Luke gets discarded. I think one of the more powerful cards indeed. So I think that's the right pick at this point. And looks like he's going to crash with Sabine into the base of Itil.
Yep.
Itil is claiming initiative.
Yeah, the initiative has been claimed.
And the Yoda is coming down.
Yeah, very shiny looking Yoda as well.
It's because he's one with the Force, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, more Force cards there for Alexandre, which is always nice. And yeah, good point you make. Slightly different records for these players. 9 wins and 1 loss for Alexandre, and on Ethel's side it's going to be 8 wins, a draw and 1 loss. And again, continuing to get all that information, but making use of the notes there, Ethel, just continuing to track what could be in Alexandre's hand. Like I say, that whatever's resourced is hidden information, but Ethel is going to have a pretty good idea of exactly what their opponent might have.
Yeah, I guess it's always a 50-50, right? It's always going to be a 50-50 for... oh, the Cat Bane coming down, and he's actually stealing all the ground units here. So the Sabine and the Yoda both gets stolen by the Cat Bane. Really, really nice way to board wipe.
Yep, absolutely. Bazine's such a nice card. It is going to be Cat Bane taken down, though. And then both of those cards are going to be back into the ground unit arena.
And looks like Itil is out of options and is going to swing for 1 damage. 11 damage on the base of Alexander.
Yeah, 19 HP remains for Alexandra. Ethel with 8 damage on theirs, which means 22... No, 17. I'm getting there eventually. 27. Took me a while, didn't it? Of course, that Colossus base changing the dynamic somewhat. And Ethel, like with the Colossus base, they've gone through that early game of having less cards in hand, and they've managed to survive. The longer this one goes on, the more in favor it's going to go of Grand Admiral Thrawn and that nice control-themed deck. Like I say, I started Star Wars Unlimited just a month ago, and Grand Admiral Thrawn is definitely a deck I have not encountered to this point, but I'm already seeing the advantages of it. That information that you're getting, that late-game control tools with the 35 HP of Colossus, as well as cards like Super Laser Blast. It's really impressive to see, as we are going to see Grand Admiral Thrawn now exhausting for 1 resource. But at this stage, with that many resources, that's not a big cost at all.
No, true, it's not at all. Looks like it was a Steel Guerrero that we saw on the top of Alexander's deck. So, yeah, I wonder if it's actually going to be resource now, as he probably doesn't want to give that much information to Ethel, even though it could be a potential good card. Oh, another Luke is coming down. So the one that got discarded didn't matter that much for Alexander.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke Skywalker, the Jedi Knight with Restore 3. The big problem, though, for Alexandra is there's more board clears coming. The Super Laser Blaster defeats all units yet again.
R2 coming down here. Being a 4-1, not really the play you want to see at this point of the game, I think. But yeah, nonetheless, you need to get board presence. You need to start bashing the base, because otherwise you won't win.
R2-D2, it's better than nothing, but it's not exactly too much of a menacing threat for Ethel at this stage. And remember that pillage that came through from Alexandre. We said it could just provide that little bit of a window, that little opportunity to get some work done. But Ethel has just managed to continue to control the board here, perhaps with that Grand Admiral Thrawn leader ability just helping them stay in this. And it really hasn't seemed like too much of a struggle so far.
No, exactly. If you look at the hand size of Ethel right now, you wouldn't even think that something like that happened.
Yep.
Oh, covering the wing here, getting shown by Alexander. It's a one-off, actually.
Very interesting. Covering the wing, a nice option to have, that's for sure. We're going to see Stealer as well. Really powerful in this Anakin deck, as there's a bunch of tactics that you might want to play. Vigilance tactics can be really strong, and it gives you an opportunity to start drawing cards, because it's when played and when defeated. You have to deal damage to your base in order to pull it off, but that is going to give you more power on a card like Anakin. Of course, just to correct myself earlier on, I think on turn 3 or on turn 5 at 5 resources, Alexandre didn't use the Anakin ability initially on the Cassian, but that is of course because the Anakin ability is not going to give you that extra power when attacking bases. It's only characters. So my mistake on that one. But we are going to see the lackeys for the 3rd time. It's been the star of the show here, this ambush card.
It's been a really good card, yeah.
Really, really helping get some board control.
He's just going to switch out tokens, probably thinking and keeping himself busy while he's swapping out the damage counters. Well, Alexander is like, I don't need to think, I'm putting out my Yoda once again.
Yep, the initiative is currently in favour of Etho, and it looks like it's going to be claimed, but that could provide Alexandre with an opportunity. It is going to be this 2-cost event, which is going to create the X-Wing, as well as providing a shield, a really, really powerful combo in the late game. It is a tactic for the Stealer, but it's also just a very decent turn 1 play if you have to. I really like this card. I actually drafted it yesterday.
Yeah, it's a nice, and it's a pretty cheap card, right? Only 2 costs, so you can play it any time really of the game. Even in the late game, you will have enough resources, right?
Absolutely, but we are still only in game 1, and there is only 36 minutes on the clock. So at what point do these players, Driss, start trying to consider the clock?
Well, it's a hard thing to say, right? Because both are in control. Both think that they have the potential to win. So I think most of the times they really try to play as long as they can for the first game, and then I think it's depending on who's winning the second game that get decided how much they will play from that.
Yeah, absolutely. My gut feeling here is, for Alexandre, it looks like a pretty tricky matchup.
Yes, for
and
sure.
for them, they might actually be reasonably happy with a draw. So it's really up to Etho here to really try and accelerate this game state and ensure that they're going to be able to get a 2-0 victory. Like, if Etho is to lose a game here in this series, I don't think they would have enough time for a third game. I feel like whoever wins this is likely to need a 2-0, but there's still a lot of time left remaining as the Cassian Andor comes through from the resources. It's smuggled out, and it will come in readied as a result.
Yeah, like we've been talking about, I think making the decision when you're going to concede your game to go into the next one is a really important skill to have in TCG, like Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, no, it really is something that's very, very difficult to master. And I think particularly when these slower control decks like Grand Admiral Thrawn are involved, that's when it becomes even more important to do so. It's going to be the Entrenched. And the Entrenched, though, is going to provide the opportunity for Cassian to take out the lackeys. But it's going to mean that Grand Admiral Thrawn player keeps as much HP on their base as possible as Yoda comes through.
Yeah, it was the only option he had, of course, because of the Entrenched. He can't go to base, so why not use the Cassian before Ithil wipes the board again, you know?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. This moment here could be crucial for Etho. If they can find that super laser blaster, it's going to completely clear the board. But if they don't, they could be in trouble. And we do know that pillage and those discard tools that Alexandre has had, like the force throw, has been applying some pressure to Ethel's hand. Have they got another super laser blaster? Because this would be a huge moment if they don't.
It looks like he had something familiar in his hands.
We are not going to see... Is that the super laser blaster?
No, it's not.
It looks like it is, in fact, the Nebula Ignition. Defeat each unit that isn't upgraded. So Cassian remains tall thanks to the Entrenched. But, of course, Cassian is not able to go directly into the base.
A really nice way to clear the board as well if you're already playing all the other great board clears in your deck.
Very, very nicely done indeed. Clearing the board almost entirely. We are going to see from Alexandre.
Going to discard 2 cards once again.
Yeah.
It's a takedown, I think. And the other card I didn't see. I wasn't fast enough.
Pillage putting in a lot of work at the moment, that's for sure.
Ithil is claiming the initiative. Once again, probably hoping to get something of a board clear to get rid of all the units that Alexander just keeps pumping out. Look at those resources.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's crazy.
Cannon Jarrus with a 4-5 stat line. It is a force as well, so that opens up the possibility, of course, of the force throw.
Yeah, boosting your cards by just having a specific unit on the field is such a great play. Let's see. They're both thinking, but yeah, it's the ball is in Ithil's camp, and looks like he's going to use the ability to exhaust the cannon that just got dropped.
Yeah, the initiative's still with Ethel as well, and that's been a powerful tool for them. Just very, very difficult for Alexandre to make much headway. There's still a big amount of HP available for Ethel here, but there's only 32 minutes left on the clock, and that is an ever-present problem for Ethel. The longer this one goes on, the less time and opportunity they're going to have to try and seal the deal. But I have to say, looking at their record, it's pretty impressive. They've only had one draw so far this whole tournament. They've been playing quickly and aware that their deck takes a long time to win. We are going to see Bazine come through, provides Ethel even more information. That Grand Admiral Thrawn, of course, has been peeking at the hand for such a long time, but now you know exactly what was and wasn't resourced.
Yeah, and even now picking what Alexander has to discard is a very nice addition to controlling the game state, right? I did not see what got picked here. I don't think anything got picked. Is that right?
It could be it's an opportunity. There's a possibility.
May discard, but I don't see why you wouldn't.
Well, because they're going to replace the card afterwards, and for Ethel there might be a card that they're very worried about Alexandra having. They also know what cards on top of the deck as well, right?
For sure. Yeah.
We are going to see the client come through. It's a very slow-paced game for now. That Cassian Andor, remember, is entrenched and cannot go directly to base, but it can go into the client, and it will take out the shield while remaining on the board.
Yeah, Ethel claiming initiative once again. I think that's a really tough position for Alexander to be in, always like being the reaction guy in this matchup. But 4 units on the board, it's looking good for Alexander. He probably will be able to start pumping some damage, depending on what Ethel has as an answer.
Yeah, Ethel, again, going to use the Grand Admiral Thrawn, take a peek at the top cards of each player's deck, not only getting information about what is coming for them, but information about what Alexandra will be drawing into. And information is all in favor of Ethel with that Bazine that came through previously. They know exactly what they need to play around, and that is very powerful indeed.
Yeah. That's knowledge is power, right?
Yes, definitely.
And that's what the Grand Admiral Thrawn deck is all about. And we've seen this being showcased now by Ethel to the maximum, I think.
Yeah, it's really amazing to watch. But again, keeping an eye on that clock at all times. 29.5 minutes left. The Cassian has been dealt with, but there's still 2 readied characters.
No, he already used it, right? He used it at the start from this round. So I don't think he can use it again.
The Anakin leader is available as well. Hasn't really done much, has Anakin in this game. Great for getting some board control against units, but Ethel really utilizing the control power of Vigilance and isn't really fighting for board control that way. But now into the space arena they go, and it's the Annihilator. 12 power, 12 HP, and Ethel is taking over here.
Such a big boy to drop. It's such a pain, actually, the Annihilator, because it defeats a unit when he gets on the board. When you finally get rid of it, it defeats another unit.
Yep.
So hard. 12-12. It just starts bashing into the base.
And it looks like the Annihilator will seal the deal. And Alexandre says, enough is enough. Let's go into game number 2, which is a very fascinating decision because Alexandre, again, the clock is always something I want to talk about when we're seeing these control games. For Alexandre, the fact that they scoop at this time tells us that they think there's an opportunity that they can still win this. If they think that this is a completely doomed matchup, you don't scoop until you have to, right? You have to play the clock at these high-stakes tournaments to a degree. But we see them now maybe utilizing their sideboard, things in there. We're not going to talk about exactly what it might be, but very quickly we saw going to the deck box, grabbing the sideboard, and seeing if there's maybe some aggro tools that can help them out and apply a lot more pressure in the early game.
I think we indeed took a look at the sideboard, and there is a lot of potential to come into play against each other. For looks like these players are really ready to face each other. In the match that we just saw.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Really, really cool. Like I said, it's my first time I've ever watched a Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah.
And it's a high-stakes game. It's not a leader that was on my radar coming into this weekend.
No.
And that just shows you what an open meta we've got here in Star Wars Unlimited. Every single round we're bringing you, there are leaders which I've never seen at a competitive event, certainly not in the Jump to Lightspeed format. Had the privilege of playing at a bunch of events in Liverpool. I've also been traveling to Sweden, and just the amount of different leaders that you see in these tournaments is great. But this weekend is on a whole other level. I can't believe it, honestly, the variety.
Yeah, you should have seen the list of all the leaders and all the combinations that we saw at the start of day one. It was amazing. And I think that's really nice. It's hard for a competitive player, of course, to prepare, because what can you prepare for if you just know that it could be anything, right?
Yep.
Of course, you have like the different types of decks and different ways to play, but still, there's like these little things that change it up a bit, and that can like be the difference in the whole match.
Absolutely. So I'm trying to think. I'm putting myself into the shoes of the Anakin player here. How do you try and win this game? And my gut feeling is you've got to try and take advantage of the downside of Colossus having that one less card in hand and utilize those discard tools such as pillage, such as force throw, and maybe then if you just put Ithil in a spot where they've got no cards in hand and not that many resources, you might just be able to restrict the amount of cards that they have available, and you might find yourself having an opportunity. If that super laser blaster comes through uncontested, it could be a problem. So I think Alexandre, my gut feeling is they're going to try and go down the route of maximizing the power of cards like Force Throw and Pillage, but we'll have to see if I'm right. For Grand Admiral Thrawn, more of the same. Control the board, dominate the late game.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent strategy to try to just get rid of every single card Ithil can have in his hand.
Yep.
And yeah.
It is going to be a mulligan from Alexandre, always risky in Star Wars Unlimited. On the other side, it looks like Ithil is pretty happy with what they've got. That Grand Admiral Thrawn, of course, once we do enter the action phase, Ithil will begin to get all of the information they could possibly wish for.
Yeah, as soon as Ithil is... well, he's probably not going to start, right? We're going to see Alexander start because he's the aggressor in this matchup. So let's see if he gets something nice on the curve that he can actually play from the first round, and yeah, see what the answer will be. Probably check what Alexander has as a top deck, and go from there. Start writing down, start making notes.
And of course, it's going to be crucial if you're Alexandre to find a unit to play immediately. But Ithil also, I'm sure, is going to have more than a couple of ways of dealing with Alexandre's early units. We saw them being clear. We're going to see the Anakin come through. I love this play, just playing passively, and then... oh, there's no card to play. It's just going to be the Anakin self-damage. Alexandre not finding necessarily a unit. There is also an argument they wouldn't play it because it's just going to get removed, but I think you've just got to get all that removal out from Ithil. If you've got a unit, I'm fairly sure we would have seen it come down.
Yeah, I also think that as soon as you get a unit, especially in the seat of Alexander, you want to get that out. Even like you said, it will get removed for sure. That's what Ithil is trying to do. That's his gimmick for this matchup. But if you decide on not playing anything, then you might as well concede from the start, I think.
And we're going to see Anakin continue to put more damage into their own base. This is all we've really seen Anakin do so far, damage themselves. And that doesn't seem like the best leader in this matchup. It can be absolutely devastating elsewhere, but the game plan for Alexandre is continue to damage their own base, try and get Anakin surviving on the board, and deal as much damage with Anakin as they can.
Yeah, it's spicy because Ithil is built to get into that late game, right? And then we see stuff going down like the Annihilator, and then you know it's GG because he already chopped so much damage on his own base.
The Grand Admiral Thrawn. Django is no more, but there is still an exhaustion leader in Cunning, and it is Grand Admiral Thrawn spending that one resource to exhaust the spaceship Cham will come through. Again, no extra when played ability here, just being played as a 5 power, 4 HP character. Anakin's going to come through and more self-damage. Of course, there's no characters, no units for Ethel to even be challenged into. It's just about right now trying to beef up Anakin and Anakin's interceptor to try and finish the job, but it doesn't look great for Alexandre.
Yeah, the thing is, Itila probably already has an answer, right, for all the units, probably Super Blast or something like that he got ready, so he's not that scared right now. You can build up your board, sure, go ahead, pump as much units as you can, please do, so I can just waste one of my board clears to get rid of everything you got.
Grand Admiral Thrawn is going to take a peek, and Ethel, I'm sure, is going to write down some notes. They know, again, exactly what is coming on each side, and that is powerful in of itself. And the initiative is with Ethel, and they're going to immediately go for the Thrawn ability. And Cham, you might have 5 power, but if you're exhausted, there's not much you can do with it, as then we do see 3 damage onto the Colossus, but there's 32 more needed.
Yeah, 32 seems like a big number. It's certainly possible if you see the deck list of Alexander and what we've already seen of him on stream, but not if his cards keeps getting removed, right?
Yep, Cham is no more. I am your father deals with it swiftly. Alexandra does not say no, and Cham is no more.
I think Itil just took initiative as well and is writing down some more information. Yeah, I think we're going to the regroup phase, right?
Yeah, I am your father. Really, really powerful there. There is still the opportunity for that Anakin leader. That will come through. More self-damage. It's not doing much, but it is potentially beefing up the Anakin. And we saw in the previous game, it got to a stage where Ithil just dominated the game. So actually this HP does not really protect them much. They just need as much damage as they can get, and trying to beef up their Anakin leader, of course, getting extra power for every 5 damage on their base. But Alexandra, we talked about the strategy early on. It might be about that hand disruption, discarding cards with pillage and force throw. We haven't seen anything like that yet, and the initiative is still with Ethel, who is, of course, going to take a peek. And Ethel might know, of course, then if the pillage is coming, right? They can peek at it and potentially see it and then play around it to some degree.
Yeah, but then I'm wondering how he's going to play around it, right? He wants the cards in his hand. He wants to have the control, like we would say. So I don't think, like, if he saw that some card like that could discard his cards would come up. And once again, we see Thrawn here getting utilized to exhaust another unit. But as I was saying, he's not going to just play his cards because they might get discarded, right?
Wow, Grand Admiral Thrawn, you thought that one action this turn was enough, but no. Also the epic action of Thrawn entering the ground arena. I have been so impressed by this leader in this round 11 so far.
Yeah, he's doing very good. Indeed, another leader that I was expecting to see here with such a good record.
Yep.
But Itil really mastered him, I would say.
Absolutely. And don't forget, we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss after this before a harsh cut to the top 8. And that is going to be incredibly difficult to qualify for. So both players needing a win in this one. Grand Admiral Thrawn will be defeated with Rivals Full, the Vigilance card for Alexandre.
A nice answer to the question that Itil brought up with his Admiral on the field. Looks like he's getting an upgrade, which isn't the best upgrade, in my opinion. Yeah,
I have a feeling you could be right. But Anakin now has entered the board, and it will be going straight to base. Ethel currently at 6 resources, and that is crucial. Doesn't have an 8th resource. They can only go to 7 this turn. Is this a 1-turn window then for Alexandre to really try and put in some work? And there's a ton of aggression cards there that I can see in Alexandre's hand. Perhaps things like force throw, things like pillage, looking for the right moment to strike with them. It's that enticing reward bounty that has been attached.
Yeah, this will be the moment. If he can pump out as much as he can, to get discarding cards here from Ithil, that would be great. Like just play his hand empty in one turn would be perfect, right?
Absolutely. Ithil, 7 resources. So Alexandra has got the Anakin down on time. If this Anakin comes down a turn later, you are taking the risk of playing directly into it. But Grand Admiral Thrawn has taken over Anakin. We are going to see Confiscate also remove that bounty, but Thrawn is just giving Ithil so much protection here. 35 HP base plus Thrawn continuing to exhaust units is so powerful. And here we go. More discard, more information. It's Bazine. 2 pillages it looks like. It looks like a force throw as well.
Ithil is laughing. He knows what's coming, right?
Yeah. In fact, it might even be 3 pillages. 3 pillages and 1 force throw. That is absolutely obscene. But Ithil then has been doing a really good job of trying to keep as many cards in hand as possible. These kinds of discard tools, as we do see them actually left, then they have not been taken down. The thing is, if you discard a pillage, there's 2 more that can follow it, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, he discarded a unit.
Yep.
What does that mean in my head? He probably has an answer to the units on the field already.
Yeah, you could be right.
So if he's like starving Alexander from having units, then he can also not play.
But it is a much, much tighter game than we saw in the previous game. Ithil is definitely feeling the pressure a little bit more, as we can see that they do have 19 HP remaining. Board control in favour of Alexandra, as we see another swing into the base of Ithil, who now has 16 HP remaining.
The first pillage is coming out.
There we go. This is the strategy we potentially identify, but look at Ithil playing around it masterfully. The more cards you have in hand...
Oh, do you see what he has in his hand?
I think I saw it.
Laser blast. So, yeah, I think we could have been right that the idea of Ithil was to starve Alexander from units.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the play. And just blast it whenever he can.
It's going to be it's going to be force throw.
Yeah.
More discards coming through. The Bazine will be dealt with as well. But you haven't been able to discard everything. Ithil masterfully making sure that they did not give Alexandra an opportunity to discard their whole hand. Because if you don't have to discard your whole hand, you've just got 1 card left in hand. That means that you can keep that super laser blaster at all times. So Ithil doing really well to ensure that they didn't play into a heavy discard strategy, and they held enough cards in hand to play around that potentially menacing play by Alexandre. The super laser blaster would clear 3 units from the board here at once, and Ithil has the initiative as well.
Yeah, it would be very worth it. Probably he's going to wait, right, to play it. Oh no, he actually does it instantly. Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, me too. I thought he was going to wait to see if Alexander maybe pulled another unit from his deck, but he doesn't really care that much. He wants to clear it right now.
Yeah, that's the dynamic of Star Wars Unlimited. If Ithil just hesitates there, Alexandre can just go straight to base, and then it would be back on Ithil to do something about it. Ithil is aware that the more damage they have on their base right now, the closer the window of opportunity is for Alexandre, and they want to keep as much health, as much of a safety net as they can as Cassian comes in and comes through.
Yeah, Cassian getting smuggled and the Yoda's coming out. Looks like Alexander did find the units that he needed, because when we saw his hand, it was empty, right? The only events.
Yeah, absolutely. Yoda and Cassian down now. So another force unit on the board, and the initiative still with Ithil. Like, Ithil has just had control of this initiative token the whole time, not taking many actions per turn, and yet more information for Grand Admiral Thrawn. I am so impressed by this leader right now.
Yeah, it's very nice to watch as well, I think. That being said, 8 damage on the Anakin base.
Yep.
We're seeing, help me do the math, we see 1822.
Yep.
That's correct.
Perfect.
On Ithil. And there's only 12 minutes left on the clock.
And we see another ambush, the Bounty Hunter crew, and it adds back that Super Laser Blaster to hand. That is one way to mitigate potential discard value, by just adding back powerful events to your hand.
Yeah, now Itilis needs to make some decisions. Is he going to bait out more units, or is he going to start clearing as soon as he can? He still has the opportunity to exhaust another unit, right, when it's necessary in the next turn with his commander. But yeah, what will he do?
Absolutely. 10 HP remains for Ethel.
Discarding his whole hand.
Unbelievable stuff. Was that the double pillage? It was. Alexandre paying 8 resources to discard 4 cards, and this could provide that window of opportunity to close out the game with just 10 HP remaining for Ethel. But Ethel will, of course, draw 2 cards, and drawing 2 cards at the start of your turn makes cards like Pillage a little bit worse, because if Ethel can just top deck perfectly here, they could still stabilize. Grand Admiral Thrawn is going to be revealing the top card of Alexandre's deck. It's going to be tech, but that will enable them to exhaust the Cassian and keep a little bit more HP available on their base.
The Sentinel coming down here with the shield, but it was very nice of Alexander to wait until the Bounty crew got played, right? To get that he saw that the Super Blast was actually getting discarded once again.
Yep. But this is suddenly a absolute nail-biter. Alexandre utilizing the pillages to their full potential. 4 cards were discarded in a single swoop last turn, and Alexandre suddenly seems to be in a very strong position. But the longer this one goes on, the more Ethel could be able to stabilize. Imagine a force throw at this stage, forcing Ethel to discard that last card. It could be spectacular. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's a nail-biter for sure. In my opinion, right now, I'm scared to say this because I've been wrong so many times. Alexander is in the pole position of this game.
I think you could be right, but a top deck of a Super Laser Blaster could change it all, and Ethel claims that initiative, certainly not for the last time in this game. He might be looking to see how many force throws are gone, how many pillages are gone, as we do go in to the next regroup phase. A card will be resourced for Ethel. That leaves them with 2 cards in hand. They do have the initiative, but also they've got all that information from the cards like Bazine, from the Thrawn. They've been taking notes the whole time, and they have all of the information that they could possibly need. They probably know exactly what could be in Alexandre's hand. They don't know exactly the composition of the hand, but they know what it could be, because of course Alexandre's been resourcing as well.
Yeah, it's always a 50-50, right? It's a card that you know and a card that is unknown for you. So yeah, probably depending on how good you know the matchup.
Wow!
Ooh.
It's going to be Thrawn again, continuing to exhaust units, but Alexandre has begun to overload this Thrawn. If you've only got 1 unit on your side, Thrawn can make light work of it, but Thrawn cannot deal and exhaust multiple units at once. So now Cassian does have the opportunity to deal 3 to base. Just 7 HP remains for Ethel.
Only 7, that's not much, but it's enough. We've already seen it with Kiras, that even 1 HP is enough to win the game, so yeah.
Very, very intense game. Ethel is up against the Kosh here, and there we go. Alexandre suddenly dropping the Crate Dragon. 10 power, 10 HP. Could this indeed change the tide of this game? A Super Laser Blaster still for Ethel. If they claim initiative and clear the board, might give them enough opportunity to stabilize. It's going to be a scoop though. Unbelievable.
8 minutes left on the clock. Wow. So yeah, let's. I don't know how Ethel is going to fix this.
Wow, we're going to go to a game 3. Can you believe it? Anakin does the business. Of course, the Super Laser Blaster with the Crate Dragon would go directly to base. So the Crate Dragon countering the Super Laser Blaster. And that's why we see the scoop. Absolutely incredible game. And I can't believe it. But we're going to game 3 with 8 minutes on the time.
Looks like they do have a fun time. Look at the players; they're smiling, they're talking, and that's just so great to see. Even though it's a highly competitive scene, it's a highly competitive game, very important for today. They're still having a lot of fun, and I think that's very nice.
Absolutely, so fascinating. That Crate Dragon, just all that Ethel needed to see to go to the final game. Of course, it would have been able to go direct to base. Enough damage was done by Anakin. Absolutely brilliant.
Let's see. Did you see that he went into the extra deck to sideboard, or did he just start shuffling instantly?
I didn't see them go to the sideboard, I have to say. I didn't see them go over to the sideboard.
I guess they're ready. Doesn't matter if they start or going second for Alexander. His deck is ready to go.
We will be going into the third and final game. 6 minutes and 45 seconds is on the clock. That is not a lot of time to finish this one.
And let's see how Ethel will start his round.
Alexandre, again, that play in the last game, that double pillage was just incredible.
Yeah, I think, like we called it, Alexander's play now is just to hand control actually Ethel, while Ethel is trying to control the board, right?
Yep.
And that worked out perfectly.
Alexandre resourcing a couple of cards, Ethel doing the same, and of course Grand Admiral Thrawn will take a peek, but there's just 6 minutes on the clock. Not long at all, particularly if you're Ethel, you would imagine. But here we go, it's going to be fast-paced, it's going to be frenetic. We're going to see that Anakin damaging their own base, of course, as Sabine Wren enters the ground arena.
He's going to peek once again, going to note it down. I think it must be very hard as a player to play Tron.
Yeah.
You need to think of so many things. You need to be consistently knowing what can happen, what is the information that I have, what is the information that I know of.
I think it's a really good point. And also, as we see the Sabine exhausted, just making sure that you're making notes nice and neatly. I know if it was me, I'm a bit of a messy handwriter. I think my notes would be all over the place, but making sure you're tracking the hand nice and efficiently. We're going to see Anakin again, dealing more damage to Alexandre's own base, trying to get that Anakin leader as beefed up as possible.
Yeah, look like they both are pumping up the pace of this game. They both know they're on the clock. Only 5 more minutes left. And yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see a winner when we saw both of these decks play out.
More peeking for Ethel. Looking at the top card of each player's deck, it's going to be the Sabine. Ready and waiting, of course, can go to base, but Grand Admiral Thrawn might have other ideas, and Sabine will be exhausted, costing 1 resource.
Yeah, exhausting Sabine is a very good play, I think, here, because you want to like limit the amount of damage that's on your base. Oh, the Stila Guerrera coming down. A very powerful card here for Alexander.
Yeah, and look at the pace that Alexandra is going at, knowing there's only 4 minutes left on the clock. Wanting to try and resolve this third and final game in the series. Alexandre, not a single draw to their name at this stage, and frankly, I don't think a draw suits either of our players here, which is why we're seeing it being so fast-paced. Top 8 cut, you're going to need an extraordinary record, and a draw, it might be enough for Alexandre. For Ethel, who has a slightly worse record, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, it's not what you want, especially not for the position that Ethel is in. Maybe that's why he instantly scooped as well, because he knows the only chance I have to get into that top 8 is if I win this, right?
I think you'd be right. And we are going to be Grand Admiral Thrawn peaking yet again. And this initiative token, I feel like it's just almost glued to the table here for Ethel. It has not really moved.
No, we haven't seen the initiative token change sides at all.
We are going to see the client.
They're going to bash into each other, destroying each other's shields. That gives, Alexander the opportunity to go into base, right?
It certainly does. And we are then going to see another ambush come through. Clean up that Sentinel, which was protecting Stila. It was protecting Sabine.
It's being a very good Sentinel here for Alexander. Just soaking up a lot of damage, making Ethel make some annoying plays, so to say, plays that you'd rather not make, right?
And I think this might have been the first time in this game that we actually see the Anakin ability providing an extra bit of power to make a favourable trade. Sabine taking down the client. We then see Steeler going into the base. So 11 HP.
And meanwhile,
11 damage
Cassian
done.
got smuggled out here.
Wow. That was a very, very impressive turn by Alexandra, and they're going to 6 resources next, and that means that it could be time for Anakin. I have to say, Alexandra is making a really quick and powerful start to this game. Ethan is a little bit under the cosh, but time is the great enemy for both players here.
Yeah, only 2 more minutes on the clock, so yeah, it's going to be a toughie.
Sabine, Steeler and Cassian are ready and waiting. Of course, Grand Admiral Thrawn has the initiative. We could see the Thrawn ability used, but it's only going to be able to exhaust a single card. So it's going to be the Syndicate lackeys taking out Steeler. That does have a when defeated effect, and it will be utilized. They're just cleaning up the tokens on the board, all doing it very fast pace. Of course, Steeler's going to look at the top 2. The top 10 and pick 2.
Yep, another pillage.
Yep.
So it looks like Alexander has 2 in hand, if I remember correctly. I think the play here was indeed to get rid of the units because they will start bashing the base, right, as soon as they can.
Yep. My mistake. The Steeler there is dealing 2 damage to the base.
Yep.
You look at the top 8 and you take 1. And it was the pillage. No surprises there. The Sabine has now been exhausted. But the Cassian is still ready. But for how much longer? Grand Admiral Thrawn actually not exhausting the Cassian there, but coming down as a ground unit instead. So Cassian able to deal more damage to the base. 1 minute left, but Ethel has only 18 HP. Well, actually, there's a slight change because of the Vigilance healing the base for 5.
Healing the base for 5 can be crucial in moments like this, with only 45 seconds on the clock. Anakin coming down here with exactly 2, so it's going to be a 6-7, which is pretty powerful if he can start swinging. And but he gets exhausted once again by the Admiral, and that's what we saw last time as well, right? As soon as Anakin comes out, he gets exhausted. Basically stun locked.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to take that ability when attacking for Thrawn is really nice. It's a big old wide board now being developed for Alexandre, trying to overload the exhaustion effect of Grand Admiral Thrawn, but take a peek at the clock. 10 seconds on the clock. Now, there is sometimes that the judge clock is slightly different from the one we have here, so we'll get confirmation, but it looks as though we will be able to be playing out this whole turn as well as the one after it.
So we're going to the regroup phase. Ethel still has the initiative. He's going to exhaust Anakin as fast as he can.
We're going to get confirmation, but we believe now, my understanding is going to be that this turn will not be the last. We're going to have one more regroup phase. It depends exactly when the time was called, but I believe that the players are going to have one more turn to try and seal the deal. So if you're Ethel at this stage, it's probably just try and hang on. And if you're Alexandra, you've got to try and finish the job.
Yeah, being in Alexander's position, you just know you're going to get removed and stuff like that.
Is he could he say no here? I am your father. You could say no at this stage. Allow Ethel to draw 3 cards. I mean, when time's been called on the rounds, those 3 cards from I am your father is not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, true. I actually think he said no. I saw him shake his head at least.
Wow, there we go.
Ethel really got confused there.
As it turns out, he is not his father. Very cool to see. And actually, a rare downside there of I am your father. You don't see it that often, but in this case, when there's only a turn left in the game, it makes perfect sense to keep that Anakin on the board and try to finish the job. But Ethel now, a bunch more cards available to try and control this board.
100%. I think it's a bit scary to actually give a control player that many cards, right? Because you know each of these cards could be any board wipe, and that would be very sad to see.
Yep, and we do see Fell the Dragon defeating a non-leader unit there. Cham has been dealt with. R2-D2 and Anakin remain on the board, as does Grand Admiral Thrawn, of course, which is going to be able to exhaust a unit on attack, and you would imagine that Ethel's going to take control of that initiative token as quickly as possible. Ethel's currently at 7 resources, can go to 8 next turn. So I think Alexandra here is just saying that they're out. Their chance of winning is that their opponent doesn't have the Super Laser Blaster for the next turn. But Luke comes through, the Jedi Knight.
Yeah, having Luke on board as well is already another big hitter. You got Anakin, you got Luke, so as the initiative is for Ethel, I think.
There it is, the Super Laser Blaster. It's going to be a draw. Ethel had it. Alexandra said, my opportunity to win is that you don't have the Super Laser Blaster, but Ethel certainly had it, and it is going to be, after all of that, honors even.
Yeah, we already saw it in the hand, right? So we knew it was coming down. I was a bit surprised, but I guess he intentionally kept it for the time action phase, right? Yeah. So yeah, there was nothing more Alexander could have done. They're both going into the next round with each a draw on their record. For Ethel, it is a second draw, I think.
It is, yeah.
Not looking that great for Ethel, but I think Alexander is still in the clear, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Alexandra now with 9 wins, 2 draws and a single loss. Very, very solid record, that's for sure. But it is unbelievably difficult to make that top 8. So you need a really, really strong record. So a draw at this stage is going to feel pretty much like a loss for both.
For sure, yeah.
But I think for Alexandra in particular, they'll know more than we do. They'll be doing all the maths. We are going to go into a break, though, because round 12 is not far away. 2 more rounds of Swiss today before our top 8 cut. Don't go anywhere.
my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier from Lille in France. The biggest Star Wars tournament of the season in Europe. The biggest Star Wars tournament to date anywhere, ever. And for the next round, you got myself, Ross, and the lovely Ben Fitzpatrick showing you the action. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing well, I'm doing well. I have to say, I was absolutely captivated by that previous round feature match. Grand Admiral Thrawn from Spark of Rebellion. I was very, very interested in that leader when it came out right at the start of the game, and I'm so glad to see that there are still some people that are believing in the patient but punishing Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I believe there's both different Thrawn, actually, kind of running around in day 2 here, which is kind of cool. Had a sneaky look before we came on. We've no undefeated players left, unfortunately.
Wow.
But we do have 4 10 and 1s, all on different decks. We've got both different Han Solo, a Sabine and a Rey, that are sitting there at 10 and 1 at the moment. 10 wins, 1 loss. So that's kind of interesting. Those are the 4 players right now in pole position. There's a 9-1-1 Anakin, and then a bunch of 9-2s. So those 4 10-1s are the players we are looking at. But today, for this round, we are looking at Yoni and Matthew here, and we are going to be seeing a more straightforward matchup than we might have seen for a little while. It's Cad Bane against Sabine Wren.
Yeah.
No, this is the only player in the whole venue playing it, Deck.
Yeah, this is more of a matchup that you would have maybe expected to see more at the sector qualifiers during the pre-suspension Sabine Energy Conversion Lab with Cad Bane at Tarkin Town. Cad Bane, one of the decks that a few members of the Star Wars Unlimited community believed was going to be the answer, was going to be the counter to Jango Tarkin Town, but it doesn't have to be a counter anymore. It can go freely and do its own thing.
That was the big deck I was watching coming into the Liverpool sector. I was looking at this Cad Bane because a lot of people were playing it in different aspects. It wasn't always the same aspect, but there were a bunch of people playing it and doing well in little tournaments, and I'm coming into that tournament thinking, hang on a second, could it be Cad Bane? Well, it wasn't then, but maybe it could be now. We got Yoni on the left with Sabine. We got Matthew on the right with Cad Bane, and we are going to be rolling in here, and we'll get those cards sorted out for you in a second on the screen. For now, we got Sabine, we got Cad Bane, and we are going to be rolling in just as soon as we've, sorted out our mulligan on the left for Yoni here.
Yeah, of course, both of these decks known quantities, so we can know roughly what to expect. Sabine Wren Energy Conversion Lab, we saw it in round 10 today already, taking down that Chancellor Palp, that Flip Palp, by a 2-0 victory. But for Cad Bane, the message is simple here. Whenever you play an Underworld card, you get to exhaust the leader on its leader side. If you do, an opponent chooses a unit they control and deal 1 damage to it, and you get the same on the leader deployment side, except it's 2 damage once per round whenever you play an Underworld card, and it is a Raid 2 leader unit as well, so it attacks as a 4-2. But getting a load of those Underworld units on the board, we've got Forlorn, we've got Zuckuss, Greedo, Boba Fett, Bosk, Jabba the Hutt, all of your favorite original trilogy characters and units making their way into this list.
And of course, McClunky, that event card we've been seeing a lot with these Underworld cards, bouncing them back to your hand while dealing free damage. There is a lot of Underworld. We are kind of going full Underworld here when we're playing Cad Bane, and that is what we see here. So, looks like we are finally getting our 2 resources down at the beginning of the game. You draw 6 cards, 2 become resources, 4 become your hand with which to start the game. That has happened, and it looks like we are rolling. Here we go. Ooh, playing down that crafty spacer right at the beginning here.
Yeah, Cartel Spacer, not the ideal phase 1 play that you'd be looking for. Doesn't get its when played ability to potentially exhaust an enemy unit that costs 4 or less. Of course, there's no other units that you could be able to have on the board at that point, with it having the cunning aspect, and a Battlefield Marine in the reply for Yoni here, as well as we're going to deal 1 damage to each base with that Sabine Wren leader ping.
And to be fair, that Battlefield Marine is a pretty ideal turn 1 play. It's a big, nice statted card for 2 costs, and then it can get buffed up by things like Fleet Lieutenant, for instance, like Wing Leader. That Rebel keyword, one of the best things about this card. There's a lot of cards in the deck. In the same way Machi's playing a real Underworld package, Yoni's playing a real Rebel package here.
Yeah, and it's perfectly supported by cards like Fleet Lieutenant, like cards like Medal Ceremony that we saw in round 10, those Rebels Matters kind of cards. And it's right, it is kind of a different clashing of the 2 packages here, that Rebel core package against the Underworld core package. As speaking of Underworld core package, we get a Mist Hunter into play.
Yeah, on attack, you get to draw a card if you played a Bounty Hunter or Pilot this phase, so not yet, but you know, maybe in the future. But Battlefield Marine goes into that base set, doing free damage, which is not too shabby. And here we come. We are bringing out, we're smuggling our Cassian Andor here. I believe that was smuggled.
No, it wasn't.
Was it not smuggled?
No, I don't believe it was.
Why do we keep seeing people not smuggled? Second time in a row.
Well, I think it's purely just for the tempo here, as we've seen throughout day 2 and throughout these Sabine Wren players. They're not actually just seeing Cassian Andor and focusing on that smuggle keyword and its ability to be played out ready if you smuggle it in. They say, okay, you know what? I'm a Sabine Wren. I want to keep the advantage and I want to keep the tempo as much as I possibly can until I potentially run out of resources. I don't want to run out of resources, Ross. I want to go, and I want to go quickly.
Well, he's still got a 3-5 bully on the board. It ain't too bad. Now, Boba Fett comes down as a pilot, and then Battlefield Marine is gone. And, of course, yeah, you get to... This is nice. I like this. This is very nice. When, of course, you play Boba Fett, you deal 1 damage to a unit. But if you're attached to a transport, you deal 2 damage instead. That's why that Fleet Lieutenant went down.
Yeah, really, really nice combination there. And, of course, Boba Fett is a bounty hunter unit
he is.
and a pilot as well.
He
so
is.
double check marks on the Mist Hunter ability. So Machi replacing the Boba Fett pilot in the hand. It does also have the capability to be played down on the ground arena, as quite a lot of these pilots from Jump to Lightspeed do, as a 5-4 for 5 with a shield, but it's even better when it's in the air. Just 2 resources it takes, leaving 2 resources open.
That was quite nice indeed there. And, of course, you're only drawing 1 card with the Mist Hunter, but you're right. The fact that it's a Bounty Hunter and an Underworld means that you can get that going quite nicely. Really nice play there. Getting rid of that Battlefield Marine and then having that big pilot so that you can attack with the Mist Hunter very nicely. Cartel Spacer just swings in here. It's not doing too much, but you get a couple cheeky damage. That'll do.
Absolutely, and especially when you're up against a 25 HP base. Both players are running those rare bases from Spark of Rebellion. Energy Conversion Lab for Sabine Wren. Tarkin Town, the choice for Mathieu, as the Sabine Wren leader is going to go ahead and deploy one of the lowest cost leaders to deploy in the game at just 4 resources. There's only a handful of leaders that are able to do that. Let's see if Mathieu can get rid of this Sabine Wren, or at least temper it for a couple of phases with something like No Good to Me Dead as soon as it's deployed, or is Yoni going to get a little bit of advantage from it immediately?
Well, you do get to do 2 damage, and of course then on attack you get an extra damage to each enemy base. Of course only 1 enemy base here, but in something like Twin Suns you would damage all of them, which makes it a lot more fun. So we need an answer really to Sabine, but bear in mind that Cassian Andor is still there doing a bit of damage. Essentially right now Mathieu is owning space and Yoni is owning the ground arena.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue that Mathieu is running into here because of that Poe Dameron. We see the McClunky get played down out from hand.
And this means that you are going to be able to deal free damage to Cassian Andor, but if you play that Cartel Spacer now, do we have another cunning unit?
We do,
but the Mist Hunter, isn't it?
But we don't have enough resources to play it back down. We're still stuck on 4. What it does mean, however, is that we do have Tarkin Town Epic Action available. We previously didn't in that previous action. That was the point that I was making, is that you can go ahead and try and get the Tarkin Town Epic Action utilized, but Cassian Andor has 5 HP, so the 3 damage wouldn't be enough to clear it, and that's exactly what you tend to look for when you use that Epic Action. You can only use it once per game, so you want to make sure you're using it to its best capability and clearing a leader away.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearing away the leader is what you're looking for. So, here we go back onto... Yeah, we're still here with that Sabine Wren. That's the point I'm making it. That Sabine Wren is... It's causing a little bit of an issue. You want it off the board. It is a weaker leader because it is so quick to deploy out, but... You still got to take it out, or it's going to be doing damage. Of course, it's got that really nice on-attack skill that does extra damage to the enemy base, allows you to maybe take out a unit while also pinging the base if you so wish. Looks like we are just going to be swinging into base with the unit, or are we? Yes, we are. So, unfortunately, not able to remove Sabine before she's able to go into the base. And we've got 12 damage already onto that base. But it's actually 12 on both right now.
Yeah, I understand, and I think it makes complete sense here to go ahead and attack with a Sabine Wren leader unit before using any of those 4 readied resources. Just making sure that you're not running into any sort of tricks that Mathieu might be howling into hand. You're a little bit safer knowing that there's only 1 resource open, so it's only really something like another McClunky that you could be utilizing here, but you'd have to return the Mist Hunter back into hand. It's going to be Greedo that's going to be the immediate answer, and Yoni here is going to go ahead, Energy Conversion Lab into the K2SO to clear that Greedo.
Comes in with ambush, gets rid of Greedo immediately, and of course K2SO does have that skill. Well, firstly we got Overwhelm, which is very nice, but secondly we got that skill whereby when defeated you can either feel free damage to a base or make your opponent discard a card from their hand. I'm always far more of a fan of doing the base damage, but we've seen a couple times on stream this weekend, sometimes getting that 1 card out of your opponent's hand, it's just more fun.
And the reason why that IG 2000 has just gone into the discard pile as well is that Mathieu attempting to use the when defeated effect of Greedo. When it goes down, you may discard a card from your deck. If it's not a unit, deal 2 damage to a ground unit. So I was looking to try and clear away either the Cassian Andor or the K2SO here to then use the Tarkin Town Epic Action on the other one and get a little bit more tempo, but not to be. And in the end, he's just going to go ahead and claim.
Yeah, that could have been a much better turn. I agree with you there. If that Greedo had hit something that wasn't a unit, that would have been a much better turn. Of course, if we have a look, the majority of the deck is units. Let's be clear. The odds were not great for hitting a non-unit. We're basically talking 13 out of 50. There was a 26% chance, which it wasn't actually because there's a bunch of cards out of the deck, but with a full deck, it would have been a 26% chance. Not a great chance. Didn't hit it there, but I agree with trying it there because had you hit that Oh, the swing would have been beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm completely with you, especially with that Mist Hunter still in space. There's the Cartel Spacer now being played back down after it was bounced to hand from McClunky in the previous phase. We do this time have an additional cunning unit that is on the board, and it's going to be the K2SO that we are going to exhaust down for the remainder of this phase.
I mean, that is representing the largest amount of damage that can be thrown in. That's a 4, Sabine's a 2, Cassian Andor is a 3. So you get rid of the, or at least, you exhaust down the unit, which is potentially putting the most damage back into your base or one of your ground units that you might wish to play down. So, yeah, I see why that's the option here.
And depending on what Matthew plays as well as the next action for this action phase, there could have been the opportunity for Yoni to just go ahead and trade in with whatever Matthew played down with the K2SO, try and get a little bit of overwhelm damage in, and then pop the when defeated ability. We have Surprise Strike going in here with that Mist Hunter. That was boosted up as well. That is a big 8 damage with the Surprise Strike and Pilot that is flying into the energy conversion lab. Just 5 more damage to find.
And that's big, because Matthew was falling behind a little bit on base damage here. What he really needed was a big swing into base. You got the 3 on the Mist Hunter, plus the 2 from your Boba Fett Pilot, plus the 3 from the Surprise Strike. That's 8 in total, but here comes something we've seen a bazillion times. It is the Darksaber coming down onto Sabine. There's no other friendly Mandalorian units to give a token, but here we go. It seems like we are doing enough damage here. And is that going to be game for Matthew?
It is.
Yeah,
indeed.
it is.
Yeah, Matthew scooping it up as soon as he sees that Darksaber attached onto the Sabine. That is perfect mass, and maybe even then some to take the game. And Matthew, I believe, with just 1 resource open, had no way to answer it. So Sabine Wren doing what it has done countless games across the initial year of Star Wars Unlimited, and win quickly.
Yeah, Sabine there taking the 1-0. That Darksaber absolutely the deciding factor in that game. And that's the thing about Darksaber is I keep looking at this card and I go, well, hang on a second. You don't get, like, I've seen this countless times, you don't get the extra stuff from Darksaber. You can ignore the aspect penalty, but there is no aspect penalty. You play in command. And when you attach it to a unit, you get to, you get on attack, give an experience token to each other friendly Mandalorian unit. And sometimes there's like the 2 cost Sabine down that you can use it with, but most of the time you don't use that. It's just a 4-3. But that's a ridiculous stat boost. And one of the points I made in that game, Sabine's stats aren't that great. They can't be that great. She deploys on 4. But when you put the Darksaber on, oh, her stats start looking very, very different. Much nicer. And yeah, that was enough to finish out the game. The big swing from Mist Hunter was fun. Not enough.
Yeah, and it's exactly why the reason that Darksaber is included now in Sabine decks is because she deploys on 4 resources. You can attack in first 2 actions with a couple of units that you've played out, then deploy Sabine. Then if there's no immediate answer, you've got Darksaber straight away. Sabine and leader units come in active and ready to attack into the base. So a massive swing in, which deals 3 ordinarily thanks to the on-attack ability. Add an extra 4 to that. That's 7 damage into base on the 4 resource phase. On phase 3 of the game, because you start with 2 resources. That is huge for an aggro deck.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely phenomenal. That's like 28% of the damage you need to do to take out your, well, 25 health base. Anyway, that is a big swing. And it's such a weird kind of card because on the one hand, I don't like playing cards when you're not getting full value, when you're not able to activate all the skills on the card. But, that 4 cost combined with the fact Sabine comes out on 4, the big stats boost makes perfect sense. So Yoni takes game 1 there with that aggro Sabine. Matthew got close to the Mist Hunter. Could we see them getting over the line with Cad Bane in this game 2?
Yeah, I imagine here that Matthew in sideboard construction will have accounted for the aggro matchups. It was bound to be and was hyped up to be one of the most represented and ended up being, in day 1, the most represented deck in the room for this regional qualifiers. So if I'm Matthew and I'm constructing my sideboard before this tournament, I am looking for those anti-aggro tools. I'm looking for stuff like No Good To Me Dead, Frozen in Carbonite, even some Sentinels here and there, just to hold that initiative as here we go, Matthew having an impactful phase 1 play this time. It's Bazine Natal.
Yeah, I love this. You get to look at your opponent's hand, you get to discard a card, and sure, they get to replace it, but they're going to replace it with something less good. Now, I'm actually seeing a couple decent 2-drop cards there. You've got the Sabine for the ground and the A-Wing for the space. There's some other, I mean, obviously the Cassian Andor we know is great, but it's not a turn 1 play, so here I'm trying to guess, what is my opponent's preferred turn 1 play, and I want rid of it.
I'm honestly scared of pretty much every single card in that hand there. Luke Skywalker.
It's a great hand.
It's an incredible hand. Luke Skywalker Pilot is fantastic. So many Command and heroes and players have been including that in its deck thanks to its versatility. You can attach as a pilot, and if the unit that you're piloting goes down, it just ejects and goes into the ground arena. Sabine Wren is your immediate phase 1 play on the ground. The A-Wing is the phase 1 play in the air, and then Cassian Andor is either the phase 2 play or the smuggle capability. So it's got that double threat value. Matthew here saying, you know what? I don't want you getting that ground advantage earlier. Take away that Sabine.
That would have been my choice here. Cad Bane generally plays a lot more in the ground than it does in space, so get rid of your opponent's biggest ground threat, I do think makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing just comes straight out there as the very obvious turn 1 play, but at least you didn't let him have Sabine.
Yeah, at least you didn't have Sabine, and obviously with the knowledge with Darksaber being in the list as well, potentially trying to play the longer game and saying, well, if Sabine Wren leader unit deploys and you get that Darksaber onto it, I don't want you getting that on-attack value here, as we're thinking about the McClunky to immediately deal with the A-Wing. Yoni still deciding on his third resource for this regroup phase. Eventually decides we're now into the action phase. Matthew has the first action with that initiative token.
And it's worth noting, Bazine, if you do bounce it back to hand, you have that phenomenal when played skill. And would you believe it, you actually do have enough resources open that you can just play it right back down again, get another card out of hand, giving your opponent, you know, again, they're not actually losing cards in hand, but they are still losing options. We do see Cassian Andor come down, and it is Bazine Natal, and we've got Poe,
oh my word,
we've got Fleet Lieutenant, and we've got Luke Skywalker. They are the options here. And again, I kind of want rid of all of them. Yeah, Poe for the long game. It's not for now, but in a couple turns' time, that Poe is going to be awkward.
Yeah, if we're going on a long game focus here for Matthew, Poe Dameron is absolutely the correct decision. But I was also very, very tempted by that Fleet Lieutenant. Cassian Andor is a rebel unit, so would get the +2/+2 in the when played ability there from Fleet Lieutenant to crash in for 5 damage. We are going to see Tarkin Town epic action used here. We didn't see that in game 1 from Matthew, only to deal the 3 damage, not clearing the way of Cassian just yet. And doesn't have the initiative as well. I was thinking, does he have the initiative to just go ahead, swing Bazine into Cassian and get rid of it? But no.
Oh, so I thought we were going to see a Fleet Lieutenant coming straight down here. We are resourcing. You've got to think that's going to be the turn 1, well, the first action in this action phase, given that Cassian Andor is not long for this game. Like that unit is not going to be staying around very long. Playing the Fleet Lieutenant to get a big swing with it would be kind of fun. I would enjoy that.
And I think it is, yeah.
There we go.
Exactly, it is going to be. It's the importance of having that initiative token and being able to manage that correctly in Star Wars Unlimited because of the back and forth nature of the action phase. There is that one window of opportunity that you only had to be able to deliver the punish. Here comes Forlom now, and it's not going after the Cassian because we've got the Cad Bane ping to deal with it first. Forlom ambushes into Fleet Lieutenant, clears the way for that. Cad Bane effect because we played an Underworld unit, and oh no, you only had 1 unit to deal the 1 damage ping to.
Yeah, that works absolutely beautifully, and that's why you left Cassian on 1 health remaining. You don't use your epic action to leave a unit on 1 health remaining unless you've got a clear way to do that 1 damage ping. And again, that really well planned out turn from Matthew going, I can clear the board except for Cassian, and then that 1 ping is guaranteed to take Cassian down. So a really nice use there of the epic action combined with Cad Bane. A complete board clearing here while keeping your Forlom and Nazine on the board ready to roll.
The issue that Mathieu has here defensively now is that Sabine Wren leader unit is going to be eligible to deploy on this phase. And Mathieu, with no resources available to him, only the Bazine ready to potentially attack, this Sabine Wren isn't going to be answered immediately. So I certainly see a temptation here and a potential line from Yoni to go ahead, deploy Sabine Wren leader unit. Mathieu will claim the initiative likely, sure, but Sabine Wren will be able to put 3 damage into the base at the very least. And it's even better, Mathieu attacks with Bazine, leaving Sabine Wren to go ahead and maybe attack, or Yoni can just claim.
Yeah, absolutely could just claim here if he wishes, and that does seem to be the option, but he's going to claim straight away. Now, do we have something like a Darksaber to make Sabine a lot more interesting next turn? But then again, there's only 4 health remaining. Forlorn could trade with Sabine, take that leader out straight away.
I see a Darksaber right in the front of Yoni's hand here. First action Darksaber could be huge because, like you say, Forlom with that 4 power and that one little bit of damage that was done thanks to the Bazine Natal attack would be enough to clear the way. We're going to epic action ECL our Poe Dameron out into board instead.
And now you're going to be getting Poe Dameron coming out. And we saw a Poe get discarded earlier in the game, remember? There was a whole thing about like, oh, well, I don't want Poe. I'm going to take Poe away from you. I don't think you should get a Poe. Well, there's another Poe coming down here. And yeah, Forlom goes away. You had to get rid of Forlom because either you put the Darksaber on Sabine or you get rid of Forlom. If one of those 2 things didn't happen, then that was going to be a very good trade. But here comes Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, and it worked out even better as well for Yoni because of the Energy Conversion Lab epic action being utilized. Poe Dameron was played with Ambush.
Yeah,
there.
it was.
So it was actually a temporary board clear in the ground arena for Yoni. And now that Jabba the Hutt being played down, gonna go and grab a Bamboozle here.
We like Bamboozle. Bamboozle's a really fun card. It's basically saying, look, you got a card I don't want, I'm going to get rid of it. You can play it for free by discarding a Cunning card, but what you're going to do is just exhaust the unit and return each upgrade on it to the hand. Now, did we wait for Darksaber to come down before that happened?
Yeah, it's difficult here to try and figure out when to time that Bamboozle correctly. Interestingly, is played out of aspect here as well. Bamboozle, a Cunning Heroism card, and Cad Bane in Cunning and Villainy. But that exhaustion effect and bouncing of the potential upgrades like that Darksaber, just too vital in deck building, according to Mathieu.
Well, and you can always discard a Cunning card from your hand instead of paying the cost.
Exactly.
So rather than paying it out of aspect, you can essentially just -1 card in hand to do so. Now, Darksaber hasn't come down yet. If I'm Mathieu, essentially I saw my opponent. Oh, here we go!
Wow!
With a surprise attack. Poe Dameron taken down by Jabba the Hutt of all units. So that is going to take him right down. We love that surprise strike there. Jabba comes in, takes out Poe. And if I'm Mathieu, I really want to wait to play Bamboozle until Darksaber comes down. However, I don't think Darksaber's coming down at this point because my opponent's had chances and it hasn't hit the board yet. So if he only does have it in hand, and I believe you when you say he does, is he slow rolling a little bit here? Is he trying to make Mathieu think he doesn't have it?
It's really, really awkward here for Yoni. Like you said, to try and time this correctly. We are at 6 resources, so Cad Bane is able to deploy on this phase, and Yoni's just going to slow roll this and play it a little bit more at a closer tempo. Sabine Wren just going to go ahead and attack, deal the 2 damage, and then the extra 1 from the on-attack ability. And Mathieu, with 4 resources still open, is going to slow roll things himself. He's not deploying that leader yet. It's just going to be the Greedo.
It's deploying Greedo, though. We like Greedo. Greedo's fun. And, of course, Greedo got that nice free attack stat line. Well, as it is, that Sabine has been unchecked for now. Darksaber, it works on, anything can get the bump from Darksaber, but it really does seem to be, well, any non-vehicle, of course. It really does seem to be here for Sabine, but if it's in hand, it is not coming down anytime soon, it seems. But we are using free resources. What are we playing with our free resources here?
Potentially something like
Or
Battlefield. It's a Green Squadron A-Wing that's going to go down, so a little bit of a pivot into the space arena. Mathieu will reply with the Cad Bane leader deployment. And now here comes a payment of 3 Sundari Peacekeepers with that restore ability. A great addition in the command heroism lists that a lot more players are utilizing now. There's not too much restore that goes on outside of vigilance heroism, but Sundari Peacekeepers is one of the few exceptions to that rule.
Yeah, Raid 2, Restore 2, excellent pair of little skills we've got here. And of course, we've got Raid 2 on that green Squadron A-Wing. So, Yoni's characters here, their units, looking a little bit better than they might at first seem. And just sneakily here, while we've been going along, Yoni has been kind of pinging away at the base at every opportunity, really far ahead damage-wise. 13 damage on Matthew's base, only 2 on Yoni's base here. So, really done a good job of controlling the board, getting those characters out, but also getting that damage into base when the opportunity arises.
Yeah, also Cad Bane has raid 2 as well, so we've got a lot of raiding going on in this matchup, and Mathieu is really having to consider and think about what action to take here. We've got 3 raw resources open still, so potentially can play something down like another Bazine Natal if we've got it. We can play maybe the original Boba Fett Disintegrator from Spark of Rebellion. Instead, we are going to go ahead and clear the way of that Sabine Wren leader unit. We don't want to provide the potential opportunity for Yoni to give it the Darksaber, but as you said, Ross, anything can and will get the Darksaber. We've seen it already today. What is this coming out of the hand now from the Matthew player? It is Relentless Pursuit out of hand. A 3-cost cunning event. Choose a friendly unit. It captures an enemy non-leader unit that costs the same as or less than it, and it's being put under the Cad Bane leader, so it's going to get a shield.
Yeah, we love this. This is a card we see a lot in these Cad Bane lists because, like you say, you can capture a unit, take one off the board, but then you also get that shield as well. So it's a way of basically temporarily removing a unit while also getting a shield to give yourself a little more bulk. And when you're using it on the leader, then, you know, you want your leader to stay around for as long as possible. Getting a shield on it, absolute win here, so really well timed. Yeah, we see a lot of players playing the organized play promo we see here. It's just people seem to love that card. That's the one I'm seeing way more often than the regular version.
Yeah, the organized play versions with their foil effects are absolutely gorgeous. I have a couple myself, and they are definite inclusions into any deck that I have the opportunity to utilize them here. Quick cleanup as well on the Relentless Pursuit. It's only Bounty Hunter units that get the Shields token when that is played, but with so many Bounty Hunter units being played in this Cad Bane Underworld Matters type package, you are going to be getting that shield more often than not. It was already difficult to try and get rid of 8 HP when it's deployed on Cad Bane. Now that it's got a shield on it, that's an extra attack that Yoni has to find.
Yeah, you look at these decks, you're generally playing things like Forlorn and Zuckus, Boba Fett, Cad Bane, Greedo, Boba Fett, Bosk. There are plenty of bounty hunters that we see popping up in these decks. So something like a Relentless Pursuit, really not a card you're going to struggle to get full value from. And I've made it quite clear, Ben, I like getting full value from my cards. You're only spending 4 resources, and this is some value. It is K2SO, one of my very favorite cards in the game.
Yeah, the issue that you've got with K2SO, though, here is that it can just get immediately answered on board thanks to that Cad Bane. The Raid 2 on the leader unit would be enough to defeat the K2SO, and all Matthew would do would pop the shield off of the leader unit. Yes, you give your opponent the when defeated ability. We're going to McClunky to start off with, though. Bounce Greedo back into the hand and deal 3 damage to the Sundari Peacekeepers. Now Cad Bane effect will trigger because McClunky is an Underworld card, and deal 2 damage to the KTSO at Yoni's choosing.
That sounds all right to me. We are working on that K2SO, but of course, anytime you will end up in a situation of, you know, you get the damage, but then when K2SO goes away, you do have that when defeated skill. It's one of the best when defeated skills we see in the game. Now, it looks like we're actually seeing Jabba here going in and removing that Sundari Peacekeeper. You don't want your opponent getting that restore on their base. Still a big discrepancy here in the amount of damage on the base. 17 for Matthew and only 4 for Yoni. That is a big difference. And, you know, the one thing Matthew's got going here, that Cad Bane is sticking on the board quite nicely. It's got a shield. He's gotten a lot of use out of the leader, and the Jabba's kind of hanging around. But these aren't these big endgame units you're using to finish the game.
Yeah, but it's enough right now for Matthew. Even with that 17 damage on his Tarkin Town base, he started to get into the position where he is starving Sabine Wren for resources, and that has historically always been the trap of Sabine Wren and any deck that is engineered to take out your opponent's base in quick succession. When that first game plan starts to stall out, you lose that tempo, and your opponent that might be a little bit more engineered to have that mid-game viability, have that potential to go a little bit longer with these big units like Cad Bane Leader and the Jabba the Hutt as well. It's really, really difficult for Yoni to be able to continue to respond. There is that trade that I had a feeling would be made throughout this phase. Cad Bane Leader unit into the K2SO. 3 more damage is going to go into base though.
Now there's only 5 left on that base. We are not far away from that Tarkin Town just essentially going away here. And that's, you know, it's all well and good having the board and, you know, starving your opponent of resources, but you do need to go after the base and get that happening. And all it's going to take from Yoni here is just a little bit of a ping here, a little bit of a ping there, 1 or 2 units surviving for a moment, and all of a sudden you can get that base and get it defeated.
Oh, timely intervention out of the smuggle.
Like
and
Wrecker.
And it's going to bring a Wrecker along with it. And there's the scoop immediately as well. The handshake, the timely intervention with Wrecker on play to deal 5 damage to a ground unit, but in the end the overwhelm will be enough to crash through, and Yoni on Sabine Wren command will take the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that Greedo's only got 1 health, so the overwhelm there is going to put 6 on the base. That is plenty to finish off that Tarkin Town and give Yoni the win there. So Wrecker, this is what I said a second ago, all it took was 1 big swing. It wasn't that big, but you know, 1 more move when you get that close to defeating your opponent, and Wrecker coming in with that overwhelm there, absolutely. And you know, we see Sabine, yes, you've got that energy conversion lab which gives that ambush, but then we've got other characters like the Cassian Andor that's going to come in active, and then you've got event cards that can give ambush as well. There's a lot of you didn't see this coming, now I've won the game potential in these Sabine decks.
And that's exactly how that game 2 finished. You did not see that timeless pursuit make its way out, or timely intervention make its way out of the smuggle. You don't expect that, because that's the beauty of the smuggle mechanic. They go into the resource row, able to utilize them to pay for your units events early game, and then later on, where it matters most, spring that surprise on your opponent, get that trap sprung, and in the end, take the victory. A really, really nice finish there, and another victory for Sabine on Energy Conversion Lab.
Another victory for Sabine on Energy Conversion Lab. How about another game from this round? We are trying our very hardest here, and it looks like we've got a round game matchup. We've got Peter here on Sabine against Fabian with Darth Vader. We are talking about the pilot Vader coming in here. So it looks like we are going to be rolling, and we've got ourselves a nice little ship coming down for Vader starting away here. You do have to forgive us a little bit, of course. We are jumping straight into a game. To be clear, we don't really know what game we're jumping into. It just comes up and it happens. That it does look like is a mercenary gunship. It's got an action that lets you take control of this unit, and any player can use the ability. Mercenary Gunship, fun card.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card to be played in this Darth Vader, the Pilot Vader deck. For those that maybe haven't been familiar with the Pilot Vader, it is a leader that relies all on attacking with non-token vehicle units first, and then creating TIE Fighter tokens if you do. So we see the attack in here with Mercenary Gunship. It is a vehicle on its types. So the leader ability will now be activated. Create that TIE Fighter token, and the Vader Swarm game plan is already kicking off. Both these decks as well, quite aggressive in their nature. Sabine Wren again on Energy Conversion Lab. A Sundari Peacekeeper was played down as well from Peter to just try and mitigate some of that early aggression that's going to be faced. That Raid 2 Restore 2 Mandalorian Trooper.
Yeah, we only just finished talking about Sundari Peacekeeper in the last game. Well, now we've got it coming out here as well in this game, doing a bit of fun as well. And here we see a Sanctioner's Shuttle coming down. It's got Coordinate, which unfortunately is, well, it is working here now. It captures an enemy non-leader unit that costs 3 or less. Because you've got that Vader skill that lets you play a TIE Fighter when you've attacked with a non-token ship, that gives you an extra unit, which gives you Coordinate.
And importantly as well for Fabian here, has stolen that Sundari Peacekeeper, captured it away, so there's going to be no restore options here from Peter for the time being. And it's even more important because obviously being a pilot and a vehicles matter style deck, there's not much ground capability that is going to be utilized here. It's going to be a full frontal assault in the space arena, so it's going to have to mitigate as much of that ground pressure as he possibly can with a card like this Sanctioner's Shuttle. Now here comes the leader.
Leader coming out on 4 as expected. And yeah, just to be clear, it is hard into space for this leader. That is a Death Star Skirmisher coming down. When played, if you control another space unit, you may exhaust a unit. Oh, that seems like a nice little answer to that leader that just deployed now, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfect response straight away. Vader leader ability being activated, and now we're just going ahead and attacking with everything now that Peter has claimed the initiative. And a Geonosian Patrol Fighter makes its way down onto the board as well. Can be played and has been played using the exploit mechanic, so defeating both of those TIE Fighter tokens means you're only going to pay 1 resource for the Geonosian Patrol Fighter, and when played will bounce a non-leader unit that costs 3 or less back to the owner's hand.
Yeah, this is very nice. We're seeing a lot of those ships. We're seeing the ships dealing with the ground here. Exhausting units, bouncing units, stealing units. These ships are actually doing a really good job. And this is what you need to think about. If you're going to be conducting your game largely in the space arena, you've got to have an answer to the ground arena. Don't ask me what happened in draft yesterday. When I ignored the ground arena, it did not go very well for me in my draft deck. The good news is here that Fabian far more prepared.
And now here is a Rebel Assault preparing to fire a big chunk of damage into the ground arena. Rebel Assault, a simple 1-cost event that when it uses attack with a Rebel unit, it gets +1 attack, and then do it again, being able to cheat that second attack action out for just the 1 there as well. A really, really important tool in Star Wars Unlimited.
And very nice when you got Sabine and K2SO just sitting there chilling on your field then, isn't it? So, we got space with Vader, we got ground with Peter here. 16 damage on the base of Vader, 13 on the base of Sabine, but do bear in mind that is that Energy Conversion Lab, which has less health to begin with. Vader's just chilling in Mos Eisley, which, to be fair, very accurate.
Here comes the 4 cores. I believe in all 4 hits there off of the top 4 cards. Find all of the heroism units there. They deal 1 damage for each of the heroism cards in that top 4 stack. And that's going to mean that Fabian is just 10 damage away from defeat. And all 4 cards are going to go into the discard pile.
But there's only 12 damage left on Peter's base. Let's not forget about that. So absolutely either player could still be finishing that off. These space units for Vader are not too shabby, quite frankly. So where are we looking? So we got that Geonosian Patrol Fighter. It's a free power, and that is just going to be slammed into the base, putting it up to 16 here.
And with 5 resources still open for Fabian as well, here is 2. The Battlefield Marine replaced back into the ground arena after it was bounced back with Geonosis Patrol Fighter. Fabian's got to have a little look here and see, is there an avenue for me to be able to take a victory here. We've got, what, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we are presenting game on board with the current damage outlets that we've got. 4 damage from the K2SO, mark it as essentially 3 damage from the Sabine Wren with its on-attack ability. That's 7, and then 3 more from that newly played Battlefield Marine. So Peter is going to claim the initiative. Fabian will swing out here with the remaining 2 units that are active and ready on board. That's 21 damage. What can we follow up with here?
We like this. We want something big that can maybe come and end out the game. Is that what we've actually found ourselves here? And that's what we're looking at. We got ourselves that Clone Combat Squadron. It's a free, but it gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit. There are a bunch. Geonosis Patrol Fighter takes out that Battlefield Marine. And we just need 1 swing here with the Combat Squadron, and that will end the game for Fabian here. All of those space units putting it up currently. I think it's a 7-7 right now.
Clone Combat Squadron, such a great card in this Vader pilot deck because you are creating all of those TIE Fighter tokens. You're constantly having the extra outlets for this Clone Combat Squadron to get absolutely huge. As Ross said right now, a 7-7 in space, and even if Peter can deal with, say, maybe 1 or 2 of these space units, Clone Combat Squadron still just does completely take the game in one action.
He only needs to do 4, and he can do more than that. That is game 1 for the Darth Vader leader. Oh, I love that. That Clone Combat Squadron. I was literally in the middle of saying he just needs 1 decent unit that can do 4 damage. There was actually nothing there that was doing it. I'm looking at his board, and I'm like, I can see 3 damage. I can't see 1 swing for 4. And then he's like, boom, Clone Combat Squadron. And I'm like, that will do 4 damage.
That will do the trick very, very nicely. And look at this, we're jumping straight into game number 2. Peter with the initiative as expected, playing that Battlefield Marine down. Will it be able to have a bigger impact than it did in game 1 after it was bounced back multiple times through the Geonosis Patrol Fighters? Mining Guild TIE Fighter is an interesting inclusion here, a 1-2 for 1, which on attack can pay 2 to draw a card, and it's getting a pilot, Ross.
Yeah, we are getting a pilot here now. It's one of the Victor Wingmen here. It's Victor Wingman 2, there we go, +1/+1. And you know it's Victor Wingman 2 because when it went on, oh look, you get yourself a TIE Fighter token. And of course, when you attack next turn with Vader, you get another TIE Fighter token. They're going to be coming thick and fast. And then you've got stuff like Exploit, and of course that Clone Combat Squadron that can actually, that does get beefed up by your TIE Fighters.
Yeah, it does indeed. Now, importantly here for Fabian, he will have to attack with the mining TIE Fighter first in order to get the Vader ability online. Remember, it's non-token vehicles here that are able to get that Vader effect active. We see Energy Conversion Lab ambushing in Sabine's Masterpiece here. One of the few space units that Sabine Wren decks have been playing with, and this time experimenting with. On attack, there is a command unit on the board, so we'll get the experience token as well, and we'll clear the way of that piloted Mining Guild TIE Fighter. Great heads-up action there from Peter.
I really like that. You're taking away the opportunity to draw a card, but mostly, and it was Vader I was playing in the draft yesterday. Here's what I learned about Vader. On the turns you cannot attack with a non-token ship, and you cannot go and get yourself a TIE Fighter token, it feels really bad.
Yeah.
I hate those turns where my opponent's got the initiative, they take out my only space unit, and then I don't get a chance to create a TIE Fighter token. It makes such a difference.
I'm not saying a word.
You kept taking the initiative and taking out my only ship. Like 3 turns in a row. I was not happy about this, Ben. But it makes a huge difference. You lose your attack and you lose a TIE Fighter on the board. That TIE Fighter means you might lose out on the chance to exploit, for instance. So this is a free cost, whereas it could otherwise have been a 1 cost.
Yeah, and there is that Geonosis Patrol Fighters not sending the Battlefield Marine back into Peter's hand this time. It's going to be the Sabine's Masterpiece that is going to go back, which makes a lot of sense. Prevent those repeated on-attack abilities from being able to be activated. That Masterpiece is only going to get stronger and stronger for the longer that Battlefield Marine remains unanswered in the ground arena, getting all of those experience tokens.
Well, we are going into the regroup phase here. You draw 2 cards, you put 1 extra down as a resource. All of your units become active, ready to go on the next turn. And it seems like Sanctioner's Shuttle was resourced there for Fabian, because I'm seeing that Geonosis Patrol. I'm seeing that squadron that we saw so well last time. We see an attack with Geonosian, the escort. The patrol fighter, there we go. And I'm seeing an overwhelming barrage. Oh, it's a Death Star Skirmisher sitting there in the hand. And we like that. That came out nicely last game.
And it looks like it's going to make its way again right here after a potential pass action declared. Sabine Wren leader unit gets deployed. Death Space Skirmisher swoops in and says, no, you're not putting an extra 3 damage into my base on this phase. But Peter still has 4 resources to be able to work with. Is it going to be the Masterpiece again? You bet it's going to be the Masterpiece.
But big difference here, it cannot come in and immediately attack. Vader does get that TIE Fighter token, and then it seems like we're just playing another. Oh no, that Geonosis Patrol Fighter comes down and then bounces it straight back to hand again. I actually used Exploit there to lower the cost a little bit. So it's weird, it's not a unique unit, but it looked like a unique unit when we replaced it, but of course that was the Exploit coming in. And that Death Star Skirmisher, 2 games in a row. Both games, what we've seen is Sabine gets deployed, Death Star Skirmisher, now it's exhausted.
Yeah, Star Wars Unlimited 101 Ross. As soon as that leader unit gets deployed, deal with it as soon as possible. Make it priority number 1 unless you can win the game in the remainder of the action phase. Being able to at least exhaust it down means that you are buying yourself the remainder of that action phase to find other answers to either deal with it or put yourself in an unreachable position. And that's exactly what Fabian has managed to do here so far in these 2 games.
He's done an excellent job of it, quite frankly. So, he's 1 game up. He's once again controlling space, once again largely ignoring ground and using those, space units to take away the ground. We do have an option of an overwhelming barrage coming down in the not too distant future, but not before a rather timely intervention.
It is a timely intervention, and it's going to be 3rd time, hoping to be the charm for the Sabine's Masterpiece. Importantly, though, this time it is going to attack. It's being played with ambush, and is going to get 2 activations of its on-attack ability here, because not only now do we control a command unit, we control an aggression unit thanks to the Sabine leader, so 1 damage is going to be dealt to the base. You can also deal it to a unit, but why not? You're the aggro deck. Base is the place here, and then get rid of that big shuttle.
Yeah, that was absolutely well played. We've seen it actually played now with Energy Conversion Lab and with Timely Intervention. We've seen it played 3 times. 2 of those times it's had ambush, so coming in, getting that attack. The thing is, you have paid a total of 9 resources for it at this point.
Oh, overwhelming barrage is going to be an immediate answer to it, and this time it's not going to get a 4th time to potentially be played out from Peter's hand. It is going to go down, as well as the Battlefield Marine, and then 1 extra chip damage onto the Sabine Wren leader unit. That will swing now in response, and Fabian with a very, very high power Geonosian Patrol Fighter, 5 damage going to be flown in.
Yeah, that is very nice indeed. That is how we start swinging this game, as 10 damage on the board. There's a lot coming down. Here we go with another one of those TIE Fighter tokens. Handy little bonus, and I saw what you just saw there, Ben, being pulled out of the deck. It is that Clone Combat Squadron, and there's a potential to bring it in next turn and have it. I mean, it really depends on how many space units come, stay around, but it would come in potentially as a 7/7. Time you attack with your space unit, then bring out a second TIE Fighter, it would come in as a 7/7.
I tell you what, it's even better here because we're at the 6 resource phase, and you can see the combination that's been put up on your screens. Vader can deploy on this phase, so if we play out the Clone Commander and Squadron here, and then pilot it with Vader, when it's deployed as an upgrade, you get 2 TIE Fighter tokens, so immediately you can get an extra +2/+2 stack onto that Clone Combat Squadron and make it absolutely huge.
Then it would be an 8-8, assuming none of your ships go down. So it does seem like Sabine is swinging into the base here, getting that free. If the sequencing here, depending on how worried you are about what your opponent's doing, you really want to attack with your ship, deploy the TIE Fighter with Vader, then bring your Vader out as a pilot to get the other 2 X-Wing tokens.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's back to Star Wars Unlimited 101. If you have a leader that has a exhaustion action on its leader side before it deploys on that same phase, you want to use that action first before it deploys. Get that extra little bit of opportunity, that extra little bit of advantage before you use that leader epic action. We are going to attack Ross with that Geonosian Patrol Fighters as the first action for this phase from Fabian. Just as you said, looks like we are setting up for a lot of TIE Fighters to make their way down.
Well, we're getting that 5 damage coming in here quite nicely. That's putting... Oh, 3 damage, sorry, putting it up to 12 is what I meant to say. My apologies. And then we're going to be able to create a TIE Fighter token. Then we're going to be able to play our ship. Then we're going to be able to deploy Vader. It's going to take a few times to do so. Now, Poe comes down, but crucially, it's not ambushed in with that ECL base. So it's going to sit there. Now, we see R2 coming down as well. But these are all in the ground, and Fabian does not care about the ground. Here we come with that ship, and that had to be the way round. Here we come.
Oh, wow.
No good to me dead. Oh, there's no Poe next turn.
And then Pilot Vader is going to deploy into one of the tokens, the active token fighter as well, to make sure that Fabian is getting the instant damage swing in here into base. And that Poe Dameron, which looked like could have potentially tried to be an answer for some of the units that Fabian was being able to swarm out, being able to be frozen down, no good to me dead, means that once again we're in a situation where that clone combat squadron, or potentially even the piloted TIE, could take this game.
We didn't get the tokens when he deployed as an upgrade, did we?
I think they were just off
screen. It doesn't matter now. There's too much on the board, and it seems like Fabian is going to take game 2, and we are going to see a 2-0 victory for Fabian there. That Darth Vader pilot given a +5/+5, huge. That clone combat squadron with all of the other things out there, huge. And there was just too much on the space. 2 games in a row, there's too much in space.
Yeah, and for what should potentially be, at least on paper, a really difficult matchup for Pilot Vader to be able to navigate because of the heavy ground focus that Sabine Wren provides, it just mitigated that perfectly. Geonosis Patrol Fighters, the Death Space Skirmisher as well to exhaust down the leader unit. That Clone Combat Squadron obviously is the big sweeping finisher, and then just continuously to pump TIE Fighter after TIE Fighter after TIE Fighter out onto board. Fantastically done. I always love to see a token generator deck do well.
Oh, I wanted to get the Battle Droid deck. I really wanted my Newt Gunray Droid Factory deck to work. It never worked, just to be clear. It never worked, but I had a dream, ladies and gentlemen. That dream was crushed. Interesting, of course, that we have the Spark of Rebellion Vader, that starter deck Vader, which gives, everyone's going after the bounty to try and get that showcase. That is not the Vader which is seeing success right now. This Pilot Vader, it's not the first time we've seen it. It's not going to be the last. It is one of the best leaders that came around in Jump to Lightspeed, sorry. Yes, I am rocking a Jump to Lightspeed pin. Thanks for noticing. Matches the background nicely. But it is coming in and, creating those TIE Fighter tokens, coming out as a very big pilot. And I think we saw just there maybe the best way to play the deck, because the combos were coming in wonderfully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've seen a couple of people try and pair Pilot Vader with the aggression base or with an aggression aspect as well. But I think that you get so many fantastic tools in Cunning and Villainy. We saw it there with No Good to Me Dead as well. That has been such a great tempo tool since the game started all the way back in Spark of Rebellion, and now in Jump to Lightspeed, still working out fantastically. Darth Vader, Pilot Vader, got some real opportunity.
I think it's here to stay, quite frankly. I do think it's very good. One of the biggest issues with the deck is, like we said, you're so wedded to the space arena there. You are conducting pretty much the whole game in the Space Arena. You're playing a few ground units, but honestly, a lot of the ground units you are playing, and there aren't that many of them, are pilots anyway. So what you need to do is play a bunch of ships that can deal with a ground unit, and that worked very, very nicely for Vader. A clean 2-0 victory there, so that was kind of fun. We're going to go to a break in just a second, but I'm going to try and elicit a little bit of sympathy here, because there is a stand right there. You know what I'm talking about here, Ben. They've got Belgian waffles, and it is wafting over, driving us crazy. So we're going to find some food. You find some food. Meet back here in like 2 minutes, because we have got, it's the final round of Swiss coming up, isn't it, Ben?
It's the final round of Swiss.
It's the final round of Swiss coming up. Don't go far.
Bonjour, welcome back to France.
Hello,
I
guys.
am Joe, and I'm joined by Driss.
I'm still here. We're the duo. We're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's round 13. It's the last round of Swiss. 12 rounds of Swiss so far, but there's one more still to go. It can all come down to this, because after this there is going to be a harsh and brutal cut to the top 8 players. That means that you are going to be wanting to win your very final game to try and book your place in that glorious top 8. What an achievement that's going to be. Over 800 players around that, the biggest Star Wars Unlimited tournament of all time. Yesterday it was 9 rounds without a lunch break. You've had 4 more today. Quite an achievement to be even in contention at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. It's really a big achievement. Like, you're also writing history, right? You're going into the top 8 of the first biggest tournament we have, right?
Yep.
From Star Wars Unlimited. So very, very big if you can make it till the top 8.
Yep. And we've been taking a little look at some of the matchups on the top tables. There's a lot of Sabine.
Ooh, yeah.
That's what caught my eye. There is a lot of Sabine. We know it was the most represented deck coming into this event, but it seems to also be having a pretty good conversion rate as well.
Yeah, indeed. The people that are actually piloting her are doing a really great job, and it shows if you look at the top tables. We also got some interesting leaders once again that we did not see that much yet. We also see a Ray in the top 4 now.
Yep, really, really awesome.
Yeah. Too bad it's not the player named Ray, because we had a Ray, right?
We did, yeah. That's
at the
very true.
event. Oh, it
Missed
was
opportunity.
so sad. Yeah.
But there's also quite a bit of Quinlan. There's still a very big wide variety, but we have got our round 13 game ready to go. We've got Philip to our left and Cyril to the right here. It is going to be the best of 3, like we're used to seeing. There's going to be a roll to see who decides the initiative. Of course, if you're a Sabine player, you're going to be looking to take that initiative, and if you're not playing Sabine, well, you don't want them to have the initiative. You're going to be trying to go first, and it's going to be Han Solo versus Sabine. But it's the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, the cunning Han Solo. It is going to be that double cunning aspect, which is really interesting. We've seen a few different takes on these Han Solo builds.
Yep.
Of course, DJ was restricted. What do you think the deck's missing now that it doesn't have DJ? Like, what did DJ provide to this deck as a big power play, and why was it restricted, do you think?
Well, yeah, I think it basically made it a bit unfair that you could steal a resource and then just like destroy it as well. So you're basically gaining advantage and putting down your opponent in the same play, so to say. So I think that was a really fair hit that it got restricted, or at least with Han.
Yes. It's like I was saying to you yesterday, I started playing recently, and that DJ was one of the most tricky things to deal with, but we can see there is a showcase on the board, that showcase Sabine Wren. Both players with incredible records, 10 wins and 2 losses. Both of these players are in contention. I can tell you with pretty large confidence, a draw would not be enough for either of these players. They're going to be wanting to win. Of course, with Sabine, time shouldn't really be an issue. Yep. But it's important to remember at this stage in the tournament, some of the rules changed for Star Wars Unlimited recently, where you do still get a point now for a draw. And therefore, you've got to make the read that the players above you that are on the very top couple of tables are likely taking some IDs. We do see the mulligan there from Cyril on Sabine. Philip on the other side, though, going to be keeping exactly what they've got. But look at that initiative token, the all-important initiative token on the side of Sabine, and that is a big deal to start this off.
Yeah, it's big to start as Sabine. You really want to start. You want to dictate the tempo, right? You want to say what the pace is. And looks like it's going to be a very good hand to start with for Cyril here. I see a Battlefield Marine, I see the Peacekeeper. Those are all pretty decent cards to start with.
Yeah, that Battlefield Marine with a 3/3 stat line. It is, of course, a Rebel as well, so you can start combining it with something like a Fleet Lieutenant and get big damage into the base very early on. Let's go, the final round of Swiss, and there we go. It's a foil Battle Marine, not in space. It almost suffocated, but just in time it escaped. But we're going to see that Han Solo action kicking things off for Philip. 3 resources, and I love the way they're marking their resources there to just notify everybody that that is a resource which needs to be defeated at the start of their regroup phase, because that is very easy to forget about.
Yeah, for sure. It's very nice that Philip is actually playing like that, because it could happen that both of the players forget, right? And then you have the even bigger advantage as a Han Solo player.
Yeah, and we've got the stolen 80 hauler, 4 power, 5 HP, but comes at a huge disadvantage that when it is defeated, it has a downside. But the Sundari Peacekeeper keeps the tempo going, and that Sundari Peacekeeper is particularly shiny,
It's
catching
beautiful.
the light in an interesting way.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. Looks like the ramp is going pretty good for Cyril here. Pumping out units and I really wonder if Philip will answer with aggression as well.
Yep. That stolen 80 hauler might be a little bit of a problem for Sabine. Sabine usually just wanting to go directly to base,
Yep.
but suddenly with the 80 hauler in space, Sabine player might have a reason to try and take some trades. It'll be an interesting dynamic, that's for sure.
Yeah, the thing is, the holder it has a negative effect, right, when it's defeated, but when it has no competition in the
Yep.
space, it doesn't matter.
It's huge stats, doesn't it? You get that big advantage,
Yeah,
particularly playing it down early with harm. But both players go to base. It's 4 damage into Sabine's ECL and 3 into the chopper base. And in comes the Millennium Falcon. It comes in ready, of course. Han Solo and the Falcon now dominating the space arena.
Yeah, I really hope that Cyril has some answers for the space area, because otherwise it's going to be a base race.
It's true.
I'm pretty sure Sabine could win a base race against Han Solo, but still.
Well, also that Sundari Peacekeeper, I was looking at it. I think Cyril was considering resourcing it, but it's looking to be a great addition to their ground arena with that Restore 2 just helping them stay ahead in this race. They have less HP on their base, of course, but with that Sundari Peacekeeper now, being able to heal up could be a huge, huge difference maker.
For sure, I also saw a Poe in the hand of Cyril, so that's also going to be a very good card to drop as soon as he has enough resources for it. And this turn, the Sabine is also already live.
Yep.
She will be uncontested because, yeah, Han isn't being able to... Oh, a pilot comes down.
Speaking of Han, Han Solo has arrived and it's been attached to the Millennium Falcon for some huge synergy here.
Yeah, for sure. It's pumped up. Looks like he gets an upgrade. When you attack with an attached unit, if it's a Millennium Falcon, it deals a combat damage before the defender. So basically the perfect trade unit right now.
But even just more damage to base. Sabine is going to arrive on the scene, though. But finally, the initiative token has switched sides to Philip. Cyril will, though, make a upgrade on Sabine for even more damage direct into the base here.
Attached a lightsaber to it, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, pumping up the Sabine, very strong. I'm not sure if it was the dark saber that we saw there, but it was actually an upgrade there, for sure. So pumping up the Sabine, making sure she pumps out even more damage.
Yeah, it's the General's Blade that's been attached. It's a 3/3. It's got an extra effect when it's attached to a Jedi, which Sabine is not, but it's still giving her those extra stats, which is just great. But that Sundari Peacekeeper, again, helping to win the race. 14 damage on the base here for Sabine, but it's going to be added to with the Falcon and Han Solo. That Han Solo upgrade just applying so much pressure, but the Sundari Peacekeeper Restore is definitely looking crucial because Cyril just 6 HP remaining, and of course that Sundari has already healed by 2, and if it wasn't for that, they'd be in serious danger here, but it's looking like this game is going to be over pretty soon, one way or the other.
Yeah, for now it's really like we predicted it to be a base race. Look at that 6 damage coming in here from Sabine. Very strong.
Han Solo comes in!
Once again.
Oh my goodness, Han Solo is attached, and it's a unique unit, so the other Han Solo is destroyed, but you can attack direct to base. And that's it.
Whoa, okay, it's going pretty fast. But that's the nice thing about the aggression decks as well, right?
Wow. Sabine had the initiative, but it did not matter. The double Han Solo upgrade onto the ships, applying so much pressure, the Sundari Peacekeeper Restore wasn't enough. That was fast.
Yeah, it was very fast. I think there's still 47 minutes left on the clock. So that's pretty sick.
That was honestly the quickest game of Star Wars Unlimited I have ever seen. It was frantic. And a very interesting thing as well that the Sabine player was doing here in the early game is they were declining to take the action with Sabine, instead prioritizing taking the initiative, which I think was a really great decision. But despite having that initiative, the pilot upgrades of Han Solo just applied so much pressure, because whenever you're upgrading a card, you're just getting extra damage to base that turn. It's a really good aggressive tool, and it really was a race, and somehow the Han Solo player going second still got the job done.
Yeah, and like you were saying, sometimes the pinging, just the 1 damage, isn't that big compared to having the initiative, right? Because you might be the first one to attack with a big unit and actually pumping out so much more damage.
And you also have to damage yourself as well.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But we did see some sideboarding as well. We're going to be careful about what we reveal exactly, but if you're a Sabine player and you've just seen that, you're going to be looking for some more restore cards perhaps. You might be looking for something like a Bright Hope. I'm not sure if it's there, but like some Sentinel cards.
Or something with some more air support, right?
Definitely very, very true. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Also, like some upgrade removal is often something you might see on some sideboards as well. And those Han Solos, of course, are upgrades.
Yep.
So it'll be an interesting dynamic to see how the sideboards are going to impact things. I got to say, Driss, I can't believe it was so quick. I need to calm down.
Yeah.
It was
crazy.
so fast-paced.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward very much.
Maybe both players are really hungry.
Yeah.
That's an option, right?
Very, very true. Here we're going to go and get ourselves shuffled up. Let's see what the shuffling skills are like on display. Pretty standard by both players. Nothing too spectacular, but there's nothing wrong with that. I do love it. Oh, look at that. Hello.
Whoa.
A little bit of flair for the camera. I've got a lot of time for that.
Incredible that you can even be casting how people are shuffling. Very nice.
Thank you, mate. I try. Philip, though, the confidence. Philip is just vibing over there. You might think that they've got some nice tunes playing in their headphones, by the way, that they're jigging around. But let me tell you, that's just pure white noise that they're vibing to. But I have a lot of time for that, just making yourself feel comfortable. I mean, even if you just look at the body language from each player, shoulders back from Philip, Cyril, maybe feeling the pressure a little bit more, leaning forwards.
Yeah. For Cyril, it's really important, right? Well, for both players, because they have the same track record for this tournament, so every win counts at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, Philip. Doesn't look like either player took a mulligan as far as I can tell, but it's going to be a couple of cards resource for each. And the Battle Marine, look at that.
Such a staple, right?
We're not wasting any time, are we? But that Han Solo again, that extra resource which Philip well and truly took advantage of, and we're going to see it again. The Battlefield Marine, usually it's going to dominate the ground in the early game, but Han Solo with the liberated slaves has other ideas.
Let's see what Cyril will answer to this. Looks like he was checking the resources again. Probably already got something that he could muggle in there, or at least checking when he could.
Yeah, of course, that liberated slaves with that 2 extra HP, but it's not going to matter because the Battlefield Marine is a rebel and the Fleet Lieutenant will take it down. So really, as a Sabine player, having to actually fight for the board just shows you how much Cyril is respecting the aggression potential of Philip.
Yeah, exactly. I think Philip really showed what he's able to do if he's left unattended. So I think Cyril is a bit scared of that right now, because as a Sabine trading your units and not going to base, that's really big, right?
Yeah, but also Philip not really getting down too much in this previous turn. It was the L3 that came down, just a 2-cost unit, when they could have potentially played something for 4 with their Han Solo ability. So a really slow turn from Philip, and I think Cyril's going to be feeling pretty confident at this stage.
Sabine coming down, pinging.
That was with the timely intervention as well.
Yep.
Timely intervention, it was smuggled out. 4 resources spent, 2 for the timely intervention smuggle, 2 for the Sabine Wren, but the on-attack ability pops the shield, and then Sabine finishes the job. Speaking of Sabine,
a lot of Sabines on the field. Looks like the leader is coming out and is ready to bash the chopper base.
Yeah, that chopper base, 30 HP. But Han Solo, we've seen him once before as a pilot, but this is the flexibility, of course, of these new piloting cards, because Han is also able to ambush in the ground with a decent stat line of 4 power, but he's going to be taken out by Sabine. And again, Cyril continuing to take trades, fighting for board presence. Sabine, we're used to just seeing go directly to base, but Cyril is showing the flexibility of his skills here by taking a bit more of a mid-range approach, fighting for that board control, and then if he can establish board control, start hitting the base.
Exactly, reading your opponent and knowing how your opponent will play is so important in Star Wars Unlimited. You really need to have a good grasp of what your opponent leader can do or what his deck can do. And Philip already showcased it to Cyril. He was like, look at me.
Yeah.
If you're not going to handle my units, then you're going to lose.
No, absolutely. We're going to see Philip defeating that resource from the Han Solo. 5 resources currently available for Philip, but make that 6 with the Han Solo leader ability. And again, I'm loving the way that Philip is just marking there, just to ensure that they remember that they need to defeat a resource and keep everything fair, safe and sound. It very much is easy to forget. Cyril with 5 resources, still has that energy conversion lab, but no targets available for it. That's what you've got to be thinking if you're Philip, though. You've got to be scared of Poe Dameron, and you're going to have to start being scared of Wrecker. But into the space, there is not much ambush potential. So the Millennium Falcon swoops into space, and it's smuggled out. No ambush, but who needs ambush if there's nothing to attack anyway?
Exactly. I think we're going back to the same situation as we saw in Game 1. If Cyril doesn't really have an answer for the space units, then yeah, he's going to get overwhelmed, I think, at some point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Unless there's some like frigate in the deck, for example, it's not something you often see in a Sabine deck, but the frigate could be combined with an ECL into space, but usually it's not a card that makes the cut in Sabine. So Philip maybe just spotting the weakness of this Sabine deck and trying to dominate the space as Han Solo comes through. Sabine, is it going to go into base? It certainly will. It's time to start attacking the base.
Yeah, punches are flying left and right. Han is coming down, probably also just going to fly into one of the units actually to start clearing maybe some of Cyril's units. I'm not sure if Philip is actually playing big board wipes, probably not. So at some point he will also has to start trading.
Yep, this Han Solo with the 4 power, 6 HP is a very solid stat line indeed. It, of course, can only come out at 6 resources, but because of the leader ability, you can get it down a little bit earlier than most 6 cost characters. It's really costing you, it's coming out like 5 resources, right, most of the time, but it can continue then with its on-attack ability to ramp even more in an interesting way. Philip, though, is going to be taking an attack with Han Solo. It looks like it's going to go into Sabine and take that trade. So Sabine as the leader is back at base. And the initiative has been seized by Cyril once again.
Yeah, that's where you want to be, right? As Cyril, you really want the initiative in your hands. You want to dictate what's going to happen instead of reacting to what's happening.
Yep. Cyril does still have that energy conversion lab available. The longer you sit on the ECL as a Sabine player, the worse it starts to feel.
True.
But Philip is just going to be continuing to know that's a threat, wanting to not give Cyril the opportunity for Poe Dameron, not wanting the opportunity for Cyril to get big Wrecker value either.
Looks like they're discussing something about the pinging of the Sabine. Yeah, there looks like to be 1 missing damage, but luckily our judges quickly caught it.
Yep, good job.
So we didn't lose anything, or didn't lose out on damage for Cyril.
Yeah, I think it might have been the Sabine leader ability on attack that was missed there, but big shout out to our spotters and judges for keeping everything as it should be. K2SO is going to take down Han Solo, and of course, when defeated, you can either discard a card or you can deal 3 damage to the base. And listen, at this point, 3 damage to the base is nice, but you really have to start considering if you want to discard a card from your opponent's hand at a moment like this, because Han Solo is putting a lot of the cards from their hand into their resources, and it seems as though it will be the discard option that's taken. And I like the decision a lot, I have to say.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's also a bit tricky against the Han Solo, right? Because they usually play smuggle cards as well. So
true.
What they have in their hands is not really necessarily what they are going to play with. They can have an empty hand and still play cards, right?
Yeah, and Philip is certainly checking out their resources, but they don't seem too happy that Millennium Falcon is discarded. K2SO showing their flexibility. The Millennium Falcon's going to go into base, and the first 5 damage into the ECL is there. 20% of the way, but you still got 20 HP remaining on the ECL. And don't forget that epic action has not yet been used.
Yeah, Sabine can still ping. Yeah, the further we get into the game, the bigger the unit cost is going to be. So the bigger the boy is going to be that gets out with the ECL. So it's going to be still dangerous for Philippe, I think, when something like a Wrecker comes out or something.
Well, the Sundari Peacekeeper arrives, but not for much longer, as it's been bounced back to Cyril's hand. But you've seen me before. Hello there. It's the Sundari Peacekeeper returning yet again. But the initiative going over to Philip, making use of that double cunning aspect with the Katina Bouncer.
Yeah, also a very strong unit, being 5 costs. It's going to be tanky. It's going to be there for a while, probably, if not taken care of properly. Maybe something that the base of the Sabine player can take care of.
Yep. No, that's a really good point. Or a Wrecker as well. You don't even need the ECL with the Wrecker. Just destroy a resource and deal that 5 damage and save your ECL for something else. But all the while, the space arena is dominated by the Millennium Falcon, and that is going to be able to continue to chip away at Cyril's ECL. So Cyril here needs to do something about the space arena, or they need to start getting a lot of damage into base quite quickly. That ECL ability, the epic action, is starting to burn a bit of a hole in their pocket.
For sure, the space unit is uncontended.
Wow.
Oof. Okay, coming out with the ambush.
Han Solo, reluctant hero. It takes no damage back. And suddenly, not only is Philip... There's the Wrecker, though, and the ECL. Okay, this is what Cyril has been waiting for. There's 2 big units in the ground, but Wrecker can deal with them both. You can defeat a resource and remove the Katina Bouncers, and then you can ambush into Han Solo. But the problem is that will also remove the Wrecker from the board. And will it be Cyril maybe going for a different line? They will! They're going to go into the Katina Bouncers with the Wrecker and deal the 5 damage to the Han Solo. And this could mean that Sabine is able to finish the job as the Falcon swoops in for 5 more damage as we reach the climax of this game 2.
Yeah, certainly not a bad play. Yeah, questionable why he didn't just crash with his Wrecker. Of course, now he has 2 more units.
I love it.
Yeah, it's very nice.
I really love it, and making the use of that Sabine on attack ability, that Han Solo, if it was ambushed by Wrecker, would have been a trade. But suddenly now Cyril is dominating the ground arena despite that Han Solo, and they just need to keep chipping away at Philip's base. That Falcon, it's going to need 3 more attacks to Cyril's base, and that will be enough to seal the deal. So Cyril needs to finish this game quickly, and that's going to slow them down with the Wrecker back in Cyril's hand.
Yeah, of course, when it's played again, it will deal 5 damage again. I think the Falcon has 5 damage, so... Oh, but it's only 2 ground unit. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I thought it was to a unit of choice. Yeah. All right. Yeah, good play there from Philip, because that's probably one of the biggest threats that were on the board right now.
No, absolutely. But that Sabine Wren continues to put in some work. It's dealing 3 damage to Philip's base. Let's not forget, Cyril does have access to the Sabine Wren action, the leader ability. We haven't been seeing it as the Falcon swoops in. 10 HP is all that remains on the ECL. 15 HP remains on Philip's chopper base.
Yeah, they're going head to head right now, but in my opinion, Philip a bit in an advantage right now with the Falcon that's uncontended and just keeps on flying over the base and bombarding left and right.
Philip has found that weakness of the Sabine deck in the late game. Cyril going for that more mid-range approach, but they just don't have a clean way of dealing with this Falcon. And Philip, despite smuggling it out, not needing an ambush, has just put in so much work. Or they might have actually even played it from hand. They didn't need the ambush on the Falcon. Just the stat line is all that they've needed.
Yeah, true. The ping from Sabine. Maybe Cyril has a plan that will actually need it.
We're speaking of smuggle. It is going to be a smuggle. and it's the L3 which comes out for 4 resources on a smuggle and comes in with a shield.
Yeah, the shield is especially nice when you're playing against the Sabine for the horrendous trades that you have to do at some points.
Yep. Yeah, and of course Philip didn't have as many cards in hand thanks to that K2SO discard, so maybe forced to smuggle out something that they would rather have left where it was. But in comes a very shiny Chewbacca. I'm a bit jealous of that. A foil Chewbacca from the Organized Play kit is very nice, but again, it's not doing anything in space, and the Falcon is just 2 attacks away from sealing the deal for Philip.
Yeah, I think at this point it would have been better if there was a space unit or something at least from Cyril that he could attach the Chewie to, because it becomes a big stat stake at some point. But yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with the Falcon. But yeah, that's a TCG, right? If you don't see the answers, then it's just how it goes.
Philip has the all-important initiative token. It's been a real battle for initiative in this one. And speaking of smuggle, the hot shot blaster comes through and an immediate attack from the L3 into the base, and Cyril now is in serious danger. 5 HP remains with that 5 power Falcon. Just 1 action for Cyril to try and save this game.
Exactly, it's now or never.
And that'll do it! Ooh. The Bright Hope Sentinel comes through. Was that a sideboard? I'm not so sure, but it's arrived just in time.
Yeah, it's exactly what he needed. I'm also not sure if we're allowed to say if it was a sideboard card or not, but it was perfectly timed here by Cyril, just in time to stop the Falcon from crashing into the base and finishing the game. And yeah, now it's back to Philip to see how he will handle this obstacle that gets put in his way. Looks like there's thinking here. Even Philip is thinking like, whoa, I didn't expect this at all. I didn't see any space units, and suddenly you're here.
Yeah, the Bright Hope, 2 power and 6 health is very menacing. That Sentinel is going to prevent the Falcon going directly to base. It arrived just in time and is putting in some serious work for Cyril, trying to make a last stand. Of course, does have that Chewbacca and Sabine Wren ready, and that would be a total of 8 damage to the chopper base, which could get Philip a little bit weaker. It's going to be the surprise strike, though. The Bright Hope has been dealt with, but it's done its job. It's bought Cyril another turn. But here, Cyril's in a tricky position, because if they just attack, Philip could seize the initiative, and that might be all she wrote. So they need to still deal with this Falcon somehow, or just finish the game this turn, and I'm not sure it's possible. Well, the L3 has to go down as well as the Falcon, of course, and it will happen with that Sabine Wren.
Yeah, that's, like you said, that's the most important thing. I think at this point, Cyril really needs an answer for that Falcon, because it's just Philip that needs to tap the initiative token, and it will be game, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So let's see if Philip actually is going to do that. Looks like he's thinking as well. Not really sure. Both of the players are really thinking. I see Philip looking into the abyss, trying to find the line of play that he needs to follow. Of course, in these situations, in this match, the last round of Swiss, it's so important to make sure that you're confident what you're going to do, even though you might be very close to winning, like Philippe is.
Yeah, and this is a moment where seizing the initiative has to be a consideration with that Falcon, but you've got plenty of time, 28 minutes on the clock. You are not in any danger of the game going to time. At a crucial moment like this, you just have to consider, is there anything that could punish this? Something like a shoot down, for example.
And there
it's
it
going to
is.
be Cyril, and it's going to be an ambush. Oh my goodness. The fighter ambush cleans up the Falcon. Has Cyril managed to stabilize the Bright Hope and fighter combo? Leaves Chewie alone on the board.
Very well played here from Cyril. I had the feeling that he was like waiting for Philip to take the initiative token to clean out that Falcon.
It's going to be Rebel Assault on Chewbacca. Not exactly the most impressive play, but that 1 extra damage could be the difference between a win or a loss. Philip now with 8 HP remaining. That Rebel Assault giving Chewie 1 extra power. And now Cyril decides it's time to start ticking away the damage with the Sabine Wren ability. 4 HP remains for Cyril, and it's 7 for Philip.
7 is still a lot. Is it doable? For sure. I think Cyril can really handle this, but
also, the maths could check out now, Driss, on a Fleet Lieutenant with Chewbacca. That would be 7. So maybe that's why Cyril goes for that Rebel Assault. It gives them a potential win condition with the Fleet Lieutenant. I can't make out the hand, but it could well already have been there, or just give Cyril the opportunity to top deck into a win. Of course, you only really need 6 damage as well with the Sabine action. Another Rebel Assault plus a Sabine action could get you there in 2. Philip needs to deal 4 damage as quickly as possible. They do have the initiative in this game number 2.
yeah, actually a really nice game to watch, if I say so myself. It's very going back and forth. We saw in the first game that Philip really annihilated Cyril in the base race, right? And now it feels like a more even match.
It is truly back and forth. That Manelian Falcon, the play with the Bright Hope, and then the fighter ambush, making light work of it, was an absolute game changer. Philip thought they had the game in their grasp, but Cyril had other ideas, and Chewbacca is trying to seal the deal against his old mate Han Solo.
Feels bad, right? Best friends fighting each other now. Come on, guys.
But it is on Philip to make an action, and it's gonna be the bounce. It's going to be, I mean, Cyril's reading the card. I'm also going to double check it, but it's stalling the game. It's a new adventure. Return a non-leader unit that costs 6 or less to their owner's hand. Then their owner may play it for free, but Chewbacca ability cannot be bounced back. The power of Chewie says that this unit can't be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. So that is not going to be an option. Chewbacca is going to be safe and sound, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be ruled like this, right? So I guess he's going to get the card back to his hand because it's in a target that he can't pick.
Yep.
And then he's going to need to make another play here, Philip.
Yeah, if it was Cyril that had to pick a unit, it would be, I suppose, Cyril returning it to hand, but it's Philip who is targeting Chewbacca, and that's the difference. Now, if Chewbacca is an upgrade onto a unit, that unit can't be returned to hand, but the Chewbacca upgrade can. But when Chewbacca is a unit, it cannot be returned to hand.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as I'm aware, but we're going to be double checking that, of course,
I'm pretty sure
with the judge, and we'll let them do their work.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct, right? So
I played a lot of Chewbacca, I have to say. It's
really?
you can tell by the pins, right? I've been playing a lot of the aggression and command decks. I've got my Luke Skywalker deck.
So you're just acting now, like you don't really know the rulings and so.
I mean, I've got a few things wrong today, so I'm erring on the side of caution, you know. But
that's
no, the Chewbacca's an interesting one. It's like I say, when it's an upgrade, there's some interesting dynamics which aren't that intuitive, which is it makes the unit that it's attached to unable to be bounced, but the upgrade itself can be bounced. So a Bamboozle, for example, onto Chewbacca removes the upgrade and it bounces the upgrade back to hand.
Yeah.
Even though you think, well, it's Chewbacca, it can't be bounced. If it's an upgrade, it can, but if it's a ground unit, it can't.
It's because of how it's written down right, on the card.
It doesn't turn the upgrade into being uncounterable. It turns the thing the upgrade is attached. But I love Chewie. I love these pilot cards. So flexible.
They're so cool, right?
Yeah, like Chewbacca is so good against these vigilance decks where they're trying to wipe your board. They're great as an upgrade to apply pressure, but even here it's just a 5/6 rebel.
Yeah, for sure. We also saw it from Han Solo, right? He used it on the Falcons in the first match.
Here we go, we're back into the action, and there is a Falcon that's come down. Is there the Fleet Lieutenant? There is, and that's going to be the game. Cyril takes it with the Fleet Lieutenant and Chewbacca combo. We're going to game 3, Driss.
Ooh, very, very nice to have this as a last round of Swiss. A very back and forward game. Philip is now going to start, right? So he'll probably take that initiative just to make sure that Sabine doesn't get it, right?
Yep.
And looks like Cyril is even going back into the sideboard. He's deciding, oh, I'm not going first, so I'll probably need to take out some cards and get some other cards back in.
Yeah, that's a very interesting dynamic between going first and going second, having the initiative. We've seen in the first 2 games the Sabine player Cyril starting with that initiative token. They've been declining to ping with Sabine to maintain control of the initiative. But it's going to be probably the roles reversed now. And if you're going second as Cyril, you might have that luxury of using your Sabine ping in the early game. But you need to be careful because we've seen how quick Han Solo can run away with it as well.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. When he did the ping in the previous game, I was like, is this smart? You're already on the edge of dying. Like, it doesn't need much damage anymore on your base, but it was all calculated. Cyril was 6 steps ahead of me.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see how impactful the Chewbacca was. I mean, when I think of Chewbacca, I'm usually thinking it's going to be great against Vigilance with all those board clears and it can't be defeated. We saw earlier Chewbacca surviving a super laser blaster, but actually against the cunning cards like Waylay, and in this case the new Adventure, it put on a show and made the difference, but masterfully done by Cyril. Suddenly not such a heavy aggro Sabine player, taking the trades, the Bright Hope and the fighter as well. I believe it's the Eagle Escort fighter making the difference. But here we go, it's game 3. Will we be seeing any mulligans? Cyril is going straight into resourcing. No mulligan over there. If you're Philip, you're looking for a 3-cost unit. And it's not going to be a mulligan on the other side either. But I can see for Philip a nice turn 1 play into space, and it's going to be that stolen 80 hauler.
Yeah, looks like he's going to use his leader ability, and we see the staple coming out here for Cyril. He has a Battlefield Marine. Oh, the A-hauler also coming out.
There it is.
Predicted.
But look at that. The initiative's been claimed again by Cyril. Not interested in the Sabine ping. Philip had to take that extra action to play their unit because of Han Solo, and Cyril takes advantage of that extra action by seizing the initiative.
Yeah, totally worth it. I think you rather want to have the control back than have 1 damage on your base and the other base.
Definitely. And you see a slight downside there of the Han Solo. It's great. You get to play these big cards earlier, but you take that extra action, and Cyril really taking advantage of it. So really, as it turns out, the initiative in this matchup, it didn't really matter, did it? Like, whoever had the initiative, it seems as though Cyril is likely to have the initiative going into this second turn. So I think actually the initiative, whoever went first or second in this game, probably didn't matter at all throughout this. And that is honestly a very big strength of Star Wars Unlimited, as we do see the Han Solo, and Philip is going full aggro mode with Han yet again.
Yeah, he's going back into space. He knew, what did I see from Cyril? I saw a Bright Hope. I saw the Eager Escort fighter.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that he saw, right?
Absolutely.
So why would he waste resources on fighting on the ground if he can start pumping out big boys in the space area where he knows they're fine, they're flying?
Yep, the stat line on that stolen 80 hauler with Han Solo as well. 6 power, and that Sentinel Bright Hope, which saved Cyril previously, 6 HP. It is going to be no match for that stolen 80 hauler, and suddenly Cyril's defensive play in space does not look appealing at all. But they do have that Sundari Peacekeeper. Trying to restore up their base might be the best tactic as Philip continues the onslaught onto the ECL, which is almost damaged by half already.
Yeah, it's going super quick, only at 4 resources already, so low. Luckily, he has a Sundari Peacekeeper to heal a bit, but still a lot of damage here coming out from Philip.
Yep, the Sundari Peacekeeper with that restore is definitely making a difference. If Philip can try and remove that from the board, it could be a difference maker, but they're not interested in doing that right now because the stolen AT hauler is there. It is not, importantly, a unique card, so you can have 2 on the board at once, and Philip is making sure he is taking full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, crazy to have 2 in the air at the same time. Who's watching the keys of these haulers?
Sabine's going to enter the ground arena. We've got Sabine dominating the ground, but Philip and Han Solo are dominating the skies, and that ECL is under heavy fire.
I really oh, did you see it in his hand? I think I saw the Bright Hope in Cyril's hand, so I think he's just waiting until the right time for it to pop it. Oh,
there's the Confiscate. Often a card you might see on a sideboard that is going to deal with the Han Solo, and suddenly the Bright Hope is going to be safe from at least one of those stolen AT haulers, but the resource spent on a upgrade defeat means that you cannot play the Bright Hope right now because there's only 3 resources left. And honestly, the Bright Hope doesn't look great because it's still going to be taken out with 2 attacks.
yeah, sure, but it's still 2 less attacks that crash into your base, right?
Very true. It stalls, and if you can apply enough pressure in ground, it might work. And we see an upgrade now onto Sabine. But the upgrade comes through, Driss, after Sabine has already attacked, potentially losing out on 3 power.
Yeah, I think the idea here was I need to get out the damage before it gets swooped away or whatever. Of course, we don't know exactly what Philip is playing or what he's thinking, but that's the same for Cyril, right? He probably wants to get out the damage before the upgrade, setting up for the next round. He knows he had the Bright Hope. He wanted to use all his resources now. Probably his hand is clogged with bigger units, and he's waiting for that.
Yeah, the back and forth nature of Star Wars Unlimited makes things awkward at times, and Cyril respecting the potential responses from Philip so much that they potentially lose out on a bit of damage, but the upgrade has now come through. Philip has the initiative though, and it's going to be the Bamboozle, and that is going to bounce that upgrade back to hand and exert the Sabine in one swoop. That is a huge moment.
Yeah, that's a big chunk in Cyril's mental as well, I think, because he was ready to start chopping down the base.
But the Sundari Peacekeeper is keeping the dream alive for Cyril, who's just had their General's Blade bounce back and their leader exerted for just 2 resources as their ECL is now being fired upon by the stolen AT haulers.
Another 4 damage coming onto here. But yeah, it's at the moment still looking decent for Cyril. In my head, he's in the pole position right now.
And Cyril is then going to call in the Bright Hope. The chopper base has got 15 HP remaining. Cyril with 13. It is anybody's game. That Bamboozle perhaps swinging it slightly into Philip's favour, but the Bright Hope is protecting Cyril's energy conversion lab. The Han Solo action is going to come through. 4 resources available, but 6 in total means Han could come through. The chopper base, 12 HP remains.
Only 12 HP remains for the chopper indeed, so come on, Philip.
Yeah.
Start blasting.
And it might be time for Han. Han Solo with that 4 power, but the initiative token has been grabbed without hesitation by Cyril with that 1 resource left that they didn't make use of. The Bright Hope protecting the space and a onslaught in the ground. Han Solo here, do you go to base? Do you take a favourable trade? And what will Philip do with those 4 resources? 1 card in hand for Philip. It is a nail biter. There's 14 minutes on the clock, but that should be plenty of time to wrap this one up. Remember, this is the last round of Swiss. If you win this, you're almost certainly going to find yourself into that top 8 cut. But if you lose, you are going to be out.
Yeah. And you're going home with not the top 8 that you can brag about to your friends.
Yeah.
But I really wonder if he's going to take out the Peacekeeper with his hand, because that's the only thing that's like slowing his damage down, right?
The problem is it's just not going to be enough though. That 5 HP of the Peacekeeper is going to keep it protected from that immediate trade. I think if it was a 4 HP card, I think Philip would definitely go for it, but here it's just a very difficult decision. You could go straight to base, you could put some damage into the Sundari to line it up, or perhaps just take out that Battlefield Marine. I would imagine it's going to be either the base or the Marine here. Philip still not sure themselves, but let's see what they're going to play. It's going to be the Falcon. It's going to come in ready. That means there's no cards left in hand for Philip. And it is going to be the Stolen AT Hauler into the Bright Hope. It's going to be the Falcon into the Bright Hope as well.
Both taking 2 damage.
Because, of course, Cyril sees the initiative, but there's one more action available here for Philip, and that's going to be with this Han Solo. They still haven't decided. There's something I like to do as well, Driss. When it's a tricky decision, I like to do everything else I know that I'm always doing, and then I make the tricky decision right at the end.
That's one of the better plays, right? You just wait, you stall, you postpone, and when you have no other choice more, you go for it.
And it's going to go into the base. Philip leaves the Battle Marine exactly where it is. So, Philip, 12 HP remaining. Cyril, just 9. This could be the final turn of one of these players' tournaments. Philip with 2 cards in hand to start, but they might need to resource as they're going to have to defeat 2. Cyril is now at 6 resources, and that ECL base has not yet been used. So the potential overwhelm of something like a Wrecker or the on-attack of a Poe could deal more damage to base.
Well, both of the options are in his hand.
Oh, wait, okay.
He has Wrecker, so let's see what Cyril thinks.
What a hand. What a hand it is for Cyril, but Philip only has a single card in hand. But sometimes all you need is one. But Cyril did seize the initiative. It is a nail biter.
Yeah,
Cyril,
I just want to say, it's crazy.
9 HP for Cyril. So he can survive a hit from 2 units. But if Philip has something like a hotshot blaster in their smuggle, it's really not going to be 2 hits. Like, I think if you're Cyril, you just have to accept that you've got 2 opportunities here to win the game. Cyril's probably thinking, I've got 2 actions, but the Sundari could help. It's going to be the ECL. It's going to be the Wrecker. It's going to be 5 damage onto Han, and it's going to be the Wrecker overwhelm. That's 6 more damage to base. That means Philip has just 6 HP remaining. The Sundari for Cyril could buy him an extra bit of time as well with the restore.
Yeah, exactly. I think the next play should be the Sundari to get that HP back for Cyril, and then go with the Sabine. And let's see if that's if what Philip is going to answer to that.
It's a nail biter. Philip with 6 cards in his resources. I mean, it's quite possible that you have a couple of hotshot blasters in there. That would cost 6 resources, and you would be getting 2 extra power on each. But that is not a hotshot blaster. That is going to be just direct to base for 4. But Philip now, with a single swoop of the hotshot blaster, could seal the deal unless Cyril goes in with that Sundari and restores. That's exactly what they'll do. Cyril now safe from a hotshot blaster and is 1 action away from victory. Can Philip do anything with this card in hand to save the day?
Cyril is really hanging on the thread, trying to stay out of range.
It's going to be Han Solo. It's going to be Cyril's getting damaged, but not by enough. The Sundari keeps him in it, and Cyril has won by 1 HP.
That's crazy. That's crazy, actually.
Oh my goodness, what a game. Now, we're going to be going into the top 8 after this, so I can tell you about the sideboard. I am allowed. I can tell you the sideboarding was crucial in this one, because Sabine, they put in 3 copies of the Eagle Escort Fighter, 2 of the Bright Hopes, a Sundari Peacekeeper. There was Confiscates on the sideboard, so the Sabine player Cyril making full use of their sideboard. That Game 2 play of the Bright Hope and the Eagle Escort Fighter, for me, is the best play I've seen all weekend long.
Yeah. Super big, super big. It changed the whole game, right?
And making use of the sideboard as well.
Well, the thing is, you can have the best sideboard in the world, but if you don't see them, then they're useless as well, right? That's the luck I have most of the time.
That was absolutely brilliant. And you might think that's all the action that you've got here from round 13 in Lille, but you would be mistaken. We have got another round 13 game to show you while we wait for the top 8 to start. There's still a lot of round 13 games ongoing, but our wonderful production team have got another match ready for you. And here we go. It's Adam Landsberg, who's on my fantasy draft, playing Quinlan here with Tarkintown up against Joni on Sabine. Adam, a Nordic player, big shout out to the Nordic community, and in comes that promo Grogu. I've got a few of those. And in comes Luke Skywalker for Joni. So Grogu, you can spend an action, exhaust it, and you play an action, exhaust your Grogu to exhaust an opponent's unit. Really good against Sabine. That Tarkintown versus ECL. We can barely even catch breath here, Driss, because we're back in with more round 13 action.
Yeah, it's so fast actually. The production team is doing such a great job. Yeah, but we're gonna see we're going to the regroup phase. Grogu instantly gets used to shut down that Luke Skywalker, and yeah, time for Sabine to ping some more. And the next round we're gonna see her on the board.
Yeah, and the interesting thing again for Sabine here is, do you start attacking the Grogu as we see Cassian come down, not smuggled, so it could be played for 3, as we see a force throw. Grogu is a force unit, and that is a very early force throw. Sabine's masterpiece will be discarded, and that's 3 damage, cleaning up Luke Skywalker. Grogu force throwing Luke Skywalker into the discard pile.
Not a thing I would imagine that I would ever see, to be honest.
But it's going to be the initiative over now for Joni.
Another first round.
Oh my goodness, the Grogu double force throw from Adam is unbelievable. You've already forced your opponent to discard a Sabine's masterpiece. What else is there? It's going to be a K2. That will, though, mean that Cassian Andor survives the hit. But no! Surely not, Adam! What are you doing to me? I've never seen anything like it. The triple force throw. Grogu for 2 resources and then 3 force throws for 3. That is the most ridiculous opening to a Star Wars Unlimited game that I've seen in my life.
You said it perfectly. I could not have said it any better. That's indeed something really whack. I don't think we've seen anything like this yet.
That is an unbelievable start, and suddenly Joni is in a very tricky position with just 2 cards in hand. You have to resource 1 to get your Sabine out, but that doesn't give you a lot to work with, and Grogu is just staring Joni down in the face. Sabine might be able to come out here, but Grogu is ready to exhaust her. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Adam. This is why he's on my fantasy team, Driss.
I see. I totally get it now. No, it's getting a lot of value here from the Grogu, and that's pretty sick. Knowing that indeed, like you said, the Sabine will come out and it will just get exhausted instantly, right?
Yep, and that Battlefield Marine is the card that Joni has available. Adam doesn't have that many cards in hand either, thanks to that triple force throw, but what they do have is an Ezra. It is also a force, but it is not a 2 cost, so there's going to be no Quinlan ping here coming on to the Battlefield Marine. Remember that Tarkintown is ready to go. And Ezra giving a bit of consistency. Grogu, of course, is going to exhaust Sabine. No Sabine for you. Grogu is the star of the show so far.
Back to the regroup phase. Let's see.
It is just glorious to see that Grogu on the board.
I'm a bit stunned, to be honest, here. The Grogu is doing so much work for Adam.
And I have to say, the Grogu is quite special to me personally, because it was my first introduction to Star Wars Unlimited, playing at conventions, getting my hands on a few of these Grogu promo cards. So to actually see the card on the board in such a high-stakes game, I think is really exciting. And that combo with Force Throw is just brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good that it's a force unit, right? It makes it so much better to play the force throw here against Joni.
And Joni is just in a very tricky position. Do you just ignore Grogu? Surely you have to sink some damage into it, and we will see some damage sunk into it, or we won't. It will be Ezra that is, in fact, taken out by Poe Dameron, making use of that ECL. Now, Joni, you might think, well, they're going to use one of the on-attack abilities to discard a card. Well, what if I told you that Joni doesn't have any cards to discard?
Yeah,
he can't use the on-attack ability.
Yeah, he's not in the position to do that at all. So, and that's because of all the force throws. Like, I think discarding your opponent's hand is so powerful in Star Wars Unlimited.
And it is going to be the Battlefield Marine that's exerted there, exhausted by Grogu. but there's 5 resources available, and that means it's time for the Quinlan show. And Quinlan is a menace when it's down on the board, because suddenly you can deal damage to all kinds of characters. You don't need the exact fee, the same cost. It will be the Battlefield Marine that is dealt with here. And it's whenever a unit's played. Tarkin Down's going to clean out Poe. Tarkin Town now and ECL both burned this turn.
Yeah, look, I think it's a good idea to start using your bases as soon as you can. Oh, the blaster here.
Wow, smuggled out.
Getting equipped on Quinlan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we go back as well, Joni actually their turn 2 play at 3 resources was just to play a Cassian from hand, and then their whole hand got discarded. Right now, Joni would love a Cassian in their resources, and Adam is taking full use of their smuggle with that hotshot blaster to deal damage to the base.
Yeah, Adam is clearly in the driver's seat in this game. And I don't think this will take much longer anymore. I feel like the Yoni is struggling. The Sabine player, Yoni, is struggling. You really want to have some options and not just being in a top deck position, right?
Yeah, and Joni just at 5 resources as well, having to discard so much. Every time you resource, you're putting half of your hand into your resource pile. That is caused by the pressure of the early discard from Adam, that triple force throw. Of course, we're used to seeing Ahsoka as well. She can do a bit of discarding. Joni has to be careful of that also. Grogu is going to be exerting that Battlefield Marine. Grogu's been there since the first turn, and it's continuing to put in work. He might not have much power, but you should not underestimate this little one.
No, the thing is, I also thought with Poe that he would crash into Grogu, because Grogu is doing so much work against Yoni now. But Yoni decided that it's fine.
It is going to be a timely intervention, which is smuggled out. So almost getting another ECL here with the Sundari Peacekeeper, as it is going to be ambushing in, taking down, I believe that's a Sabine, and getting a bit of restore value as well.
Yeah, I think at this point, Joni really needs to start taking control, right? Because otherwise he's in a too bad of a position.
Yeah, and while Adams had this amazing start and has that Quinlan down on the board, they need to be careful, because a Wrecker could come through next turn. You might not be able to ambush, and here's Ahsoka, and that will be a discard on the Sabine Wren, and suddenly Joni might be wishing that Sabine Wren was instead in the resources instead. They declined to resource, and Adam takes advantage of that with the Ahsoka.
Yeah, but it makes sense, right? At this point, you really need to have some options. So
yeah.
As an aggro player, as a Sabine player, you don't care that much to go over 6 or over 7.
Oh my goodness, is that a surprise strike? I think it might be for even more damage onto Kylo Ren, straight into the base with that hotshot blaster upgrade. And the surprise strike means that Joni has 13 damage on their ECL with just 12 HP remaining.
Yeah, like I said before, looking grim here for Yoni. With the Grogu, seeing all the better units that Joni has, it's going to be a pickle to get out of this. I really wonder if he's going to resource again or not. Oh, he decides to heal himself while attacking the base.
Yep, the Sundari Peacekeeper. We've been seeing it a lot so far in this final round. Both these players with 10 wins and 2 losses, similar to the previous round. They need a win. A draw is not enough. A win is exactly what they need in order to have a chance of making it through. Plo Koon's now going to come through with ambush. The coordinate ability available as well. So it's going to get that extra power, and Sabine will be swiftly dealt with.
Yeah, having Sabine back in the leader position is really good for Adam, because she was like the only real big threat on the field. The other ones are already getting pinned down by the passive burn that Quinlan provides.
That's a lot of damage from Quinlan. Straight into the base. Not interested in dealing with the Sundari. We could see maybe Ahsoka taking down Asari to deny that restore value. But Adam just going to be doing some maths at this stage. Both players with 25 HP bases, of course. It's actually going to be a claim. Who needs to go in with Ahsoka when you can claim the initiative? And that is just a very high-level play by Adam.
Yeah, exactly. I think the most players would have used all the units that were on the field to at least do some damage. But actually seeing the game and reading the game state
Yeah.
that it's necessary to claim.
And you can see why now, because instead of dealing 3 damage to base with Ahsoka, Adam's next action is to deal 6 to base with Plo Koon. Plo Koon.
Which is perfect, and even like
And that's game.
that's game already.
Joni says enough is enough. He's sick and tired of staring down Grogu, and we will be going into game 2.
Understandable.
Somebody please clip that and send it to me. I want to watch it on repeat.
I'll repeat. Maybe we can make a give out of it.
Oh
if you
my
want to.
goodness.
A really long
Grogu
one.
on turn 1 into not 1, not 2, but 3 force throws.
Yeah, it was crazy. But the thing is, he never got removed, right? He was
Yeah.
there from the start till the end.
Let's see if Adam can pull off something even half as spectacular in this game, and I will still be impressed. But of course, it is not just about the game 1. We still have potentially 2 more games in this best of 3, and Joni is looking to make a big comeback. Adam, he played it perfectly, but you have to say it's a very fortunate position to have 3 force throws in your opening hand. You can't imagine he's going to draw quite as well this game, and it might be a bit tighter as a result. It will be 1 into space, 1 into the ground for each player as the Sabine ability does come through, and it is going to be the initiative here with Adam. There's a very interesting dynamic with these Quinlan decks here, where Adam, if they play a 2-cost unit this turn, they could start pinging away at that A-wing, maybe go for Tarkin Town. Adam also could start utilizing some passes early on, try and bait Joni into playing a 3-cost unit of their own, so then when Adam plays a 3-cost unit, they get a Quinlan ping and finish the job with Tarkin Town. So we might see some passes from Adam here, and we'll have to pay close attention to that. It is Adam with the initiative though, with this Sabine, and it will be an attack onto the base for 3.
Exactly. I think at this point Adam really wants to like wait out to see what Joni will play, maybe adapt his strategy to that. There's still a lot of time on the round, so there's nothing to be rushed.
Yep. And
Looks
it's
like
going to be
the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing is going to fly right into the base.
So now if you're Adam, can you pass ever in this position? You can! He's done it! He's made the pass, and now if Joni wants to, did they pass? I might have lied to you, chat. I apologise. I think it was a red 5, no pass. I got a bit too excited for a second there. There was some sort of gesture. It's going to be the red 5 instead. Adam wanted to keep that initiative as the Sundari comes down, but that means no opportunity for Adam yet to use that Tarkin Town, no opportunity for the Quinlan, but they keep the initiative, and the red 5 now can trade out that A-wing if they so desire. I got so excited, Driss, for nothing at all.
We're so excited, but to be fair, it looked like he did the gesture.
Okay.
that I'm going to pass. I'll give it this one.
And it is going to be Adam again with that initiative. The red 5 could go to base, but you also could take a favourable trade in the space arena.
Yeah, the thing, of course, is with the red 5 that you can also deal 2 damage to a damaged unit, right, on attack. So
yes,
there is a possibility to just ping and then get rid of it without even having to really trade it.
And I think you're spot on, because it's going to be Sabine damaging that Sundari. The red 5 on attack deals 2 damage to a damaged unit, and that will be enough to polish off the Sundari. But Joni sees it coming a mile off and instead takes the trade with the Sundari. So the red 5, nothing exactly that's damaged to target right now, but you could still take that trade. I love the way Adam's playing this one so far.
Yeah, he's doing a really great job, but it's a nice read from Joni that he's like, oh, I see what you're going to do there.
Yep. And we do see this back and forth set of actions with now the red 5 a bit later than I expected from Adam coming through, but I love the play from both players as Sabine action, not the epic just yet, just the action. 1 damage to each base comes through. Of course, both the ECL and Tarkin Town available.
And sorry, I can't really.
It's the Guerrilla Soldier, I believe. So it's the one that's dealing indirect damage. And if anything goes to base, you may ready this character. And it all goes down into the base here. What a strong card this is for Cunning. It is so good, honestly, for these aggro-y style decks. And this is a quick pace matchup, so it's a card that you want in your deck against Sabine.
really strong that he first took the trade to be able to play this basically ready as well.
Yep.
So doing, let's say, 5 damage for just this 2-3 cost unit. Very strong.
It is Sabine's action. And look, Joni, 4 resources still readied. So Joni has a lot of options here to take. One thing they certainly don't want to do here is pass, right? Because if you take a weird little pass, Adam can claim the initiative. We go to the next round. So they're going to do something. It's going to be Sabine as we then see the Gorilla Soldier go into base. But now Joni can start making use of their resources. But you might even see Sabine taking another attack first and saving those resources for as long as possible, just in case Adam has something they can do with the 1 resource of their own. No force units on the board though for Adam, so force throw is not too threatening, but it might be quite soon with that Quinlan Voss entering the board on the next turn.
Exactly when, actually the Dark Saber is coming down, really beefing up that Sabine.
Yep. The Dark Saber comes through, taking a little look to see if there is...
Gets instantly bamboozled.
Oh my goodness, the Bamboozle! And you don't have to spend any resources on Bamboozle if you discard a Cunning aspect. I was having a look to see if there was any upgrade removal, but before I even had a chance to check, Adam surprises me with the Bamboozle. I have to say, Driss, I've been playing against Bamboozle a lot, and I think it is one of the best cards in Star Wars Unlimited. It is so good against these pilot cards, and clearly it's great against Sabine Darksaber as well.
Yeah, true. I think it's a very versatile card. You can use it in many different situations, and that's what makes a card good, right?
The fact that you can just play it for no cost at all is really good. Like exhausting an enemy unit for 2 and getting rid of an upgrade back to hand, I think is already incredible. But the fact you've also got the ability to play it for no resources at all, that was incredibly relevant there for Adam. They didn't have 2 resources available. I didn't catch what they discarded, but it was masterfully done. And I think that is a big tempo swing in favor here of Adam. We're still waiting for Joni to resource a card, but this is the turn where Quinlan can enter the board, and that will be that force unit. So Joni has to be very careful of force throws. So when you're resourcing, you might want to keep a weak card in hand. Well, we've seen it once, we've seen it before. There's no way Adam's got another one, does he?
It would be very spectacular to see him, the Ahsoka coming out, to see him have another Bamboozle, but I don't think that will be the case.
And I don't know how many cards Joni has in hand right now, but they're going to be discarded. At least one will be discarded, and if it's a unit, you may exhaust that Sabine. So if with Joni's resourcing, if they kept an event, and they did, that is going to make the Ahsoka significantly less impactful, because Sabine will not be exhausted and Sabine will be free to attack. So some really heads-up plays there from the resourcing of Joni to keep that event in hand.
Yeah, exactly. It's also a really good event, right? For cause I believe in, it's basically 4 free damage. But yeah, in situations like this, if you know the matchup, if you know what's going to happen,
yep,
you just throw it away.
You need to keep those cheap cards in hand for force throw as well. You don't want to be discarding anything powerful. You want to discard something like a Rebel Assault along these lines to try and keep your units as protected as possible. And there is now a force unit on the board for Adam as the red 5 comes crashing into the base, probably going to trigger that on attack ability onto Sabine as well to deal a little bit of damage over there. Certainly it will. So Sabine, 3 damage counters on as Joni claims the initiative. Is there a force throw waiting for Adam as Quinlan now comes into the mix? 1 resource available. I don't think they have many cards in hand, Driss, after that Bamboozle discard.
No, exactly. I think there's 1 card in hand still for Adam. I think you see it there on the top of the screen with the token on it.
So Sabine has 8 HP and 6 power. So she's a 6/8, but that 3 damage, she's more like a 6/5 right now. Not that easy for Adam to deal with, but they do have the Tarkin Town still available. That could deal 3.
Yeah.
Quinlan could also deal 3 as well, but it's going to take a big hit if it does so.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's actually worth it. I think at this moment Adam is in the pole position if you compare it to Joni. I think if we just start crashing the base, Yoni will have to answer with trades, and that will be history, right?
It's definitely a pivotal moment, and in Adam's position with plenty of time on the clock, I'm sure he's just going through, okay, if I take out Sabine, what happens next turn? If I don't take out Sabine, what happens next turn? And they decide to actually go for it, not even using the Tarkin Town, but saving the Tarkin Town. Quinlan will take down Sabine alongside the Guerrilla Soldier, and this means that the Tarkin Town is still free to be used in the next turn, and with Quinlan on the board, that could be very effective indeed. That is a scary board. Sabine is staring down the barrel of a red 5, a Quinlan, and an Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah, that's pretty nice actually that he played it like that. The Guerrillas were not that impressive anymore at this point because they already did their job, right?
Yep.
So they were a unit that was worth to get rid of, I guess.
And of course, Joni with not many cards in hand due to the disruption of Ahsoka. We didn't see any force throws yet this game though. 6 resources available for Joni, I believe 2 cards in hand. But we know Adam loves their force throw. If you play something down here, you've got to be scared about the last card that you have in hand being discarded by force throw. And if you've got 2 big cards in hand here, if you're Joni, you know, you have 3 cards before your resource. Joni probably forced to put some pretty expensive cards into the resources in this position if they are respecting the force throw. It's possible that you just have to accept force throw is going to get you, but we will see the ECL. 4 resources, it's going to be the K2SO, which is going to ambush in and take down Quinlan, and it will still stick around to tell the tale, so no when defeated ability for the K2SO just yet.
Yeah, with 1 HP left, it's still able to attack next turn, so I'm not sure in this position if I would kill it with the Ahsoka. It also deals 3 damage, of course, when it's defeated. So it's going to be a tough decision for Adam. He has 2 cards in hand, so he has some options, still has all the resources, so God knows what's in those resources ready to be smuggled. But yeah.
Yeah, but that red 5 on attackability is waiting, and it can take out the K2SO. But what you might want to do if you're Adam is time that to perfection. It's like you mentioned, you might just want to ignore it to not trigger that when defeated ability, but you've got to be cautious not only of that potential damage to base, but also the potential of Joni discarding one of Adam's cards, because that could be particularly powerful at this moment in time.
Yeah, but it looks like both players are still thinking a bit like, what is the next move? What's the thing we can do? Adam is scratching his head right now, I think, even though he's in a very good position.
Yeah, absolutely. That Ahsoka's still ready. It is Adam's move. It is Adam's turn to take an action, but at these pivotal moments, use all the time available. You're in no danger, and it's going to be the Hotshot Blaster smuggled out onto Ahsoka Tano. Not going to be going to the K2SO, but rather directly to base, and that is going to be 5 power. So 5 damage counters being added, and Joni with just 8 HP remaining, and that red 5 ready to whittle it down. But we will see the Sabine Wren come through for Joni, which means that they spend all 6 of their resources with just 2 cards in hand. But the K2SO has gone back to hand. I might be mistaken, there might actually be 2 cards now in hand for Joni. Think they had a couple now with that K2SO, so there's still a few options, but the Waylay, a great way of getting rid of that K2SO with that undefeated ability. It could have been a real pain and thorn in the side for Adam, who still has that Tarkin Town ready to make an impact. Joni with 8 HP, the red 5 can challenge in, setting it to 5, and that would be meaning that Ahsoka would be enough to seal the deal. So Joni's in a tight spot here. Adam's feeling a little bit safe.
Has to find something to give an answer to that. Is a pinging the option, you think? Is pinging the right decision?
Yeah, well, at this stage, the 1 damage probably helps Joni more than it does for Adam. It doesn't really change the numbers too much for Adam here. It's still going to be a red 5 and an Ahsoka necessary to take it. If Adam was to claim here, the Ahsoka's only dealing 5, and Joni would still be safe. So I like the decision to take that Sabine ping, but it is a claim. Who needs red 5, says Adam, when I can just rush in with my Ahsoka next turn and attack your base before you can stop me.
He's still resourcing. I'm not sure if he has much high-cost units that he actually has to resource and not keep some more options available. But at this point, I'm pretty sure Adam knows what he's doing, right?
Yes. Adam from the Nordics is putting on a show here as Ahsoka is going to attack that base, and suddenly Joni is in big danger. This red 5 has to go or they will lose the game. Alternatively, they need some restore, and they don't have it. They reveal the hand. Adam Landsberg, with the power of Grogu and triple force throw, takes down Sabine 2-0, and they will now be surely in the top 8 with a record of 11 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah, it's looking great for Adam.
Who's
Which
on my
is nice,
fantasy
'cause
team.
he's on your fantasy team. I know. He's on your fantasy team. That's great for you, brother.
It is great for me, I have to say. But you might think, again, we've got so much Star Wars Unlimited action, you might think we're done. Well, no, we've got the top 8 coming soon, but also quite shortly. We're not going to jump in immediately, but we are going to have an interview with a member of FFG. So if you're thinking now's a good time to go for a little coffee break, you are going to be very, very mistaken. But what a performance. What a couple of games we saw. We saw one Sabine player victorious by the skin of their teeth. We saw one Sabine player not as victorious, frankly, but it was an absolute delight.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much, guys. I guess we'll be right back, so don't go too far. It's an interview that you really don't want to miss. It's going to be about everything Star Wars Unlimited related, about the organized play, about everything you want to know as a competitive player. We'll be right back.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season.
The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like a knife.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier here in Lille in France. And have I got a treat for you, because I am joined by a lovely chap called Nico. How you doing, Nico?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what do you do here?
Yeah, I'm Nico. I'm the Organized Play Program Manager for FFG, for Star Wars Unlimited. So if there's something that you really enjoy or that you don't enjoy, me and my team will probably be responsible for it.
So when it comes to the whole Star Wars Unlimited tournaments, it's fair to say you're a fairly important person.
Yes, that's okay. That's fair.
That's cool. Well, I've got a whole cue card full of questions here, which we're going to hopefully go through. And I'm going to be having a little bit of a look at chat on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you've got any questions for Nico, we've not got infinite time, but we might be able to get to one or two of your questions as well. So please do hit us up on YouTube or on Twitch. Either is fine if you've got some questions. But before we get there, I believe we've actually got the top 8 of this tournament, which has gone and been confirmed now. And I do have a little bit of bad news here. We had one person actually bubbled out there, but we can see our top 8 confirmed with Dex. We got Jonas on Sabine, we got Arjun on Kira, we got Adam on Quinlan, Cyril on Sabine, Alexandra on Anakin, Thomas on Anakin, and then Joshua on Ray and Eric on Sabine. Free Sabine, couple of Anakin, and then a Kira, a Quinlan, and a Ray. Nico, while you're here, is this the top 8 you were expecting?
That's a lot of Sabine. We've seen a high amount of variety in the Richmond sector. It was really diverse. The meta was trying to be figured out. Sabine won.
It did.
I suspect that it had a strong influence on the Lille meta, and a lot of players came with Sabine, and that makes a lot of sense. And we think they have a very good conversion rate. It means that Sabine is strong nowadays, but I would probably put my bet on Kira or Ray for this top 8. But it's a fantastic top 8, yes. Those players have been through a lot, and it's really the cream of this competition.
And 13 rounds is nothing to be sniffed at here. That is a lot of games that have to be played to get these players up to here. We actually had one player who bubbled out. When we say bubbled, we refer to they had the same number of points as the player in 8th place. Unfortunately, did not make it. I've just actually lost their name on my screen here, but I'll hopefully find them again in a second and let you know. So we have got a bunch of different decks in top 8. Couple of Anakin I think might surprise some people. I'm looking at that Ray, Joshua Freeman Birch, very well known in the UK for being a ridiculously good player. I think they had a top 4 finish with Anakin Colossus in Liverpool at the sector, and now coming back with Ray here. That's one we need to have a look at. So I'm going to ask you a whole bunch of questions here. Let's start off nice and simple. How did you get started at Fantasy Flight Games?
I was working as a consultant on organized play for Asmodee, so I was working with a lot of our games, and one of those games was Star Wars Unlimited during its preparation. And then the previous organized play program manager left, got other opportunities, so I was basically ready, knowing all the structure, knowing the card, knowing the game, knowing the people, knowing Asmodee to take over the job, and that's what I did. So it felt very natural to me and to everyone to keep working with me. And the people from FFG, they were super welcoming. The transition was super smooth. It just happened naturally.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Working as a consultant, job opens up in your slide, nice and easy. So you are a bit of a gamer. You have a real gaming background. Can you tell us a little bit about your background before you got to FFG and your background in games generally?
Oh, I'm playing games since the day I was born. Video games, card games since they exist. Old card games, digital, physical. I say all of them. I must be not far from the truth. It's an hyperbolic expression, but it's not far from the truth. And I built my career in the video game industry. I work for very big games like World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, but also World of Tanks. And I did a lot of organized play, esports, and then I switched to Asmodee for more physical things. That turns out that what I was good for. And but yeah, I think you can define me as a gamer.
Very nice.
As well.
There's something that's hard to beat. I mean, you know, sitting opposite somebody at a table, physical cards, physical components to a game. Something very hard to beat about that. Before we get into specific organised play, I've got to ask, what is your go-to deck right now when you sit down to play Star Wars Unlimited? What are you normally bringing out?
I try to always bring something that will surprise my opponent, because there is I get an edge doing that.
Agreed.
And I believe that some of players may underestimate this edge. When I was facing Sabine Wren all day long during the Bounty little challenges that we're having here, having a lot of fun, and there I defeat Sabine. You know, because they never got a chance to train against me. Well, I got a chance to train against them. So I try to always bring something that surprises my opponent. Right now, it's a Finn Cunning deck that is very surprising. But I also have a Kylo Command deck that is just as surprising as the Finn deck. They just don't know what's going on, and therefore they're making bad decisions. And I really get an advantage from that. If I had to come to a tournament, I would probably do the same and see how far I can go with this surprise.
I would love to see you in a tournament playing that Finn deck. That sounds like a lot. So we had a bit of a almost like a cautious start to the organised play. In Season 0, we had your 2 sector qualifiers in Milan and in Liverpool, at least in Europe. And then we come to the regional in Lille. What was the thinking behind having kind of 2 sectors and 1 regional and having that to be it for Season 0?
The game is here to stay.
That makes me happy.
We're going nowhere. So basically our strategy, our philosophy is that we're having a marathon. I don't want to start by a rush, be exhausted, fail, stumble, fall on the ground. What I want to do is a marathon, and I want to reach the end line. So basically we decided to unroll the things that were making sense. First, doing set 1, Spark of Rebellion.
Spark of Rebellion, yeah, seeing his name.
The activities in store, pre-release, store showdown, the weekly play kit, see what's the reaction. Then for set 2, with Shadows of the Galaxy, that's when we started with 40 planetary qualifiers in the world, and we learned from that. Then set 3, we multiply those planetary qualifiers by 3 or 4, which 150, I think, something like that in the world. That's lots. So we observed that, we monitored that. And then set 4, jump to light speed, that's when we're like, okay, now we need something bigger, because we need people to be qualified for the Galactic Championships that's going to happen in July in Las Vegas. So let's do the sectors and the regionals in set 4, and that's going to make sense. And then set 5, Galactic, the culmination. So ramping like this, we're sure that we're taking our time to observe. That has been always our concept for the Season 0. That's why we don't call it Season 1. We call it Season 0 because it's a proto-season. We want to observe, we want to take our time. There's no other way to do things right with the community, to make sure that we're taking all the feedback and all the reality checks into consideration to say, hey, we're doing the right thing, let's continue, let's do new things, let's do better, let's do more and more and more and more, and eventually we'll get there. But I think it's already a nice point, right?
I'm happy. I'm seeing
it's fantastic. The 4 sectors that you mentioned, we were very happy about them, and I'm just waiting for Minneapolis now to see if the meta is going to be dominated by Sabine again or not. What are the Americans player going to do about that? And then set 5, Legends of the Force. Oh, I cannot wait to speak about that.
Oh, there's so much we haven't seen from that set yet. Okay, so I was going to ask you about how you think they've gone, but it sounds like you're very happy with these. So if we jump ahead a little bit, because we've not got as much time as I wanted here, let's look forward to next season. Is there anything you can tell us about the number of events, the type of events we're going to be seeing? Should we expect more sectors? Could there be more than 1 regional in a certain continent in a season?
The Season 1 is going to feel very much like the Season 0 in terms of look and feel, the numbers, the IDs, the concepts. We're going to use the same terminology. They're going to do roughly the same things. We don't want to destabilize our player base by offering them something that would be radically different. So it's going to be an evolution from Season 0. I will not give you any number, because if I give you a number, then it becomes a truth, and First, it will prevent us from changing those numbers last minute.
Of course.
And 2, it's better if it's communicated in the nice way by Alicia, the familiar faces that you got on our live stream, with our article to support what we're saying, so that there is no possible confusion Imagine I say 73 about anything, and then we change our mind, or it turns out that it was 74. People are going to be disappointed because they wanted 73, not 74 or whatever. So we have an intention. What I can tell you,
Okay.
is that it's crafted, but we crafted multiple season ones. Okay.
Oh, very nice.
Because we want to keep the possibility to take some decisions the latest possible. I want this reality check. I want to be at the Galactic and see with my own eyes how the community is taking ownership of what we're offering them in terms of organized play, in terms of event, before we take some decisions. So if I have a chance to push back some decisions the latest I can, I will take this opportunity so that we accumulate more and more feedback, more and more data, and I'm sure that we're crafting and taking the best decisions. Some decisions are difficult.
Of course, of course.
And I don't want to rush them. So we will experiment again as much as I can before we finalize some details, but we're basically having scenarios that are ready to deploy.
Yeah, I mean, I love the wordplay there. I think a lot of people are going to be happy about hearing stuff like this. You know, hearing you talk about marathon, not a sprint. You know, being here for the long haul, having multiple season ones, so you can, you know, make these decisions as late as possible. But you've already mentioned a couple of times this Galactic Championship that's coming up in Las Vegas in July. So I'm going to leave as a nice open question. Why should people be hyped about the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas?
When they come to a sector and regional, the main event, the tournament is the main attraction. Okay?
Yes.
We're here to compete, basically. The Galactic, it's not really that. It's more like an event for the fan of Star Wars Unlimited, and that happens to have a main event that's going to crown the Galactic champion. So therefore, the mindset is very different. The main event is going to be the most important part of the show, probably.
Yeah.
But it's far from being just it. We're going to have artists. We're going to have everything you can dream of. You know what? Instead of making a list out of my memory, you type Galactic Championship, Star Wars Unlimited on the search engine, you will get to our landing page where we have all the activities listed. If you haven't got your ticket, if you can afford a nice trip to Las Vegas, to the Venetian, it's a fantastic place. I mean it. We've been there. It's crazy good.
I must confess.
Well, you have an opportunity to take one of the last tickets that are available.
Yeah, I've heard they're getting quite low. I did have a cheeky little search of the Venetian, had a little look at the venue. Does look like quite a nice venue.
It's huge.
So, okay, what you said was very interesting to me, because there's different ways to run these kind of almost like world championship events, galactic championships, we call it in Star Wars Unlimited. Is the philosophy of FFG going forward to be, we're going to be in a fantastic location, it's going to be a celebration of the game with a tournament? Is there a chance that you go towards an invite-only tournament and it's just a tournament and we don't want spectators? Or is the philosophy very much, we want a yearly celebration of the game and there will be a tournament, but it's always going to be so much more? At least that's currently the plan.
Whoa, that's you're thinking way ahead of us.
Oh, way ahead.
This one is going to be the first one. We want it to feel like a celebration. Like we want to really take the time to acknowledge the success of the game, the fact that we're having a huge community, that they're enjoying the game with us. You know, it's time to say thank you with a nice event. No limit event. It's the biggest event for Asmodee and FFG combined.
Yes.
That says a lot. Asmodee is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Ever. So is it going to be like that all the time? I don't know. We have a limited. We don't have infinite resources, bandwidth, energy, etc. Is it the best way to spend our energy? Maybe yes. Maybe no.
Okay.
I want to keep an open door. After, you know, to take a decision after we see what's going on. But right now I feel very good about the Galactic Championship 25 because we're going to go all in.
Oh, yeah. That's very obvious. I have been to that landing page. I've looked at the information about Galactics, and everything I can see is this is a company which is going all in on making this just one of the best TCG events that any game has ever seen. It seems to be a really banner event. I just wanted to kind of gauge where you were with that. It sounds like you are just as hyped as everyone else I've spoken
Everyone's
to.
working so hard on this Galactic. I can tell you that we're all waiting for it to unfold and see the reactions, the first reactions. I'm going to be there and I'm going to look at the people in the eye when they're going to enter the venue and see the first reactions. I can't wait. It's going to be a rain of loot. Like there's so many promo cards and stuff that we're going to give away in boosters, in participation, VIP stuff. Everywhere, exclusive cards with new treatments, with frames, with... Oh la la. Yeah, fantastic event.
There was a whole YouTube video that you guys put out showing some of the side prize wall stuff for the Galactics, and there was so much there, and they were like, this isn't all of it, this is just like a little bit of a taste, and that did get me thinking a little bit. Now, you talk about the prize cards. One of the things which I have found people are most happy about is the cards at the sectors where we had the Obi-Wan and the Kylo Ren, and then you've got obviously the Palpatine and the Rey here at regionals, those black cards with a real foil treatment, there's texture on there, absolutely fantastic. Now, I know you're not going to give me any specifics, so I'm going to ask a more general question here. Is there more exciting stuff planned going forward? Are there going to be new types of cards, or do you expect there to be new types of cards in the near future?
Well, let's take 5 seconds to acknowledge what we're giving away at the sectors and regionals.
Oh, they're so good.
The Rey, Obi-Wan, Emperor Palpatine and Kylo Ren cards. They're having a treatment that is very close from our Tier 3 Prestige cards.
Yes.
That is a little bit of a 3D feeling when you caress the card.
Yes.
The foil is matching the character. You have the sensation that the frame is world between worlds with the foil lines that are sometimes visible, sometimes not visible, giving a black frame. It's a fantastic card, and that we're giving away. It's the top of the technology right now.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Absolutely.
We're very happy about that. It's going to be hard to top up. But you know what? The teams, the artists, the devs, the production, the people working with Cartamendi and at Cartamendi, they're permanently researching. I know they're coming with, hey guys, I have new ink, new foil, look at that, it's splendid. New ways to deconstruct the cards while still respecting the fact that a card has to look and feel like Star Wars Unlimited, no matter how crazy we go.
Of course.
So we're always researching, and yes, we're always evolving. So there will be new cards, there will be new frames, there will be new treatment, there will be new ways to acquire the cards. Sometimes it's a bit frustrating because we live far ahead, like sometimes 1, 2, 3 years ahead, and I know the players, they want things yesterday.
We do.
And it's fine. It's okay. That's what they should do. They should force us, to be always on our AAA game. But sometimes frustrating because we have to wait on some of our cool ideas that are gonna come later. Yes, we will always propose new stuff. I'm very confident on that.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. I wish we had more time. I'm afraid to say we lost the internet here, so I couldn't see any of your questions. I'm very sorry about that. But I think we got a nice look ahead. And if nothing else, we couldn't get any specifics. I tried. We all know I tried. But I think it's safe to say the game's in good hands. We're all very hyped. Unfortunately, I have to say goodbye to Nico now because the top 8 players are ready to go. So we're going to say goodbye to Nico. Thank you very much for your time here.
Thank you. And I want to watch those games.
There we go. So we're going to say bye to Nico. We're going to get Ben back in here. And we're going to have our top 8. Don't even get out of your chair. That's how quick we're going to get Ben in here.
Thanks very much.
Denke ich immer noch an dich. Heute bist du nicht mehr da, jetzt ist das Rampenlicht. Tausende von Narben hab ich nun in meinem Gesicht. Farbe in der Haut, ja diesen Schmerz, den hab nur ich. I think we are different. Our love was so magnificent. I tried so hard to know as far I could ever go.
I hope you followed my advice and didn't get out of your seat. You saw how quick that transition was. Massive shout out to Nico one more time for sharing that time with us talking about Star Wars Organized Play. I actually had a much longer conversation before the interview. Fascinating. I didn't get any secrets though. That's a bit sad. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing very, very well, Ross. Very, very excited to hear, first and foremost, what Nico had to say, and the future for Star Wars Unlimited looking very, very bright. But right now, in the present, Star Wars Unlimited future looks continuously bright. right as well. We have Joshua Freeman Birch, one of the best players, if not the best player in the United Kingdom for Star Wars Unlimited. Most importantly, my pick one round one for the Fantasy Caster Draft. He is playing Ray up against one of the 3 Sabine Wren decks that made it to top 8.
Most played deck coming into the day, into yesterday, and now the most represented deck in the top 8 is that Sabine Wren. I'm really quite glad I finished rewatching Ahsoka on the train up here, frankly. I am well up to speed, and we're going to get up to speed here with our top 8. Now, one of the decks we've not been able to get this on stream so far. I promise we've been trying to get it on stream. We've not been able to for various reasons. We finally got Joshua Freeman Birch's Ray deck on stream. It is the only... It's the only deck I've really wanted to see that I haven't seen yet. Ray is not a deck we came into this event really going, well, obviously Ray's going to be in the top 8. But if I remember correctly, Joshua got a top 8 in Liverpool with that Anakin Colossus.
Correct.
And that was pre-suspension of Jango Fett and DJ and Triple Dark Raid, when basically Anakin was not, nowadays Anakin's a much better deck. Pre-suspension it wasn't, and yet Joshua came and got that top 4.
Yeah.
Now they're in top 8 with Ray. Is there any deck they can't play?
Honestly, I would say no. Joshua Freeman Birch has always been known as an innovator in this game, even all the way back when the original Boba Fett leader was unsuspended. He was playing Boba Fett first and foremost with a 30 HP command base, which was strange for the time. You'd usually play it with the 25 HP energy conversion lab, and also was playing above the minimum 50 card deck consistently.
That's madness.
And topping and winning events. Look at the collection of aspect pins that he's got there on his jacket. He has won every single one of them throughout the multitude of events that he has either top cut to or won in its entirety. Like you said, Ross, top 4 with Anakin Colossus in the Liverpool sector qualifier. Another top finish here in the regional qualifier. And how much further can he go with Ray with Data Vault?
Well, the good news is by making top 8, they have got that, everyone in the top 8, they've got that day 2 invite to Galactic Championships. No day 1 for them. They can enjoy the myriad of other attractions that are going on at the event. The good news now is we get to watch them try and compete for that top 4 and then that final slot. And the honest answer is, I'm not 100% sure how this one is going to go. I'm just very excited to see Ray in action. For those that may be less familiar, the Ray leader, it's all about giving experience tokens to units with 2 or less power. Pay 1, exert the leader, and then you get to give an experience token to a unit with 2 or less power. When you deploy, you get restore free, which is a lot of restore. And on attack, you may give an experience token to a unit with 2 or less power. It's all about taking 2 or less power units, giving them experience tokens to make them into more than 2 or less. At least that's the theory for this Ray deck.
Yeah, absolutely is true to life as well. Ray supporting those that are weaker and maybe lesser around her in the resistance to get that victory. But Ray having access to that vigilance and heroism aspect combination, you generally will see a heavy restore package among those cards like Yoda, cards like Queel, cards like the top end Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight as well with its restore capabilities. And when Ray deploys to restore herself as well, it's going to be a really, really interesting matchup to see. What you're seeing here right now on your screens is both players perusing the deck lists. Now that we are in to the top cut, the deck lists open up. It's one of the 2 big changes that we see from the Swiss position up towards the top cut stage. There's going to be no surprises in store for either of these players in terms of any tech cards that are in the main deck, any of the sideboard inclusion pieces. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see with that knowledge how players will adapt.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting thing. Knowing the sideboard is absolutely huge. Because generally speaking, you go into that second game and you have that little bit of knowledge of how the first game went, but you don't know what's going on with the sideboard. A good enough player is going to be able to look at their opponent's sideboard and go, that's what they're going to take in game 2.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to go for. Now, there's also a bit of a memory test here, because if I'm remembering correctly, you get to look at the beginning of the game.
Yes.
That's it. You don't get to keep a copy there and just refer back to it throughout the game. And during the sideboarding in between games, it's have a look at the start, get that knowledge, and then you have to essentially give the deck list back. So what are you going to see? And it's not just about figuring out what they're going to do in the main game. It is about what's going to be in the sideboard. The thing is, these two players, look at we got one player on the left who just kind of looks like they're just calm and meditating, and a player on the right who seems like they're really trying to rack their brain as to what's going on. And here's the difference, and it's something I just talked about with Nico. If you're Joshua here, you're going, oh, it's Sabine. And I'm looking at the deck list here, and it's pretty standard Sabine. It's a cool deck. It's a very good deck. It's clearly a great player, but I'm not seeing anything in this deck that gives me any real pause for thought. It's all stuff with which I'm familiar. However, if I'm Eric, I'm going, oh, how does Ray play again? I haven't played against Ray for a little while. Nobody played. How did he make top 8 with Ray? Hang on a second. So Mon Mothma, Voice of the Rebellion. Do I remember what Mon Mothma, Voice of the Rebellion does?
Yeah, there's so many cards in here that are slightly unfamiliar. Even potentially a card like Admiral Akbar, Brilliant Strategist. It is a trap for the Sabine player Eric to try and potentially fall into, because similar to your point, you're going, oh, hang on a second, that was all the way back at the start of the game. What card was that? You've got cards like, obviously, Yoda is a known quantity, Village Protectors is known, Alliance Dispatcher, another one of those slightly potentially fuzzy cards. Some of the cards in the sideboard as well, we'll get to them when the sideboard comes around at the end of game 1, but there's some really, really interesting pieces that Joshua Freeman Birch has included. But you're totally right, Ross, that potential fear of the unknown might even be an opportunity here that Eric in the back of his mind is saying, okay, game 1 is just going to be a learning experience for me, and games 2 and 3 is where I'm going to be poised to strike.
Yeah, I don't like going into any game where I'm just like, well, I might have to give up game 1, but if I just win the other 2, I'll be fine. That is generally not the best plan. You're absolutely right that might be what it turns into. You know, we've seen some games on stream so far. We saw Admiral Trench winning on stream, and there were misplays in that game. But when I say misplays, that's not a judgment on the player. It's why would you know how to play against that?
Yeah.
Like we saw in the Admiral Trench game yesterday, it all came down to, could you draw your vigilance? Well, if you knew what you were doing, you would protect those vigilance with all of your might. You would do everything you could to keep those cards and have them ready for the end of the game. But you're going through the first few turns and like, well, it's not so important. I'll just mill 6 now. I don't need to mill 6 later. And actually, milling 6 later could have been what won you the game. It's making sure you're prepared. And this is where the more unusual a deck you have, the more of an advantage you have, because again, I'm looking at this Sabine deck and I'm like, okay, cool, it's Sabine. I'm looking at this Ray deck and I'm going to be honest with you, like Mon Mothma, Voice of the Rebellion, I don't think I've seen that in a deck list all weekend.
No, absolutely not. It is simply just a top 5 Rebel Searcher, but importantly, in this Ray deck, it is a 1 power unit, so that fulfills the condition for the Ray.
Yeah,
and
it
it's not as well the Ray leader ability, a once per unit effect. It's not a case of give an experience token to a unit with 2 or less power, it can only hold that once per game. It is just flat give an experience token to a unit, so you can 2 phases, turns, go experience tokens to Mon Mothma, experience token to Mon Mothma, and all of a sudden what just looked like a harmless searcher is now a 3 power threat on the board.
Absolutely. I would say the Admiral Akbar is a little bit unfamiliar. Clone Deserter, another card. Now, we did actually see this one on stream. This one did make it in with that Captain Rex deck we saw earlier.
Yes.
But we only saw it in Captain Rex, which is an even more unusual deck than Ray. So, you know, you got to ask the question, has Eric played against any Clone Deserters this weekend?
I'm going to go out on a very, very safe assumption here and probably say no.
Probably not.
Ross. We all played against plenty of Data Vaults, which is the base that Joshua Freeman Birch has elected to run. Again, harking back to that mindset of Josh being very, very happy to play above the allotted minimum, typically 50 cards. With Data Vault, it's 60, but how many, as you say?
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you there, Ben, because we are off. The players are drawing up. We got Joshua Freeman Birch on the left with Ray. We got Eric Haletta on the right with Sabine Wren, and we are getting ready to tip off your top 8th game at the Lille Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier, the first ever regional qualifier this game has ever seen.
And if you'll notice at the top of your screen as well, an extended timer. Now we are in to the top 8 stage. 75 minutes is afforded to both of these players to find themselves their conclusion. It's still a best of 3, of course, but we have the extra time now with players having to make those extra careful decisions, and with so much at stake now to be crowned the first ever regional qualifier champion.
Yeah, absolutely, and check out those sleeves and Joshua Freeman Birch. Those are event sleeves if ever I've seen them, with the Annihilator on there. So yeah, it seems like they've been re-sleeved right before this top 8 in very fitting sleeves. Absolutely love seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely, as Eric is going to go ahead and take himself the mulligan. His game plan is probably going to be pretty straightforward. It will be the regulation Sabine line of just going straight in towards the base, trying to rush Joshua Freeman Birch down, try and get away from a few of those restore units that obviously Heroism and Vigilance elects to play, and then get to the victory. For Josh Freeman Birch, it's going to be the exact opposite. Weather that early storm, get some of those early restore units down. We've spoken about units like Clone Deserter, Admiral Akbar, Sundari Peacekeeper we've seen a lot of today in Sabine Command decks. So get those out early, get them boosted up with the Ray Leader ability, and then restore and overwhelm to win.
That's going to be the plan. Whether those first few turns get that restore package on the board, and you end up with a little extra health, and well, you got a bit extra, your opponent's actually got a bit less, so you combine those, you got a fair bit of extra health over your opponent here. Then you bring in all of that restoring action, and that is going to be what brings you through. Get enough time to build up your smaller units with those experience tokens, and it looks like we are starting off with that Clone Deserter. Just got just got a restore 1. It's got a restore 1. It's also got a bounty on it. Lets you draw a card.
And most importantly, it is a 2-power unit with 1 resource being utilized. So the second resource at the start of that phase is open for the Ray Leader ability, paying that 1, exhausting that leader, and giving the experience token on. So that is now a 3/4 restore 1 unit on the first action phase of the game.
And I've just realized how annoying this game is going to be to cast with so many experience tokens, throwing all of the maths off. We see the A-Wing coming down for Galetta here, just giving a decent body on the board in that space, the space arena, and with the initiative chooses to throw that at Joshua's base, gets 3 damage down nice and early.
Yeah, and you can see there immediately the Sundari Peacekeepers making its way onto board. Masterpiece now for Eric Caletta. So an early pivot into space, which is not very usual for Sabine Command decks. Typically you see them hard focus into the ground arena, but at the moment, first 2 phases of play for Eric Caletta have been that A-Wing and that Sabine's Masterpiece, and trying to equalize that starting health advantage that Joshua Freeman Birch will get with the Data Vault.
Well, he's taken the initiative here, and I think this might be a case of having open deck lists, because Eric is playing more than a 2-to-1 ratio of ground to space units. He has got a deck which is built to play on the ground more than in space, but if he looks at the Ray deck and goes, well, hang on a second, in the Ray deck they've only got 8 space units to 34 ground, maybe space is where I can make hay here. We'll have to see how this one goes in game 1.
Yeah, as we get ourselves into the regroup phase, Joshua Freeman Birch already able to go and get himself prepared with that initiative token as well. Eric waiting to figure out what he's going to want to resource with Sabine Leader unit. Going to be able to be deployed here on this phase as well. Ray is a 6 or more resource deploy leader. So Joshua Freeman Birch, without any kind of ramping strategies, no resupplies or commands or anything like that, will not be deployed for 2 more phases. Takedown gets rid of the Sabine's Masterpiece.
That's always nice. That's to be Masterpiece. Well, that on-attack skill is very annoying. Get rid of it as soon as you can. We do see the attack there with that A-Wing going down into the base, putting it up to 6. That represents all the damage that Eric has done here. By the way, you might have seen a minute ago that bright hope coming down onto the screen. That was a reminder that Joshua is playing that as a Sentinel. So if Eric does go too heavy into space, there is some Sentinel opportunity for Joshua here.
Couple of interesting actions taken there by Joshua Freeman Birch. First, actually, the decision to go and use the takedown on the Sabine's Masterpiece. Remember, takedown isn't exclusive to non-leader unit. It is defeat a unit with 5 or less remaining HP. So with Sabine Wren at 5 HP at its base stats, there could have been the opportunity to immediately take down Sabine, but decided that the space pressure was too much, and then electing to pass on his follow-up action. Now with a Fleet Lieutenant is going to deal with that clone deserter.
And I think essentially the answer here is Joshua's sorted in the ground arena. Like you saw there, okay, fine, Fleet Lieutenant, onto your clone deserter. That takes out Sabine. I don't need to use takedown, but I've not got much going on in space. So if I can use stuff like takedown to control the space arena, then all of these 34 units I've got potentially for the ground are going to take care of that arena instead. And that honestly sounds fine by me.
As we see, the Sundari Peacekeeper is still around as well with that 2 damage on it. Joshua, yet again, will have the first action of this new phase. Eric taking his time, as he's completely allowed to, with the extra time limit afforded in top 8 to figure out what card to send away to the resources. Be typically after this point, around about the 5 or 6 resource point, is when you'll start to see Sabine players typically ear away from resourcing in the regroup phase. Of course, it is an optional thing that you can do in the Star Wars Unlimited.
Well, we do see Sundari Peacekeeper taking down that Fleet Lieutenant. That is going to get that restore going on as well. Already, Joshua has healed a bunch of damage off of his base. I don't think we've seen the last of it, to put it mildly. And are we going to see another swing from that A-Wing just going into that base over and over again? But it's not doing enough damage, and Joshua's restoring quite nicely. Kind of seems like Joshua's going, if you want to keep attacking with your A-Wing, just go for it. Don't bother me. Just do your thing. I'll be over here working in the ground arena.
Well, we are going to attack with A-Wing, but it's going to be with the Fleet Lieutenant boost as well. An extra 2 damage put onto the data vault. Here comes a spark of hope, because that Sundari Peacekeeper traded away at the start of this phase. It was defeated, so you get to put it into play as a resource. Does come in readied, but it is a ramp, and it means that Ray Leader unit can now deploy this phase.
Yeah, it comes in exhausted, but we get our clone deserter coming in here. Ray is using that tap skill, of course, that exertion skill. Remember, you want to use that skill before you deploy the leader. Star Wars Unlimited 101, I believe you call it, Ben. Use your exertion skill before you come in here as a deployment, and then choosing to give the experience token to itself, turning Ray into a free 7 with restore free, and immediately getting that restoring rolling. And now we're starting to see the power of Ray.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I love about Ray. Currently, she is one of my paired leaders in my Twin Sons deck, along with the Chancellor Palpatine / Darth Sidious, being able to play down these smaller units, and then when she deploys on attack, give those experience tokens away, and also be able to target herself. Just gives her that extra little longevity while you're restoring 3 away. It does paint a very, very big target on your back, but it is a target you are very, very happy to be on the receiving end of while Ray Leader unit is on board.
No, agree with that entirely. So, we've got quite a few resources down here for Joshua Freeman Birch. We're playing these smaller units, so we can go potentially quite wide here if we end up with enough of them in hand, because, you know, you're just not having lots of expensive units. The whole point of the Ray leader is that you are boosting up these units that have 2 or less power. So you don't really want big, expensive units. What you want is lots of little units. And like we said, the vast majority of them, 34 out of 42, do represent threats in the ground arena. Here comes Wrecker, though. Are you going to defeat a resource you control to deal a bunch of damage?
Yeah, absolutely you will, because with the 3 damage that is currently on Ray, the Wrecker ability should be enough to clear away the Ray leader unit, even with the experience token, and it is being ambushed in here as well with the energy conversion lab. So the clone deserter is going to do exactly what it says on the tin, desert it away. There's Luke, though, as the immediate answer for Wrecker.
We love seeing Luke coming. Now that one of your units has gone down, we got the -6. -6 takes Wrecker down to a 0 health unit, and that is fantastic. And of course, Luke sitting there with another restore free with a 6-7 stat line. That is going to be a lot of pressure, but that A-Wing just kind of poking in again.
Yeah, it's been doing exactly what it needs to do in the uncontested space arena so far. Just get those extra little 2-3 little pieces of chip damage in, and it adds up, especially when you're running that 33 HP base of the Data Vault. It's a fantastic base with that little bit of extension that you get, but if you are running into these consistently uncontested pieces of damage, phase after phase after phase, they start to add up, and the advantage that you get starts to whittle away.
Wow, we see Luke whittling away there, getting rid of that Fleet Lieutenant, and of course restoring free. As soon as a Ray went down with restore free, Luke Skywalker comes out with a restore free instead. We see the A-Wing going into the base again, putting it back up to 18. There's only actually 4 damage on Eric's base here, but here comes Tech!
Uh-oh, Tech, a fantastic piece in any heroism deck, played out of the smuggle, and now every friendly resource in Joshua Freeman Birch's resource row has the smuggle mechanic. You can pay the cards cost +2, as well as you're also paying within its aspect icons that are in the card. There's another Wrecker as well to deal with the Luke Skywalker.
Well, we had Wrecker taking out Ray, Luke Skywalker taking out Wrecker, and now Wrecker taking out Luke, but Father Dragon takes out Wrecker, and we are just going back and forth with our big units here. No one is able to get them to stick.
Yeah, this is a really nice exchange in the solidly mid-game stages of this game at the moment. We are still quite a way away from getting ourselves a winner here in Game 1. Importantly, Joshua Freeman Birch still holding on to that tech in the ground arena. Eric continuing to pile away and work away with that Green Squadron A-Wing. It has been incredible throughout the opening stages of this game. I beg your pardon, it's not a member of the Green Squadron, it's a member of the Phoenix Squadron.
It is.
U-Wing!
Phoenix Squadron A-Ring. The Green Squadron is the one with a raid. Phoenix Squadron there. It's just a nice 2-cost unit. There's nothing special about it. Well, it's a Rebel, actually, which actually really helps with some of the other cards. We've already seen it used with Fleet Lieutenants. And I think we are finally seeing it going down with, oh, look, another Luke.
Yeah, played in off of the U-Wing reinforcement, a card that in the early stages of the Star Wars Unlimited format struck fear into players' hearts. Search the top 10 cards of your deck for up to 3 units with a combined cost of 7 or less and pay each of them for free. You don't mind getting just the 1 unit when it's a Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, you paid 7 and got a 7-cost unit. You didn't save any resources there. What you did was you got to play a Luke without having Luke in your hand. It made it a lot better. Oh, here we go. Now we see Entrenched coming down. That's a Green Squadron A-Ring that does have Raid 2. So now it is going to be stuck there. It's got +3/+3, but it can't attack the base. And here comes Sabine now, Ben.
Yeah, Sabine on the board. The first real foray consistently now into the ground arena for Eric Carletta. He's still hard focusing into space with that double Green Squadron A-Wing. One of them being entrenched means that it is just going to sit there flying around in circles, I believe, as you put it.
That's the way I put it.
A couple of rounds ago.
Can't find an opening. It's entrenched.
It is indeed. It's just stuck in an asteroid belt at the moment. And Joshua Freeman-Birch electing to resource again. Makes sense while you do still have that tech on board. Make as many things as possible as a surprise for your opponent. But he does have to start to worry a little bit about the health that's remaining on his base. Eric only needs to find 11 more damage. And in the moment, he's presenting 6 on board available with the A-Wing and the 2 Cost Sabine.
That is going to add up quite quickly. So, yeah, we've always got that Sabine leader as well. And when you're far ahead on base damage, you do not mind damaging both bases, yours and your opponent's, because your opponent needs to have a lot more than you do. So we're not there yet. Oh, we're going to see another entrenched. Both the A-Wings here are now entrenched, flying around in circles, not doing anything. Were a space unit to be played now, Eric would be in a great position.
And there is the utilization of that tech as well, being played out of the resources using Smuggle. Does have to pay 4 for it, but it is 4 very, very worthwhile resources there. Importantly, it's not limited, the tech ability, to friendly units resources. It is any resource that you play down gains Smuggle, and so double entrenched completely locks down the ground arena for now, leaving Eric with just that poor little 2 Cost Sabine.
Yeah, right now, Eric does not have much to play with. And how much have we seen entrenched this weekend? It has been an absolute gem of a card in multiple decks. It is a card we didn't see it very much in Liverpool that I remember, but it is coming out a lot here in Lille. Just basically turning off all of these units and going, nah, mate, not today. Yeah, you get a +3/+3, but you play it in a situation where your opponent just isn't able to use them.
Oh, here comes the timely intervention and playing out the Poe Dameron as well with the ambush. Is going to be able to get the on-attack ability here, ambushing into tech, it looks like, and discarding 2 cards away. So going to be able to defeat an upgrade. One of the entrenched is gone. And what are we using for the second ability? Because I believe we discarded 2 cards there. It was discarding a card out of our opponent's hand. So the Village Protectors goes away. The tech has been ambushed into thanks to Timely. And then the entrenched goes from the other Poe Dameron effect.
I really like this play. I love that we've got one of those A-Wings ready to attack into the base. I love the fact that we got to get rid of that tech, because now there's so many fewer options for Joshua, not having those cards available. You know, they're in resource row, but they're no longer able to be smuggled out, so they're just gone at this point. I think that was a great use of Poe. And look, Eric is getting quite close. We're only 11 away, and I know we were 11 away a minute ago, but you know, we keep damaging and restoring and all of that. We did see takedown there, at least getting rid of Poe, so Poe is gone. But the problem is, Poe's already done like a lot of damage to you.
Yeah, it's done a lot of work already thanks to the utilization of that timely intervention. But you're very, very right in your point that you made very briefly earlier about all this back and forthing that we're doing, and Joshua Freeman-Birch essentially sort of being stuck on 22 damage on his base. You're getting 3 damage onto base with that Green Squadron A-Wing that's being left unchecked, sure, but it's immediately being erased because of the Restore 3 on Luke Skywalker. So Eric is in this really awkward back and forth stage and position where he's not really making any progress on the base. Look, here comes 3 damage in with the ready Green Squadron A-Wing that isn't entrenched, but Luke is right there ready to put Josh back on 22 damage.
Yep. And round we go. Oh, here's a tech. We see another one. Getting rid of that last one. Clearly a priority for Eric. Getting rid of it. Using ECL to rush in, ambush in that Poe. Take out that tech. Well, now there's another one.
Now there were 2 of them, and not having to defeat one of them thanks to the unique unit rule as well. But you're very, very right. Tech here, again, is causing all kinds of worries and troubles. We saw how useful it was when the first tech was played by Joshua, being able to smuggle out the entrenched. Here comes another Poe Dameron, but there's no timely intervention, and Energy Conversion Lab's Epic Action has already been used, so it's just going to have to sit there and hope that Joshua Freeman-Birch doesn't have some kind of answer to it.
It was, you're right, it was a wrecker that came in with ECL. It was timely intervention that brought Poe in. But either way, we are ambushing units in. When these units get ambushed in, they give such a big swing. Wrecker did, Poe did. When you're not ambushing them in, however, that is a huge difference, because then they're just kind of sitting out there going, oh, gee whiz, I hope I don't get defeated before I get a chance to be used next turn. That is not the same.
Especially when they have such impactful on-attack abilities like Poe Dameron has as well. You saw when the first one came down thanks to the timely intervention, it just gave Eric Caleta a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of hope, removing one of the entrencheds and getting rid of an extra card out of hand for Joshua Freeman Birch, who has been resourcing away ad nauseum. We are going to see the Luke Skywalker take out the Poe himself, trading in, getting that Restore 3, wiping the A-Wing damage as Eric is going to claim the initiative. What will Josh Freeman Birch play down? It is the Blue Leader.
Blue Leader finally getting some in the space and actually popping it on the ground here with 2 experience tokens, which, yeah, that's the thing. Josh plays so few space units. One of them can even be a ground unit. This Blue Leader can be a 3/3/3 or a 5/5/5, however you like. And now it's coming down, and that ground unit is still really in control from Joshua, and he's still on 22 damage on the base.
Yeah, it's even better here for Joshua Freeman Birch, because why would you ever want to put Blue Leader in the space arena here for yourself and give Eric Caleta an opportunity to utilize that entrenched Green Squadron A-Wing? Put it in the ground arena, put it where it's safe for now. There's not too many opportunities to get the ambush going in. Here we see Chewbacca.
With a timely intervention, so it did come in with ambush. Chewbacca coming straight down in here. That was very, very important.
Yeah, getting rid of the opportunity to continue to smuggle things out of the resources with tech, but there is still that Luke Skywalker that is on board. That Luke Skywalker makes its way onto board now to clear the Chewbacca, which importantly isn't being defeated by a card ability because it's just a -6/-6. It's being defeated because of the result of being lowered to 0 HP.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of rule, and it can be hard to get your head around for some players. I've seen the arguments, but it's not being defeated by the ability. The ability is lowering its power. It's being defeated by having 0 power. That is not the same. We're looking for essentially card text that says defeat a unit, and that is free Luke Skywalker here for Joshua Freeman Birch. We've gone for the maximum. This does mean this is the last Luke for the time being, but here's what's happened in the past couple of minutes. Sabine's base has gone up to 13 damage from the 7 it was, or 6 or 7 it was stuck on for a while, and it seems like we are giving up the ghost here, and that should be game 1 for Joshua.
Yeah, it played out pretty much as I expected there, Ross. Game 1 being a bit of a learning exercise, I think, for Eric on Sabine Wren there. Joshua Freeman Birch looked cool, calm, collected, and in control from the moment the first resources were laid down onto board. That was a fantastic display there on a leader that hasn't been seeing a lot of representation recently, but after this event, I have a feeling just might.
Well, that's the thing. And we did see Anakin being a lot bigger here than it was back in Liverpool, although, again, the suspension list coming in may have had a big effect on that as well. But one of the things I think is really interesting here, how many games against Sabine do you think Joshua's played with Rey?
Oh, hundreds.
Yeah,
hundreds in the lead-up.
Player like that has just gone over and over and over and over and over and over and over, grinding that game. Now, let's turn it around. How many games against Rey do you think Eric has played with Sabine?
Absolutely none.
Quite possibly literally none, because if you go and power rank the leaders coming into this tournament and you look at who you need to go against, you know, you start off with the big ones where you've got Sabine and Quinlan Voss. You then get to things like, you know, like Anakin, Cad Bane, maybe Pilot Vader, Pilot Boba Fett, Iden Versio, Palpatine, and you keep going and Rey is way down that list.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in the variation that Joshua Freeman Birch has created with this list as well. So many different, I mean, even just pairing it with Data Vault, first and foremost. You never would have thought that in a million years. Typically, when Rey was released back in Set 2 in Shadows of the Galaxy, you would have seen Rey getting paired with the aggression aspect, and it would be a little bit different. You'd see some more of those aggression heroism units and tools being utilized, but electing to pair it with command and go with this heavy restore package, clone deserters, Sundari peacekeepers, as well as Admiral Akbars, and then think, well, hang on a minute, quite a lot of these are to a lower power. So the Ray ability is online more often as well. It's absolutely ingenious.
It works out absolutely beautifully, and yeah, I love seeing these unusual decks like Ray coming in. And here's the thing, right? Eric did so much more damage than he needed to win the game. Eric did more than 33 damage to the base. The problem was Joshua just kept restoring and kept restoring. We saw Luke being used multiple times. We saw Ray coming down. We saw Sundari Peacekeepers. We didn't see Yoda in that game, but Yoda is always an option. And now we have a look at these sideboards. You know, if you're the Sabine Wren player, what's in your sideboard that might be able to help you out here?
I mean, the biggest thing right now, just a quick glance that's going out to me, is the extra copies of Confiscate. You've seen your opponent putting down those entrenched onto your space units. You want to try and free those up where you can. There's already one copy of Confiscate in the main deck, which in and of itself is a bit of an interesting decision here. Expecting a lot of pilots, a lot of experience tokens and shields potentially with Gas Saxon. Extra Confiscates definitely making their way in. Fighters for Freedom is a very, very interesting one in the sideboard, and honestly, one that I don't mind bringing back into the main deck here to kind of equalize the amount of restore your opponent's doing. For those that need a reminder on Fighters for Freedom, it is a 3-cost 3/4 Saboteur that reads whenever you play another aggression card, you can deal 1 damage to a base. It's whenever you play one. It's not limited to once per action phase.
It absolutely is not, and potentially if you get multiples of those down, then you get to do multiple instances of damage every time you play a card. So that's one thing we could go for here. I mean, over on the Ray build, and here's the thing, right? I'm expecting the Ray deck to be largely built for Sabine in the main deck. I'm not expecting it to, you know, this is going to be one of the 2 decks you're most likely to play against, so I would expect fewer changes here just because you are ready for this deck. It's one of the ones you're most likely to face against. Well, we're going to see as we go through. If we spot any side deck cards that have made their way in, we will let you know. For now, Joshua Freeman Birch is 1 game up after that treble Luke Skywalker. Now we can see if Eric can even it or whether Joshua is going to be for the 2nd top 4 in a row.
Yeah, we'll have a look. Looks like the players are comfortable and happy with the cards they've drawn and with their resources. Eric has the initiative. We are good to go. And oh, look at this. Sabine is pivoting into space.
She is pivoting into space, but then we've got ourselves a C-3PO coming down. That lovely protocol droid, when played and on attack, choose a number, look at the top card of your deck, and if you chose right, you get to draw it. Extra draw, always good.
And I tell you what, Joshua did choose right as well. I didn't quite catch the card that he drew into hand, but he did definitely reveal it and go, oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's playing a lot of low-cost units so they can be boosted up with Ray. So actually, he's got a higher chance of hitting with C-3PO than your average deck because the Ray leader forces you into playing so many more, you know, 2, 3, 4-cost cards.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. Here comes, oh, well, there it goes. Straight away, I think that's the pilot, is that the pilot Luke or the pilot Chewie that's trying to go on there. Blue leader immediately going and crashing into it to deal a little bit of damage.
It is that pilot Chewbacca with the +3/+3. I'm pretty sure that is Chewbacca. Cannot be defeated or returned to hand by enemy unit abilities. And that is very nice indeed. Because I'm just going to check some wording here, which I think is pretty important. If we have a look at... Yeah, can we have an entrenched if there's a Chewie already there?
Yes, I believe so. It's only 1 pilot.
Yes, 1 pilot, but you can have multiple. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not going to do very much, unfortunately, to stop entrench, but confiscate might, or maybe
just
another blue leader.
Yeah, just a 2nd ambush in a row. So Joshua Freeman Birch using the first one as a little bit of fodder, a little bit of bait to soften up that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and then the 2nd one coming in immediately doing the job. There is a heavy amount of damage already on the base early on. 8 now with the Data Vault, and here comes the Ray leader ability boosting up that C-3PO. That is a 2/5.
Yeah, I love that. C-3PO's got inherently very nice HP, not very nice power. But here, you boost it up a little bit, it gets a lot better. Takes that hit from Sabine, and how many times have we seen this? The Dark Saber coming down onto Sabine, giving that massive boost, turning it into a 6-8, if I'm seeing that correctly. And yeah, that's a pretty impressive unit there, Ben.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. It's one of the combinations that I identified in a previous Sabine Energy Conversion Lab deck that we looked at as well. Deploying Sabine Wren on that 4 resources if your opponent has no other opportunities, no other actions, or just immediately claims the initiative, you can keep those 4 resources open, Dark Saber onto the Sabine, swing in hard into the base, and give that leader unit a lot more viability to stick around on board at the moment. She's got 6 HP remaining now thanks to that Dark Saber, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Joshua to try and remove.
And that is the thing. It's not just the extra power, it's that extra HP as well. It's harder to remove. Sabine comes out on 4. Fairly low stats comparatively to other leaders because of that deployment on 4. But now you get the Dark Saber, you get the bench damage every time you attack, and it looks like we're seeing a second attack. C-3PO has attacked Sabine Wren twice here, hasn't taken her out, but has done a decent amount of damage. And look, we're already back to that 22 that we saw previously for all of last game. Feels like Eric is doing a better job this game of getting the damage down quickly. Having that A-Wing with Chewbacca, it didn't last long, but it put in a good shift while it was out. Having Sabine with the Dark Saber, maybe it was upgrades all along.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, as here now comes the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing back into the space arena. There is the Village Protectors out as the answer from Joshua, and have a look at some of the expressions that he is showing now. This looks like it's been the first time so far in this best of 3 set that he has started to look a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit perturbed about what his opponent has been putting forward against him throughout this best of 3. Some of the facial expressions are saying to me, I don't know if I've got the ability to deal with this as quickly as I'd like. Village Protectors is great for now. A Shielded Sentinel's fantastic, one of my favorite cards in Vigilance and Heroism. But against a giant Sabine with a Dark Saber and then the space unit, I'm not quite sure.
It's at least going to slow down Eric's plan. First you've got to pop the shield off, then you've actually got to take it down. If nothing else, it's going to stop Sabine attacking for a little while, because that combination of Sentinel and shielded basically means you have to do 2 things to get rid of Village Protectors before you can actually go ahead and start swinging with Sabine. While you're doing that, okay, fine. Stuff like C-3PO, it's not exactly some powerhouse unit, but I can start putting some damage in, and as long as I've got this shielded Sentinel out, I can stop you doing that damage while I'm chipping away.
Yeah, absolutely. Who has been going through and controlling on this game so far. Still 3 resources open at the moment, and we're going to utilize it for that Sabine's Masterpiece now as well, which, take a look at the boards today across both of the arenas for Eric Caletta. He's got an aggression unit and he's got a command unit, so he's going to be getting double activation of that on-attack effect when Sabine's Masterpiece goes and crashes in, if it gets the chance to.
I love the themes here, playing Sabine with Sabine's Masterpiece makes me very happy. But more importantly, it's another unit which seems to be currently unchecked, which has got a phenomenal on-attack skill. Now, we do see Ray's ability here, going and popping an experience token on that Village Protectors. Seems like a nice option, but here we see the card you were suggesting.
Fighters for Freedom comes in with the ambush off of Energy Conversion Lab, and it's even stronger in this situation because of the Saboteur keyword. Saboteur gets around both Sentinel and Shields, but electing to just go ahead and deal with the Sentinel in that ambush there as well, making it so that the Sabine will have the freedom to attack in, as it is going to right now. Perfect usage of the Energy Conversion Lab epic action there.
Wonderful getting rid of that. Said it was going to take a couple of things while we got them, and this is a card you identified. It was in the side deck, and you said, I'd like to see this come out. Well, it did come out, and that's going to be game 2 for Eric. Too much damage, too quickly, too many counters, and I tell you what, Ben, I was not necessarily a big fan of your plan of using game 1 to feel it out, figure out the game, and come back with game 2. But oh my word, that was a very straightforward, dominant win from Eric. He just rolled through that game.
Yeah, that was a really, really strong game there from Eric there. I do think that there was a little bit of helping going on there from Eric's point of view. Joshua not having that explosive start that he did in game 1, not finding that clone deserter into Ray leader ability, into more units. The Sundari Peacekeeper wasn't to be seen at all. And there, Eric Coletta getting that Ray, Sabine leader unit deployed on 4 resources, putting the Darksaber onto it when all Joshua Freeman Birch could do was just tap it with a boosted C3PO there as well. A player whose belief is aggro is the way certainly showed it there in game 2.
No, absolutely. Now we see, I think there's 1 card swapped out. I might have seen that wrong. We saw 1 card swapped out for Joshua Freeman Birch. It looks like there's 3 cards being swapped out by Eric here. So interesting. When you lose game 1 and you kind of figure out what you're doing and your sideboard, I'm not used to seeing players then sideboarding again after winning game 2. Usually you either lose game 2 because you ain't winning this matchup, or you win game 2 and you sit back and go, cool, right, my side deck, that worked quite nicely. Seeing Eric win game 2 and then side decking, slightly unusual, but I kind of like this, tweaking your deck just a little bit more. That worked, but I can do better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just finding those extra little elements of consistency, those extra little elements of going, oh, okay, that game plan worked, but what happens if this doesn't work again? Now that, like you say, I've included some of the majority, potentially, of my sideboard in between games 1 and 2, what can I do to better refine it and make sure that some of these cards aren't just empty, and especially in a matchup like this when Josh Freeman Birch playing that Ray with that heavy restore package as well, you don't want to give him the opportunity to establish that restore platform like he did in game 1. So I really, really like the sideboarding here between games 2 and 3, just as you said, saying we did good there, but no, we could do better.
And that's the best way around restore, is just win so fast restore becomes irrelevant. It's very easy to say, very difficult to actually pull off in practice here, but yeah, just do enough damage that it's not going to work. Now, what I find really interesting, we're in top 8, it's a very important game. Game 1, we saw Eric concede a little bit early when that 3rd loot came down. Game 2, we saw Joshua concede a little bit early when we saw too much of a setup on Eric's side of the board. Could we see both players going a little closer to the line here because they kind of have to?
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult, because the problem with that line of thinking is that Sabine Wren doesn't want to take that opportunity or take that chance to try and go a little bit slower, because as soon as you start to take your foot off the accelerator with this aggressive style deck, that's when you let the mid-range players, the mid-range capability in the door. But here we go. Game 3 is underway. Clone Deserter for Joshua Freeman Birch. Green Squadron A-Wing for Eric Coletta. A claim of the initiative immediately from Joshua there as well. Wants that first action to be Ray Leader ability.
That's really interesting, because could he not have used the Ray Leader ability last turn?
He absolutely could have.
Chose for the initiative instead.
Yeah, and this is why, because he doesn't want to give Eric Coletta the window to get that early 3 damage into that Data Vault base. Yes, it's 3 damage on a 33 HP base. In the grand scheme of things, you wouldn't necessarily mind, but if you can avoid that damage where possible, you might as well, and especially when you have that ambushing blue leader to immediately deal with the A-Wing, and the 1 damage that is now on base for Joshua, he can restore immediately with the Deserter.
And that's the thing. Sometimes it seems counterintuitive. You've got an open resource, but actually getting rid of the A-Wing is more important than getting that experience token. But it seems to be we are ambushing in with Battlefield Marine here, taking out that clone deserter, using an energy conversion lab very early on in the game.
Yeah, certainly not the consistent target or necessary target that you'd often see with the energy conversions epic action, but decided that needs must in that situation. The clone deserter is too valuable for Joshua Freeman Birch. Didn't want to give him that immediate restore 1 there as well to put him down to 0, essentially 1 if Eric did decide to Sabine leader ping as well. But very, very nice there from Eric Coletta to go a little bit off the beaten path.
And it certainly seemed to work there, so, you know, go for it, quite frankly. Now, we've got the Battlefield Marine down for Eric. We've got ourselves the blue leader out for Joshua. 2 damage on each base is where we currently are. And we saw that in Game 2, Eric won by going super hyper fast. But also had the initiative going into the first turn. And had a very explosive start. We said that Joshua had less of an explosive start. Can we start getting back to more of a Game 2 situation for Eric? Because if we don't, we're probably going to see a repeat of Game 1, and that's going to put Joshua Freeman Birch into, you know, into that top 4 berth.
Absolutely. Well, as Eric Coletta is going to go ahead and do the Sabine leader ability ping here, I can quickly bring you an update on one of the quarter-final games. We have a result from quarter-final 1. Jonas with Sabine on Data Vault, by the way, has beaten Aryan, the lone Kira. Unfortunately, she did not alone survive in this regional qualifier. It's down by 2 games to 0. So Kira is out of contention at the first ever regional qualifier, and a Sabine Data Vault makes it through to the semi-finals.
Well, she survived alone until Top Cut, but unfortunately, that was where we ended. Now, where are we here? So we're looking at a bunch of resources for Joshua. He's thinking about doing summon. What are we thinking about? First, we're going to see Luke Skywalker come down from Eric, playing it as a ground unit here. Just a 2-cost free 2. And then Sabine coming down as well.
Yeah, looks like a couple of pass actions being declared there by Joshua Freeman Birch. Certainly interesting to see what was he waiting for. Maybe waiting for the Sabine leader deployment. We are at the 4 resource phase here, but instead now electing to finally take an action. That blue leader will fly into the currently uncontested space arena for space. There is what we were waiting for. Sabine deploy. Takedown.
Yeah, straight away you got takedown in hand. We talked about the fact earlier that this will take down the Sabine Wren leader, and that's the thing, because you've got these sequential actions. You do, then your opponent, then you, then your opponent. You're taking it in turns. Leader gets deployed. You have to let your opponent have 1 action before you can actually use it, and that's why we saw the pass. Joshua just saying, there is absolutely no way I'm not just taking down your Sabine Wren leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Good heads-up play there from Joshua Freeman Birch to exercise some of those past actions. But for Eric right now, he has got the numbers game, attacking for 3 into base with this Battlefield Marine. We're now going to go ahead and see a payment of 2. That is the Mon Mothma that is going to make its way down, a card that we highlighted as a bit of a potential scary card for Eric Coletta to look at just on paper. On play is going to grab the top 5 cards of the deck.
And he's got himself a Luke Skywalker, of course. We saw Luke being found a little bit more easily in the previous game from that U-Wing reinforcement. Now we see Luke found from Mon Mothma. And remember, back in Game 1, how did Josh win? Luke, oh no, he's gone. Luke, oh no, he's gone. Luke, and then Eric goes, yeah, I can't do that. Let's go.
Yeah. Absolutely. So immediately finds that Luke Skywalker, which will be able to be played in the next action phase as well. We are currently on 6 resources, so Joshua has the opportunity to deploy his Rey leader unit on this phase and then potentially follow it up with a Luke Skywalker on the next action phase, as long as Eric Coletta doesn't have any easy answers. Energy Conversion Lab Ambush has already been used. We know that there are timely interventions in the deck. We saw that in Game 1. Will Eric be looking to pull off a very similar line of play here in Game 3?
Anytime you can get a nice little cheeky ambush to take out a unit, it is big. But Eric knows he needs to have an answer to the Luke Skywalker. In game 1, he had the answer twice, and that was wonderful. But he didn't have it the third time, and that lost him the game. In game 2, Luke wasn't really an issue. Eric had such an explosive start that Luke never really factored into the game. But Luke is going to factor into this game 3. So for Eric, it's right. What do I have to take it out straight away? Obviously, we know that Poe is fun. We know Wrecker is always good, getting those big characters, those big units in, using ambush. But we're going to need something. Right now, the hand is, you know, Sabine's Masterpiece and a couple others. I'm not seeing anything too impactful in the hand even.
Let's have a look. Sabine's Masterpiece. I do see a timely intervention in hand there. K2SO. And I think that's a Ewing reinforcement at the back of Eric Coletta's hand. If that is, that's been brought in from the sideboard. Here comes the K2SO, though, that is going to go ahead and be ambushed in with timely intervention to take out the Mon Mothma. Very interesting utilization of that. There's Spark of Hope to get ourselves 2-7 resources on this phase.
Now Sabine is going to go and attack into basic, getting a couple damage down. Remember, K2SO has overwhelmed, so that did damage as well as the Mon Mothma. Now we see Rey being deployed. We see Luke going into base. And now we see Rey doing some restoring, going after that K2SO. And it seems like K2SO is going to be gone. There we go. We had the upside down. The experience token, right way up now. K2SO is gone, but it did damage to the base, I believe, on the way out, or was it the card discard?
It looks like it is going
damage to the base.
Yeah, damage is going to go into base. Apologies there, I will quickly correct myself. We've got ourselves to 6 resources with that Spark of Hope now, not 7. I just miscounted them a little bit there, but we will be going up to 7 resources now at the start of this regroup phase as we draw to take a look at the cards in hand and see which one of these is going to be going away for this undoubtedly Luke Skywalker that's going to be played down.
Yeah, something's going to be going down here. You've got to think Luke is coming out this phase.
It should do. The thing is here is that Luke Skywalker, if it's just deployed straight away, will be able to give -3/-3 and defeat any of these units that are on board right now. Battlefield Marine has 1 HP left, 2 Cost Sabine has 3 HP, and Luke Skywalker Pilot is a 3/2. So being able to just play that Luke Skywalker down without having to make anything get defeated on this phase will take care of something on this board. The question is going to be what Joshua values most to take care of.
Well, it seems like we do have 3 different aspects represented. So is Sabine getting that, what's what I'm looking for here?
Oh, the protection.
The protection,
effect.
or is it other units you need? It is other. So no, there's no aggression actually on other friendly units. So Sabine doesn't have that protection yet from being attacked. We've only got heroism and command. There is aggression, but it's only on Sabine, and it has to be your other units, just to confirm.
Yeah, while she can't be attacked, she certainly still can be targeted, though, by the Luke Skywalker ability.
That's what I'm thinking. Now, Luke, speaking of Luke, Luke actually goes into Rey, takes Rey down. And one of the reasons I want to go after Sabine with Luke Skywalker is basically saying, if you do put an aggression unit out, that makes Sabine so much harder to get rid of.
Yeah.
Maybe if I just use Luke to take you out now, I don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, that would make perfect sense here. Having a little look into Joshua's hand, I see the Luke, there's Yoda. I do see Entrenched in there as well, in case Eric, on his 6 resource phase, wants to play down something really, really high cost and strong, something like that Wrecker, something like that Poe Dameron. Being able to entrench them down, especially the Poe, would be incredible. There is that Luke Skywalker. There is the Sabine 2-cost targeting, as we expected it was going to be, and it leaves Eric with just a Battlefield Marine with 1 HP and a dream.
Yeah, but the problem is you're facing down a blue leader in the space arena and you're facing down Luke Skywalker in the ground arena. So Joshua here has a much better suite of units out right now. And if we have a look at the base, again, Josh does have 7 more damage on, but if I remember, did he start with 8 more?
Yeah, well,
So
that
he is
33.
actually ahead in terms of remaining base damage, despite looking like he's behind. So he's got the setup, he's got the damage. Here comes Blue Leader going into base there, I believe.
Yeah, well, it has to go into base. There's no other units in the space arena, and you can't mid-phase be able to put it into the ground arena. It's not like a card like, I believe it was Swooping Gunship that was released in Spark of Rebellion, the Cunning Space unit that can attack into the ground arena. It was one of my favorite cards for quite a while in Spark of Rebellion. I loved it. Here comes a Darksaber now onto the battlefield Marine, and this Marine has gotten a little bit of inspiration here.
Yeah, that makes it a very, very beefy unit indeed. A 7-6. Although, obviously, we've got 2 damage on, so a 7-5, I suppose. But still, that is a lot. And we are getting a lot of damage going into this base. We're not there yet, but maybe this is the kind of play that can get Eric over the line. There's 9 health remaining on that base.
Yeah, Joshua Freeman Birch, though, is going to have the initiative at the start of this next action phase. So if the Entrenched does remain in hand, as it realistically should do here after the regroup phase, we will be able to entrench that battlefield Marine and just keep it exerted down. Yes, Luke Skywalker will become a prime target for it, but at least it will be able to be held away from the base.
Well, it looks like we're just going to start off going straight Luke, trading with that battlefield Marine, getting that restore free, so you trade a unit for a unit, but you heal free on your base at the same time, which is none too shabby. But now we see that U-Wing reinforcement coming down. You're right, it did come out of the sideboard. It was only in the sideboard, not in the main deck. You get to look at the top 10 cards of your deck, and basically you pay 7, and you can play up to 3 units with a combined cost of 7. You're not saving any resources. What this really is about is the searching. You are basically playing units which aren't in your hand, but as long as they're in the top 10 cards of your deck, it's absolutely worth it. And I'm sorry, when I play a card like this, I want 7 units. I want 7 resources worth of units. I do not want to overpay.
Well, you're absolutely going to have the opportunity to get that value here in the Sabine Wren deck. Quite a lot of those units hover around the 2, 3, and 4 cost kind of range. You do have your top end at 5 and 6 with Poe Dameron and Wrecker respectively, and Chewbacca in this deck as well. But being able to get multiple smaller units out, flood the board a little bit. You're not playing against Vigilance and Villainy, so don't have to worry about running into Super Laser Blast. Here we go.
It's a Battlefield Marine, it's Sabine, it is Fleet Lieutenant. A nice little trio of cards. Exactly 7 cost, I believe you are getting out there. So you're getting all of your resources nicely, and you're starting to flood the ground arena. There's not that much left. There's only 7 health remaining on the base. You've got 12 left on your own, and sure, Luke is a very powerful character, but you're now starting to threaten quite a bit yourself.
Yes, here we see why that Luke Skywalker at the start of this action phase was used to attack into the Darksaber Battlefield Marine. It's because there's a second one in hand to make its way down onto the board. Gets the -6/-6. Not the most impactful to get that extra minus power reduction, but at least it deals with 1 unit on Eric's side of the board. We'll be able to get a little bit of restore, hopefully from Josh's point of view, but Eric is going to have initiative.
And it's worth noting, if Joshua just attacks with Luke and Blue Leader, that will actually be exactly enough to go up to 25 on Eric's base here, but Eric's got a lot of damage coming down here as well. There goes the Fleet Lieutenant going up to 29. Both players potentially have game here on this turn. Who is going to get that final attack that destroys the base, though? That is going to be the big question.
Eric needs 1 more damage and be able to take this game and take this quarterfinal in 1 action. At the moment, the Sabine and the Luke Skywalker individually are only doing 3 damage. And in fact, if this Luke Skywalker attacks on this action, Joshua Freeman Birch is restoring 3, so he's actually even negating one of these attacks that Eric is going to be able to put through. He's not running cunning, so there's no worry about any kind of surprise strike. This is actually a really, really difficult situation here. Joshua essentially has to roll the dice and go on the gamut and says, I don't know if you've got a way to boost up your units to the requisite power if I attack with this Luke first here and restore 3.
And then if you do that, you literally attack with blue leader on the following action, and that is it. You will win the game. That will put it up to exactly 25, which is what we need for that energy conversion lab. You'll put it up to 22, and then you'll restore down, at which point you'll have 6 remaining. But something like a surprise strike, how sure are you your opponent doesn't have a surprise strike? We've not seen it yet.
Well, you know he's not got a surprise strike. You've seen the deck list.
That's my point. So you know that's not coming out. But have you seen anything else? And you saw that deck list like 50 minutes ago. Are you sure he doesn't have something like that? You know the deck list, but how well do you remember it? What is there as an option?
Your out is Fleet Lieutenant here, I believe, or maybe potentially Darksaber, but even then, that takes an action. It's not an upgrade.
Do it.
Yeah, it's not an upgrade like Hotshot Blaster that allows you to attack with the upgraded unit straight away. Luke is going to swing into the 2-cost Sabine here, going for the tempo play, is still going to restore the 3 damage, but sees and identifies that getting rid of 1 unit is better than just trying to be greedy here.
I'm not sure about this play, but I am sure that Josh is a much stronger player than me here. I was loving the idea of attacking with Luke and saying you've got 1 turn. If you don't do it, I attack with blue leader and win. But instead here, you basically go, look, even if I don't win the game this action phase, I don't really care because we're going to go into the next action phase and I'm going to be in the driver's seat. So Luke is going to swing into base. It's going to do 3. It's going to put back up to 29. Everything here is exhausted. Do you swing with blue leader or do you take the initiative? Swing with blue leader means you just have to attack once with Luke. The problem is you give your opponent the first action to potentially take down Luke Skywalker next turn.
Or even potentially find 2 cards to find another copy of the Fleet Lieutenant and get that extra +2/+2. I still believe that is really the key here for Eric Coletta to be able to win this game against Joshua Freeman Birch. Still trying to consider here, there are all the resources open for Eric here. There's 8 of them potentially. This is a really, really agonizing situation. I'm not sure what the best port of call is. I'm still with you, Ross. I still think there was maybe an option there to go in to the base and force your opponent to have any kind of extra out to that blue leader in space.
Had you done the 6 damage here, you would just be able to swing with the blue leader. That would put it up to 25. And if my maths holds out here, 25 is equal to 25.
Yes.
Stop me if I've miscalculated something here, but 6 from Luke goes from 16 to 22. Add the 3 from blue leader goes up to 25, and that would be game for Joshua here. But that would have left Eric with a lot more open options. Now, we're picking up the resources here. We're having a good old look. Resources are they're not hidden. You're allowed to look at them when you like. That's how cards like Smuggle operate.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to figure out what Joshua Freeman Birch is looking for here. You can see the Village Protectors is at the front of the hand.
Swing into base, putting up to 19. A Luke swing will win the game. So who's going to get the initiative here? Does Eric have anything to do? If I'm Eric, I kind of want to take the initiative and just go, if I get Fleet Lieutenant and attack, I win the game. But instead, there is something else he's got here.
Oh, For a Cause I Believe In does win the game from here as well. We're going to timely intervention out of Smuggle.
What are we ambushing in here?
Is it going to be Wrecker?
It is going to be
K2SO.
But most importantly, it takes down, well, does damage to it. No, this is not ending the game. It only puts it up to 32. We need to go up to 33. Can we Sabine ping? No, we've used the leader skill on this turn already.
No, we can Sabine ping.
We can Sabine ping.
I believe we can Sabine ping, and Sabine ping just wins the game from here.
That just does 1 damage to each base. You are going to survive. Your opponent is not going to survive. That X there, of course, means the epic action has been used. So if we can Sabine ping here, then surely that's 33 damage on the base. You tap it, you deal 1 damage to each base, your opponent goes to 33, you go to 20, unless Josh can do 5 damage here. It's U-Wing Reinforcement.
Well, U-Wing Reinforcement is going to make its way down. I don't see too many units at the moment in that top 10 stack. It's a grip full of event cards. What is Joshua Freeman Birch looking for here from what it looks like to be is just dead to the Sabine leader ability.
He's got Fleet Lieutenant, but nothing to attack with.
He's got Admiral Akbar to make its way down, and it is a trap. Joshua Freeman Birch has fallen into it, and Eric Coletta on Sabine Energy Conversion Lab takes a fantastic Game 3 and is in to the semi-finals.
That is that leader ping, which is just going to win. And why did we not see that? Just exert your leader. Do the ping, put the damage on. Show everyone at home how you won that game. But of course, we had you covered, dudes. It's all good. We knew that that ping was going to be that last final damage, which was going to be the difference. And that is how we end up with, unfortunately, Joshua Freeman Birch once again with a very inventive deck. A deck people were not expecting. Another phenomenal finish. And I think it's fair to say, going to be one of the names to look out for when we get to the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas in July. But Eric, that 2-1 win with Sabine, and so far we're 2 for 2 on Sabine.
Yeah, I mean, Sabine Wren, it was the talked about deck coming into this regional qualifier after its results in the sector in Richmond as well. But we're not going to worry about dissecting the game too much, because we have another quarter-final to be able to bring you. We are going to go into game number 2 here in our second semi-final. We already know the results of 2 of them. This is going to be Jonas against Kira. So we're going to be able to see exactly how Jonas was able to secure the victory against Kira on Datavolt.
So here we go. We've got Sabine on the left. We've got Kira on the right. These are decks we are very familiar with. Here comes that Enforcer down, met, of course, with an A-Wing, that Green Squadron A-Wing with that Raid 2, and that Holloman Enforcer coming down, getting a shield off of the Kira leader to do 2 damage, get a shield. Job is a good un.
Yeah, and here with that Green Squadron A-Wing on the board, such an important space unit early on. Get some of that early damage into your opponent's base, knowing that you're playing in against mirrored data vaults here. There's going to be a lot of work that has to be done. Power of the dark side there to be able to get rid of the A-Wing as well. Now, Sabine ability, Ping, is going to go ahead and exhaust that leader to signify as well. And then paying for 3, Fighters for Freedom makes its way onto board. We saw how important this was in game number 2 of our first feature quarter-final matchup. How important is it going to be here?
Well, I always like doing extra damage to the base when I play an aggression card. Worth noting, Jonas was actually your number 1 seed coming into this top 8 out of 850 plus players. The number 1 overall player coming in here. So, we got your Fleet Lieutenant, and it looks like, yeah, we're just going to be hitting with that Fleet Lieutenant going into the base here. Our Fighters for Freedom, you know what I meant. It was Fighters for Freedom. And then we see the trade, the Enforcer trading into the Fighters and just going, you know what? Yeah, let's just both run away.
Yeah, absolutely, as it's going to be empty units on empty arenas at the moment. 3 resources available, 4 resources even available here for Jonas. Is just going to go ahead and play that 2-cost Sabine Wren unit, and the Sabine Wren leader will be able to join her now after a pass action was declared. Runs in to take down.
Deja vu, Ben. I'm getting a bit of deja vu. That is exactly what we saw in that 3rd game of the last match. Sabine getting deployed and immediately the takedown. One of the best answers to that Sabine leader coming straight back out. Defeats the unit with 5 or less remaining HP. That includes Sabine. We do at least have our unit Sabine here, and that can swing in and do a couple extra damage.
Yeah, 2 damage with its printed statistic, and then on attack is going to be able to deal 1 extra damage to either the defending unit or to a base. And of course, with no units on the board for Ayan, is just going to go ahead and put that extra 1 damage into base, try and equalize that 33 HP that Data Vault allows you to start with. Sabine is going to use its leader ability, Ping. Can't deploy it anymore, of course, thanks to the epic action already being utilized and answered by the takedown, but we do still have plenty more phases to deal 1 damage to each player's base.
Oh, I feel like we might be seeing that occasionally throughout the game as we go. We're using free resources here, and we're actually paying for a cause I believe in. How many hits do we get? 3 hits. That's not bad.
That's not bad, but it's not fantastic. You're ideally aiming for that perfect 4-for-4 timely intervention being the one issue in that top 4 stack, and the other cards being Cassian Andor and a double Wrecker there as well. Be interesting to see exactly where all of these cards, because remember, you can discard any of the revealed cards and put the rest back on top of the deck in any order that you choose.
And it looks like they're all going back on top of the deck. Those are useful cards. You're going, I want these. Also gives you nice certainty now. You know what you're drawing for the next couple of turns. So that means that you can plan far more effectively than you would if you're coming off of a blind deck. I love having extra information when I'm making these decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. All of those cards so important for Sabine Wren. Cassian Andor, of course, we've seen it throughout the weekend, not only being able to play out from Smuggle and enter into play ready, but also just paying 3 and getting the 3/5 out onto board. The timely intervention, we've seen it be so important, again, either from hand or from Smuggle, and then Trouble Wrecker as those potential ambushing targets.
Wow, we do see Kira there going and taking out the Sabine, and then we see a character we don't see all too much.
Yeah, this is Lom Pike, Dealer in Truth. See this more recently in Gar Saxon, which that's another conversation about this weekend, by the way, with regards to Gar Saxon. But on attack, can give a shield token to an enemy unit. If you do, it gives a shield token to one of your friendlies. It's a 4/6/4 and can also be played out from the Smuggle.
Yeah, it's great when you've got these decks that play shields. Also, if you've got things like that shuttle that can steal shields, it becomes especially good because it essentially gets you a couple of shields. But here is a timely intervention coming out with Poe Dameron. Poe is going to go into Lom Pike here.
Yeah, because it's being ambushed in with the timely intervention. So it is going to go ahead and have to target a unit. It's going to take out the Kira with its ambush.
But it does at least get a body on the board. Now, you did see that Lom Pike essentially traded with it, but not quite. Did 4 damage, did not actually take it down. So Poe's not long for the game, but still sitting there with 2 HP remaining. And a complete board clear right up until Dr. Pershing appears. And then we see that A-Wing going in for 3 damage. Arjun going and taking the initiative. And then we can head on to the regroup phase.
Yeah, a very interesting decision there to go and put the Lom Pike into the Poe Dameron and soften it up here. It would initially indicate that there's a card maybe like Perilous Position, maybe like a make an opening as well to deal with that final 2 HP, but I don't see any of those in the deck at the moment. What I do see right now though, Ross, is Darth Vader calling for reinforcements.
I love this Darth Vader. In my eyes, the iconic Star Wars Unlimited card. 5/7 with Ambush, but you get to look at the top 10 cards of your deck and find any number of villainy cards with a combined cost of 3 or less and play them for free. Most of the time, you're either looking for a 1 and a 2 or a free cost, but essentially you're just getting a lot of value back. Now, we do get a couple coming in here. We got that Pike Sentinel and that Holobon Enforcer, so we got a couple more units coming down into the ground arena. So you essentially end up paying 4 for Darth Vader and a 4 cost 5/7 with Ambush. That ain't too bad.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you're paying that 4 and bringing a Sentinel along with it as well as that Holobon Enforcer, which is such a great low-cost unit in this Kira deck. Having Grit, being able to eat some of those Kira leader ability pings and some of these Dr. Pershing pings as well, and get that extra attack stacks thanks to the Grit keyword.
I love the idea here of potentially hitting it with Dr. Pershing to put 1 damage on, hitting it with your Kira leader to put 2 damage on, and then getting it all nice and shielded. But what are we seeing here? Oh yeah, it's Radus, Holdo's final command. While you control another resistance card, you gain Sentinel.
This was not a card that was on my watch list in any kind of fashion or regard. Released in Jump to Lightspeed, Iron is going to have a read of it there. Not only does it become a Sentinel while you control another resistance card, when it gets defeated, which it will here, you can deal damage equal to this unit's power to an enemy unit. But Ross,
it was defeated with no glory only results, where you take control and then defeat it. So actually, you get to do the damage to your opponent. No glory only results, redonkulous card, but here comes Wrecker.
Yeah, Wrecker makes its way down onto board via that timely intervention. Is going to activate its when played ability first, clearing the way of the Sentinel. Very, very smart, because now Wrecker can go ahead and ambush and overwhelm into the already damaged Darth Vader unit. There was only 1 HP on Vader in that attack, so 6 overwhelm damage is going to go ahead in and to that Data Vault base.
I mean, that was just so much value out of one play. You got to get rid of the Sentinel. You got to get rid of the Darth Vader. You got 6 damage going into the base, and you still got a 7 power unit on the board. Are you going to get another attack before your opponent removes it? I don't know. But worst case scenario, you took out Vader, you took out the Sentinel, and you put 6 damage on the base. That is about the best case scenario from a timely intervention anything.
Yeah, getting that 2-for-1. Very, very nice there for Jonas indeed. Unfortunately, Aryan does have the capability to trade with the Wrecker here. That Hylabon Enforcer, with its 1 damage on it at the moment, does have enough grit stacks to be able to deal with that Wrecker. But I believe that was a claim of the initiative there from Aryan instead. And we're going to get a little bit more damage onto the board with the Sabine leader ping as well. So very, very interesting here from Aryan to decide to go ahead and claim the initiative and not just immediately go into the Wrecker with the Hylabon Enforcer.
Always nice when you can have a little bit of a play around with there. Now here we go with a Vigilance coming down, and it seems like, what are the choices we're going to be making here?
We've healed 5 from the base, and we're defeating a unit with 3 HP, a little less remaining. So that's why we didn't trade in with the Hylabon Enforcer there. We wanted the first action of this brand new phase to heal 5, get this game going for a little bit longer, and deal with that immediate threat that was on our opponent's board. It was presenting game. If we didn't deal with it, Aryan had the answer.
Always nice when you can have the answer when your opponent is presenting game, but let's not sleep on the fact you got 26 damage on your base. Your opponent has only got 7, so you're still a way away from bringing this back into a game. And don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of opportunities to go and win this game, but you need to start getting a bunch of damage onto your opponent's base. You've started building up a bit of a board, but they are smaller, weaker characters. You need something posing more of a threat, and you need to start getting damage up on your opponent's base. And right now, you know, Jonas can ping with the leader, and Jonas could potentially hit with the A-Wing, but unfortunately not much longer because of the power of the dark side.
And now here comes a Cassian Andor out of the resources using that smuggle mechanic. We guessed and surmised that it might be an important piece to keep a hold of early game. After that 4 cores, I believe in, revealed it, we do hold on to it into the resources, and now it enters into play ready to do 3 damage into the base. That's exactly what we're going to go ahead and get there.
Nice. We see the Cassian Andor coming out, so that's, you know, you're putting up to 29 now. How much on there? 33. What you got left? 4. Nice. As a little side note here, ping from your leader, and 3 damage from Cassian Andor. That will actually go up to 33, and that will be enough just on its own. So game represented on board from Jonas here. That Cassian Andor is going to need to go down. There's not really anything you can do about the leader ping. So what you need to try and do here is get rid of Cassian. And I don't believe Jonas has the initiative. Looks like Arjun's on the initiative here.
Yeah, he should be at the very least being the Vigilance Villainy control player. Always want that opportunity to respond. We have a Pike Sentinel, which is going to be able to get in the way for now and against that Cassian Andor, but I believe I did see Ross. I'm not sure if it's still in the hand after resourcing in the regroup phase, but there is a Wrecker that will be able to clear the way of this Pike Sentinel depending on how Aryan plays out the rest of this action phase. We could be seeing the final phase of this quarterfinal here.
We absolutely could. There is a Wrecker in hand there. Do we have any way to ambush it in?
We don't need to, because when we play Wrecker, the when played ability will be able to activate, defeat a friendly resource, clear the way of that Pike Sentinel, and then that frees the way of Cassian Andor. Reinforcement Walker, though, will buy us some time.
It will. You go down to 25 health on the base. Now we see Cassian Andor actually just attacking into that Pike Sentinel. Wrecker is not going to do what Wrecker needs to do yet, but of course there is plenty of opportunities here to, you know, finish it out. Looks like we've got plenty of time. The Enforcer comes in, takes out the Cassian Andor.
And that is going to be that for Jonas's board state right now. Here comes the Cham Syndulla here onto board. Not going to be able to, he's going to be able to match a resource after Aryan did some ramping in this game so far. And so Jonas is going to have a little bit of a little look. It is another Cassian Andor in the resources.
And I love it. Remember, Cassian Andor does come in active. Active is not the same as ambush. Active means you can attack the base. We are up to 30. We are not there yet, but we are very, very close. Seems like we heading into the regroup phase here?
We are indeed heading into the regroup phase. Aryan will again have the initiative and essentially has one action here to find some kind of answer. Needs either a Sentinel or some restoring, a vigilance of some kind of description to make it so that either this Cham Syndulla or the Cassian Andor is not going to be able to swing in and clear that final 3 damage. We're in a mirror image position where we were at the start of the last phase. Mirror image again. Vigilance will be able to heal 5 and get a shield token potentially here, or mill 5.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely brilliant. You cannot defeat a unit because neither of them are weak enough at the moment. They don't have low enough HP, but we can certainly mill 6 cards from your opponent's deck and obviously heal 5 from the base. Now, instead of being 3 away, you are 8 away. That is a gigantic difference. And, you know, Cham Syndulla can still go and pop. Actually, no, you can still attack with Cham Syndulla and Andor. That still actually would represent 8 damage. So you're not out of the woods yet.
Certainly not yet, but Aryan does still have that Reinforcement Walker on board to be able to immediately crash in to whatever doesn't attack here on this action for Jonas. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what he favors. It is going to be the Cham Syndulla. Makes sense. Get the most amount of damage possible that we can in one action onto our opponent's base.
Oh, and then we heal 3 with a Reinforcement Walker, do we?
Certainly
He's
looks...
trying to heal 3 with a Reinforcement Walker.
It certainly looks like it is that way. Just double checking here. I think Jonas making sure it is on attack as well as when play. So is going to get the heal there. And there is the timely intervention into Wrecker, which will clear the way of the Reinforcement Walker. Ambush in as well. And that will be enough. Jonas Fredriksson on Sabine Wren Data Vault does enough.
Oh my goodness. There's a Greedo joining us. Hi, Greedo.
Look at this.
Hi, how are you?
We are very, very well, thank you. How have you been enjoying the event?
Oh, it was really cool. I've seen many decks I never play, so it was really entertaining.
Very nice. So what brought you out here this weekend? What a decision to come here? Oh, I think we're going to give you a head. Are we going to give him a headset? I feel like we're ruining the illusion right now. We have got some wonderful cosplayers who are coming around this weekend. Oh, that looks a lot more comfortable. Go on, grab yourself a seat, grab yourself a headset. Let's have a little bit of a chat here. How you doing?
Yeah, great. Thank you.
So obviously you've come along this weekend. You've come along, with your cosplay. Is that what, are you here playing as well? Are you doing a bit of playing, a bit of cosplay? What's your weekend look like?
We came here with a bunch of the 501st Legion and Mandomers to entertain the public. So we just kept patrolling, looking everything went well, and taking pictures with the public. Yeah.
Every time I walk past any of you, the wonderful guys here, doing the cosplay, bringing the costumes, every time I walk past, you're taking pictures with somebody. I never see you just sitting around chilling. It seems like you are pretty busy.
We were quite busy, yes, because seeing characters in the flesh, I would say, is quite surprising, I guess, for this kind of event. So people looked really happy to see us, yeah.
People are absolutely loving it. I saw one of you guys as I was coming in today, you had like a holo projector like a wanted, like a head of somebody you were going after.
Yeah, our Imperial officer got some heads he wanted us to hunt for, and so he just set for Obi-Wan. Unfortunately, we didn't find him yet.
Well, the day is young. We've got plenty of time. We've still got top 4 and we got the final to go. So don't worry, you have plenty of time to find him. So do you play the card game at all, or is it more of a Star Wars thing for you?
For me, it's both.
Nice.
Obviously, I'm quite a deep fan of the Star Wars universe, and I also played the card games. While my fellow troopers, they just discovered what card gaming could be, and the community that is around this particular hobby. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds fantastic. Like I say, you've been very popular as I've been coming in. I mean, I was surprised. I did not expect to see it when I walked into the venue yesterday, but you guys have been here all yesterday, all today, entertaining fans. So when you're not here, what other kind of places do you head to do this?
In fact, we are charity clubs. So we go to visit kids in hospitals, offering gifts and taking pictures with them. It gives them a small parenthesis in this not so funny moment. Also, we go to cons where the public can see us. And we do commercial events to gather money to help children, usually handicapped children, or that needs a lot of gear to help them walk, learn, and develop. Yeah.
Sounds absolutely wonderful. Sounds like everything you're doing is just lovely. It sounds like you really enjoy it, but it seems like you're doing an awful lot of good with what you do here. So thank you for that. Thank you for being awesome. And look, we've got a top 4 we need to get to. So I think we take a super quick, like 2 seconds, grab a nice cold drink, run straight back. That's a top 4 we need to be playing.
Thank you.
Thunder
Welcome back to the north of France. We're in Lille. I'm Joe Curley, and I'm joined by Driss.
Hello, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Enjoyed the semi-final. We need to move up a bit.
Yeah, we
We're
need
a
to
bit
move.
off-centre.
I'm in the middle of the screen.
We've been in a rush because the action is fast and frantic here, and the semi-finals are just moments away. And I can tell you, we have got the Battle of the Nordics in one semi-final with Jonas from Denmark versus Adam from Sweden, and that is the one that we're going to be jumping on with very, very soon. So Jonas on Sabine taking down the last Kira player in Arjan, we saw that, and Adam we also saw taking down Cyril on Sabine. We've seen Adam doing quite a lot of work against Sabine the last few rounds. Well, can they do it a third time in a row? They did it in the last round of Swiss. They did it in the top 8. Can they do it in the top 4? And there could even be a Sabine waiting for them in the final. That other semi-final, Sabine versus Anakin. So we've got 3 leaders left in the tournament. We've got 2 Sabines, 1 Quinlan, and a single Anakin as well.
Yeah, it looks like Adam is ready for this matchup, right? So we've seen him play already against the Sabine earlier today. And yeah, I'm looking forward if he's going to pull the same tricks out of his sleeve with the Grogu.
Yeah, absolutely. The Grogu double force throw was great. I was chatting to him actually just after that round, and he said he didn't plan for that triple force throw. He had 2 in hand ready to go, and then just as he was drawing for turn, going into that 3 resources, he found the third one. It is, of course, open deck lists. These players are familiar with each other in neighbouring countries of Denmark and Sweden, and it's going to be a really exciting game, especially for those in the Nordic community watching from home.
Yeah, for sure. You got the 2 fighting each other, the everlasting battle. Yeah, open deck list, so they actually know what they're going to play against, right?
Yep, you do. You know exactly what's on the sideboard. Now, you don't know what will be sideboarded in, but you can certainly make some big, bold predictions, but then there's also potentially the sort of mind games that could be at play there. Like, you see your opponent's got upgrade removal, and then you're like, okay, well, do I take the upgrades out of my deck, or will they think I do that? And you can have a bit of mind games.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a really big part of the game, especially on this level of play. This is the semi-final, so the winner of these guys is going to the finals.
Yeah, it is high stakes, unbelievable records for both players to make it this far through. Around 2 losses in Swiss was the maximum that you could have achieved. So just an incredible record. Over 800 players, the biggest Star Wars Unlimited tournament to date. And these two find themselves head-to-head in the semi-final. Sabine Wren, the most popular leader coming into this tournament, and she's had a great conversion rate. 50% of the top 4 is Sabine. Quinlan, the second most popular deck, but only 1 Quinlan remains in the tournament.
Only 1 Quinlan, exactly. Meanwhile, most of the predictions from the casters was that he would be dominating the meta, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So, yeah, seeing that it's actually still Sabine, still going strong since set 1, right?
Yeah, but one thing that we didn't predict, Driss, is the Sabine with energy conversion lab. Sorry, we did predict that.
Yeah.
We didn't predict the one with data vault. That is really fascinating to see. So that's going to be in the other semi-final. We're going to try and perhaps show you both. We'll have to see how it works out with timing, but you can be sure there is a lot of exciting Star Wars Unlimited action ahead. Make sure you're giving the channels a follow as we do get ready to take things away very, very soon. What a weekend it's been here.
It's been crazy. We've seen so many nice plays, so many cool matches, and the Star Wars Unlimited TCG is just based on going back and forward. There was just a few matches, I think, that we saw that it was like, wow, okay, he was like a storm ram. He was unstoppable. That was just a few matches, and I think that's beautiful on a game. If you're able to actually play and enjoy the game, that's what makes it fun.
Absolutely. I think that's been great, right? So many games come down to that one action where, oh, if I just had one action, I could have won. If I just did this one thing differently. I saw quite a few people in the chat actually discussing that maybe there was a different play in this last game that the Kira player could have done, perhaps using the Kira shield or something along those lines. It really is a game of fine margins, and I think that's why I found it so much fun to be playing. That you just know you can look back after your game and recognize what mistake you made. But we're ready to go for the semi-final. Denmark versus Sweden. Sabine versus Quinlan.
Very excited here. Let's hope that they see the curve that they want to see in the first hand.
Well, Adam certainly hasn't. He doesn't like the look of that. And you know what? Nor does
Whoa.
Jonas.
That's fair, he says. Oh, you're mulligan? Well, I'm doing the same.
And yep, these two players do know each other well. It is Adam with the initiative, but it might be interesting to see then if Adam actually plays anything on his first turn. Quinlan's one of those leaders that you can actually just pass your action and try and utilize the leader ability of, right, and get that Tarkin town through nice and early. So it will definitely be fascinating to see if Adam makes use of that initiative token or if he actually decides to take that turn 1 pass. Players are going to give their friend's deck a little bit of a shuffle. Those Admiral Piet deck sleeves, by the way, really nice. And that is something you got from the event this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if Quinlan is going to take more of a react approach in this match against the Sabine, because Tarkintov is such a strong base against an aggro deck like Sabine.
Definitely, but both players taking that mulligan. There's no guarantee of finding a 2-cost unit, but I can see a Battle Marine available for Jonas. Haven't caught exactly what Adam's got, but he has made those resource decisions quickly. There's a blue leader, there's a wing leader in there, there's a Cassian Andor, which could be a great smuggle option. That blue leader in the Sabine deck, not something we're seeing that often. It is the Data Vault build for Jonas. And Adam's been beating the ECLs probably, right? But we do see the Crafty Smuggler. Adam does find that 2-drop, and it's a good one as well.
There, he's in the space area.
Okay. Yeah, according to the playmat. But we are now playing into the space arena on the playmat, which I'm sure a few people might get a little bit annoyed about, but
I'm getting annoyed by it.
But the Crafty Smuggler with that shield, it could be impactful. And interesting to note that Adam didn't take that pass action either. Perhaps if he passes, the Sabine of Jonas just takes the Sabine leader action. So very, very fascinating to see this high-level stuff. I'm sure at many local game stores, the Quinlan player would have taken that turn 1 pass to try and set up Tarkin Town, but clearly Adam knows better.
Yeah, I think Adam already has a track record now fighting against Sabine. So
whoops, almost
close. But yeah, he knows what's up. He knows how Sabine works, ins and outs, I guess, by now. So he knows I need to get boards established. I need to be able to fight this.
Certainly does. And Adam's going to make use of that shield on the Crafty Smuggler, dealing 2 to the Battlefield Marine, but it's not going to take anything back. The Battlefield Marine has the option to trade with the Smuggler, but no surprise to see it goes into base. And that's a nice looking red 5. And that is going to be threatening the Battlefield Marine. And Jonas is going to be playing that Cassian out, but Adam has the initiative as we go into the regroup phase of the next turn.
Once again, Cassian not getting smuggled.
Yeah.
We've seen it more and more. Is it actually better to just play him from the hand or something?
It does have good stats. I mean, Jonas had it in their opening hand, but they decided not to resource it immediately, giving themselves the flexibility, and they decided that actually that 5 HP is worthy. It's quite difficult to take it down with Tarkin Town, but red 5 into the base. It's in space, but shooting down into the ground, taking care of that Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, instantly making work of the ID, the theory behind the Quinlan deck. Damaged units, finishing enough with other abilities. And that's where he shines.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't actually seen the Quinlan leader get any value as of yet, as we see the Crafty Smuggler going into the base, that Data Vault with that 8 extra HP compared to the ECL, but we've seen Jonas really making uses of timely intervention as a way of ambushing in.
We see Jonas pinging here because, you know, it's 4 resources time, so Sabine is coming out to play.
Yeah, and at this moment you've got like a bit of a battle of stalling, right? Jonas isn't wanting to put Sabine down too soon, wanting to see Adam spend their resources, and Adam does so with the Ahsoka. And Jonas will discard a card, but there's nothing to exhaust, which I think they're joking about there, these two friends. And Sabine now does come through and will go straight into base. It's a very interesting start in this one, and just for good measure, that double 2-drop into space, and Adam's pretty impressed by that. You're going wide, and the Sabine player going wide is always quite spooky because they can start overloading Adam's removal, and Adam might be in a tight spot here.
Yeah, truly swarming the board, as you could see. with the raid 2 that they have, they really pack a lot of damage for just being only a 2-cost unit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 4-cost slot really in these aggression and command decks can be a little bit of a weakness at times. Bright Hope is quite slow. You've got Poe Dameron, but a lot of these players tend to like playing that double 2-drop on turn 4. It's something I've seen a lot of here on the top tables as Plo Koon comes through. It might be taken back by Adam here. And instead, it's going to be the Quinlan. Great sportsmanship on display there from Jonas. Both players enjoying themselves, having some fun with it.
You actually see that they're enjoying the game, and that's so nice, actually.
Absolutely. It's the Cassian now into the base. Remember, Adam's base, only 25 HP. So there's only 10 HP remaining for Adam, whereas Sabine has 25 HP remaining on that data vault.
Yeah, there's still a lot of damage on the board for now. Oh, and now the Plume comes out.
Yeah, now the Plo Koon comes through. Interesting to see like that just slightly different choice as now the Quinlan is able to get that damage ping on the Green Squadron A-Wing, because Quinlan, when it's on the board, you can ping any card if it's lower cost than what you play. And this is a card I've not seen. It's the Adelphi Fighter. And it's a very interesting card to see in a Sabine deck. The Adelphi Patrol Wing, when played, you may attack with a unit. If you have the initiative, it gets +2 for this phase. No initiative, but a nice way of getting some tempo. This is fast-paced, Tris. I'm struggling to keep up, but we're doing our best.
It's going really quick. You're doing an excellent job. Yeah, it's going back and forward the whole time. The units are getting cleared. Adam is clearly in a position where he needs to do that. Otherwise, he will just like get wiped out by Sabine, right? Oh, Jonas actually taking the initiative now. Yeah, now it's open play for Adam. He still has a lot of units that still can attack.
They certainly do. And just 7 HP remaining for Adam. And that Tarkin Town collecting a little bit of dust. It hasn't been utilized so far, but there is the opportunity with the Ahsoka to challenge in, attack the Cassian, and then it could be finished off with the Tarkin Town.
Yeah, Adam making a lot of gestures for initial plays, but then reconsiders them sometimes, so it's going to be hard to read them.
And that was the Tarkin Town.
It's coming down here to get rid of the Cassian.
But now it's Adam's time to go on the offensive and start sinking in some damage to that Data Vault base. But Jonas sitting pretty, 20 HP remaining, and that Adelphi Patrol Wing will be able to go straight to base, putting Adam down to just 3 HP. And with that K2 in hand, that could be very interesting if there's a timely intervention in the smuggle for Jonas. They would need 2 to smuggle it out, 4 for the K2, but there's not anything with 4 power that they could just sacrifice the K2 into immediately. But you could take that Sabine ping, of course. Is there the timely intervention, or is it a Cassian that's looking to be smuggled out here?
We see some green cards, but I don't think timely intervention was in between them. So I think he's going to need to play it as a normal card. Just not sure if he's actually going to, but having the K2 on the field is already a big thing for him to establish even more pressure on Adam.
Yeah, I didn't see a timely intervention. Of course, that Adelphi went in to Adam's base. And I do believe it is Adam's action at this moment in time. I think Jonas has a Cassian available in the smuggle, but I didn't see that timely intervention, which Adam is definitely going to be a bit concerned about. It wouldn't be winning immediately. Like I say, if Adam had a 4-power ground unit, the K2 could ambush him with timely intervention, sacrifice itself and get the when defeated ability, but you wouldn't be able to do that immediately even with it. So Adam knows he's safe, but it will be K2. No ambush necessary.
Yeah, it's a thing, he needs to be there, right? It doesn't really matter that much. If Adam wants to get rid of it, he burns himself for 3 damage, right?
Yep. And just for good measure, the Jonas is going to put down that 2-cost ship. Can Adam do anything about this here? If you take an action, Jonas can take the initiative and just finish the job here potentially. So Adam might be forced to claim the initiative with all those resources, but is there something that they can do? Because the data vault is continuing to be swung at, and there's a Millennium Falcon, and Adam, out of nowhere, has won the game.
That wasn't what I was expecting at all. I really thought that that was looking better for our friends with the Sabine deck.
Wow. Wow, wow. Adam just perfectly calculating it. He had enough HP just about. And again, if there was another single action in that game, it would have gone the other way. And that is why we love watching Star Wars Unlimited at the highest of levels. That Millennium Falcon coming in ready, making the difference. But also that data vault with 33 HP, it almost made the difference.
Yeah, for sure, and maybe that's also why Jonas is opting to play Data Vault. It gives you a bit more HP, so you can maybe handle games that go a bit longer. And I think that's big, right, for Sabine? Because I used to play Sabine as well, and that was a struggle. You're playing with the lab, so you have that more tempo, the more momentum, but you only have 25 life. So it's a bit of a struggle sometimes to get further than the first damage that you take.
Absolutely. So Sweden strikes first in this Nordic battle in the semi-final. Sweden 1-0 up against Denmark, but of course it is going to be a best of 3.
Yep.
We've got Sabine in both semi-finals. Remember, the other semi-final is going to be Sabine versus Anakin.
It's Anakin Colossus, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on the base, but we'll get that checked for you.
Yeah, we can check that later. That's fine. But yeah, do we have the deck list close? So maybe we can have a sneak peek what kind of sideboarding there might be.
Not sure we've managed to get it up. We've got a slight problem with our iPad here, so I don't think we don't have quite access to the deck list in front of us, but we can work it out. Yeah. We've seen Adam been playing quite a bit as well, haven't we? In the sideboards, again, upgrade removal, something you might often see. Maybe some extra restore cards like a Sundari Peacekeeper. You might play 2 of them in your main deck. Maybe that third one could come in the sideboard. That's something that we've seen quite often, that is for sure. And these players, again, they know what is in their opponent's sideboard. So there's a pretty good chance that you can just make that read. And with friends like this, it's not out of the question that you could even just tell your opponent, tell your friend, I am going to sideboard in these cards. It's not out of the question, right? You don't have to do it.
There can also be a gentleman agreement, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not put that into the deck.
But look at those Piet sleeves. Those are absolutely glorious. And again, look at the initiative token. Despite Jonas being the player who has the choice of taking the initiative in this one, has decided to go second and give Adam that initiative token. And that is because of the power of the Quinlan Voss leader ability. And again, really fascinating that Adam didn't feel the need to take that pass in turn 1, but just immediately play down and try and keep that initiative for the rest of that game.
Could also be a mental trick, right? What Sabine doesn't want to start first, right? So maybe Jonas even sideboarded into going second, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and just taking a look at some of the sideboard options here, starting with Adam. There's those pillages that we've been seeing doing really well. There's open fire, a couple of guerrilla soldiers. I would imagine those could find their way in as a great aggro tool. We know that Sabine likes playing quite heavily into the ground. On the other side...
Yeah, Jonas here is playing 3 of the Great Dragon, which is such a strong card.
Wow.
We've seen it a few times this weekend, and it basically... how would you say that? Disrupts the deck so much.
Yeah, it can win you the game if you get there, but against the Quinlan match, it might be a little bit too slow, but there are some disabling Fang Fighters as options for upgrade removal. Quinlan not really known particularly for its upgrades, but there is those hot shot blasters, but of course they're going to be smuggled out. That's where the most value is. So nothing massively catching the eye on either sideboard, particularly nothing from Sabine, but we see Grogu, and we've seen Adam do some crazy things with Grogu before, as we now see Jonas taking that leader action with Sabine, 1 damage to each base.
even though Grogu is very cute, it's a unit to be scared of in
Yes.
Star Wars Unlimited, especially in the hands of Adam.
Yep, and it is a Force unit. And you know what that means? Force throw could be around the corner. We saw Adam in his last round of Swiss at this turn going to 3 resources and playing 3 Force throws, discarding the hand of their opponent almost entirely. I'm not so sure that will make sense here, but we'll have to see. You never know.
Well, the thing is, making sure your opponent has no options is always better than giving them options, right? So
Definitely.
I'm sure it will play out for him. It will be more than fine if you just say, Jonas, I'm very sorry, but your hand is now empty.
But we did see that line against an ECL version of Sabine, whereas Jonas's deck is a little bit more mid-rangey, but we will see that Grogu exhausting itself with an action to exhaust the Green Squadron A-Wing. Adam just stalling for time, keeping their base nicely protected. Also takes an action, so it might give them an opportunity for a Quinlan ping, and it will happen. We see the Sabine action, and then the Sabine from Adam exhausting the Quinlan, and will we see a Tarkin Town? Well, first we're going to see Force Throw.
Went very, very quick. The Force throw instantly as soon as the Cassian drop.
The Force Throw, it is going to be forcing Jonas to discard a card, and then the cost of that card will be dealing damage. There's 3 costs in red 5. There's a Battlefield Marine, which is 2, and the other card, I believe, I'm actually not certain.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Jonas, come on, can you show it to the camera, please?
It is Frisk. I thought it might be. I was looking for it in the deck list. Frisk, who is a really fascinating card. I actually had him on my sideboard recently at an event in Sweden that Adam was also participating at. But really cool to see it in the main deck. It's going to be one of the... It is Frisk that was discarded, and it's going to be the Green Squadron that's removed from the board. That Tarkin Town being saved for something else. Adam has big plans for Tarkin Town.
Jonas drew into a Wrecker and an X-Wing leader, I think. Or a Wing leader, the one that gives you the experience tokens, if I'm not mistaken.
We are going to see Cassian. Is it going to go into Grogu? It certainly will. Grogu with no power, so is going to eat all of that damage without giving anything back. Sabine is going to be going into the data vault. And speaking of Sabine, Jonas is hovering over that Sabine leader. It is ready to come down, but also might be wanting to just take the action for now. That's exactly what will happen. Grogu is sitting there waiting patiently for Sabine to enter the board.
Yeah, indeed. Grogu is waiting there. Adam knows... exhausting Sabine? No, he's actually going to attack into Cassian.
Yeah, I think Grogu here just stalling. It was either an attack into the base or just tapping the action, just taking a stall. Adam doesn't want to pass and give Jonas the opportunity to do anything there. It's very, very interesting.
Ahsoka coming down here, so looks like Jonas is going to discard the X-Wing.
Yep, and then Sabine comes down. That Grogu play fascinating from Adam, but the Sabine is going to be taking out Grogu now, and we will go into the next turn. So that Grogu play, people might be surprised. It shows that Adam didn't feel comfortable enough just taking a pass and giving Jonas the opportunity to claim the initiative, for example. Really interesting, because that Grogu, it could have put in some serious work.
Yep.
I was maybe expecting Adam to take a pass, but instead stalls with the Grogu. Very, very fascinating stuff. Adam is clearly an incredibly experienced player, and I'm definitely going to be asking them after the game what the thought process was there.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Meanwhile, we saw that Jonas drew into a blue leader, so that can do some heavy damage in either area, in either arena, the space or the ground one, but decides to first attack with Sabine.
Yeah, and Adam does have a Force unit in Ahsoka, and there might soon be another Force unit joining it in the ground arena with that Quinlan Voss sitting, waiting and ready. But it will be the Plo Koon as the other Force unit, which I hadn't even considered, ambushing in with that coordinate ability, and Raid 2 cleaning up the Cassian. But Blue Leader with ambush of its own.
Blue leader coming in hot, getting 2 experience tokens and wiping out Ahsoka in one blow.
Yep, Ahsoka is taken down, but the blue leader will take a couple of damage, and that Tarkin Town is surely going to be something that Adam is considering utilizing. Remember, Adam won game number 1, and the Tarkin Town finally does the business for Adam. I'm not sure we saw them use it at all in the last game, if I'm not mistaken, but here, cleaning up the blue leader, 3 damage was needed, and Tarkin Town provided exactly 3.
Yeah, the perfect fit, I would say, for this situation. Quinlan coming out, and Jonas is taking initiative.
Yeah, Jonas did not hesitate, but Quinlan now on the board. 3 ground units for Adam, but let's not forget, this is not a energy conversion lab version of Sabine. This is a data vault, which means that Jonas still has a massive 24 HP remaining. Meanwhile, Adam with just 15 HP remaining. But you have to think this game's starting to swing in favor of Adam, but those wreckers in the hand for Jonas might have other ideas, but no ECL. I have to say, I played a lot of these ECL Wrecker decks, and I love being able to just go Wrecker, take out the Quinlan with ambush, and then deal 5 damage elsewhere. But that's not going to be an option for Jonas. But the red 5 will go to base, and the Plo Kloon will be removed.
Yeah, indeed. It's a great play to play Wrecker with ECL. It gives so much momentum and so much damage in such a small time. The Sabine, attacking the Sabine, and actually defeating her. Wrecker coming down here.
That is Wrecker, and look at those 2 damage counters on Quinlan Voss. No need for energy conversion lab here, because that is pretty clean indeed. Taking out Quinlan, perfectly calculated by Jonas.
Yeah, you see these players are really on the next level, right?
Yeah.
Everything is calculated, everything is thought of. They're playing chess on the next level.
It is absolutely brilliant to watch. And it is Adam's action. A ton of resources available. They're going to spend 3 on the Millennium Falcon. The initiative has already been claimed, so it's all up to Adam. The Waylay follows through and bounces that Wrecker back into the hand. And of course, the Millennium Falcon might be able to stay on the board here, but it's going to cost Adam a resource.
Yeah, bouncing back the Wrecker is like a great idea, because yeah, it's 6 resources and it would have been 7 power the next phase. That's a lot of damage, right? So yeah, I think it was a great move from Adam to waylay that, even though he opens the window once again to get hit by 5 damage, right?
And bouncing back a
Wrecker.
Bouncing back a Wrecker can feel a bit bad, but we can see that Jonas actually had a second available, and one has been put into the resources. Red 5 yet again, though, opening things up for Jonas, that on-attack ability with the opportunity to clean up Sabine, but was it not taken there?
It's actually not that clear what's going on.
I believe the red 5 went into base.
Yeah, it was.
And I'm not sure the on-attack ability was declared. And Adam swiftly takes advantage, if that is what's happened, with the Sabine.
Oh, yeah, because he should have damaged the Sabine, right? And let her die.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case. 51 minutes left on the clock. High pressure games here, but Adam looking to take advantage of that moment. This is a card I've never seen before. I'm going to be honest, I've played a lot of Sabine, I've played a lot of aggression, but this ground unit is one that I think even our card spotter's struggling to work out exactly what it is.
It looks a bit like attentive, but I can't really see it on the deck list anywhere. Maybe it's a secret tech.
It's the Centaurial Corvette, and it is a Saboteur. When defeated, each opponent discards a card from their hand. Saboteur being able to get through those Sentinels and Shields doesn't seem like the highest impact 5-cost unit at this stage in the game.
Yeah, but sometimes, we've already seen it a few times, these the decks get something out with a Sentinel, and it basically locks you out of winning the game, right?
Yep. The Falcon swoops in, and Jonas takes 5 to the base. And you've seen a Falcon have another. The Millennium Falcon comes through. Both Falcons on the board now for Adam, and that Sabine Wren is still standing tall. Well, Jonas has that initiative token, and might have an opportunity to yet again resource a Wrecker. No Wreckers left, and then that red 5 immediately.
Yeah, drew into a Poe Dameron, as we can see. And I think that's an Rebel Assault, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you could be right. And it is going to be Jonas with the initiative. Adam has 9 HP remaining. There's 14 for Jonas. It is tight. And it's going to be the Corvette which kicks things off. Not going for that red 5 on attack ability just yet.
Yeah, maybe he's waiting out another unit that he wants to damage with that passive from the red 5.
But Adam has just 4 HP remaining. And he's also going to be wondering, okay, what have they got up their sleeve? Well, in Jonas's hand, there is a potentially game-winning card. And I'm making sure that our players cannot hear us. You can see it in the bottom left. That could be a huge moment. But remember, if you miss a heroism card, you hit a timely intervention, you're not going to be doing that potential full 4 damage.
Chances are Chances are small, of course, that that it actually happens, that you don't hit the 4.
This could be it. Is Jonas going to unload for a cause I believe in and just try and hit those 4 heroism cards? A single timely intervention could cost them the game. That Sabine leader is still ready. That's one. 4, I think.
Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's it.
That's game.
Our monitor flickered at the wrong moment.
But in the end, even if he only hit 3, it would have been fine because he could have used the Sabine ping.
Yes.
And it will be all fine in the end. But yeah, it was exactly 4, perfectly calculated.
Wow, that was intense. That Corvette wasn't that impressive, but it did enough, didn't it? That extra, that extra power compared to the red 5. And yeah, that was a stressful moment for us because our monitor turned black as the 4th card was revealed, but we just about caught it. And we will be going in to a game number 3. And yet again, well, this time we've seen the Quinlan player going first with the initiative, but it's now their choice as who will be going first. And I have a suspicion they might decide to go second in this one. Put the pressure on Sabine. Sabine opens, you respond with a 2-cost unit of your own, and suddenly we could see that Tarkin town come in a little bit earlier. It'll be really interesting to see, for example, if the Sabine player is going first, could Sabine with the Data Vault build ever take that turn 1 pass? I'm not sure, but it's certainly something that the players will be considering and have tested those kinds of lines, right?
Yeah, it's for sure an option now because, like I said, your base has much more health than you're used to when you're playing it with ECL. So yeah, that's a perfectly answer to the threat that could be lying when you play against a Quinlan or when you play against a Kira. Everything that has like answers to the units that you drop are always welcome.
Absolutely, it's Quinlan, it's Sabine, it's Sweden to your right, Denmark to your left. The winner of this game will be in the final of the biggest Star Wars Unlimited tournament we have had to date. It all comes down to this. For one of these players, this is where their tournament run will end. Let's have a look at Jonas's hand. Well, they don't like it, that is for sure. But the initiative token, interestingly, still on the side of Adam. Adam not wanting to give Jonas the initiative. That is very, very fast. It could get changed. They might have just forgotten to move the initiative token, but seeing as it's there, I'm going to assume that Adam will be going first.
Yeah, our spotters have been doing a really great job this weekend, so I don't think it's a mistake. Adam is confident. I'm starting. Let's see how you will handle me.
No, it's really interesting, right? Because Jonas wanted Adam to go first, and seemingly Adam also wants himself to go first. So Quinlan is one of the most unique leaders in Star Wars Unlimited that can really change that dynamic of whether you want to go first or second, and if you ever take a turn 1 pass, it's very different depending on each matchup, and very, very high skill decisions. in these first few turns, and Star Wars Unlimited, it's a game where every action matters. So if you make an early mistake, even if it's subtle, it can really spiral out of control.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to come back from a small mistake that you made early in the game. These first turns are really crucial, so making sure you have a good playable hand is very important and a really good skill to obtain.
Okay, I can see a 2-drop for Jonas. They've got that Battlefield Marine, and Adam is resourcing. I'm not sure if they mulliganed yet, but either way, they're keeping the hand that they've got. That is all that matters. That Rebel Assault in the hand for Jonas. Usually you'd be putting that down into your resources early, but you could consider trying to hold on to it for a force throw or discard it off a soaker so you don't have to exhaust a unit. It's the perfect kind of card to force throw away and try and nullify the power of Adam's event card.
Yeah, it's always smart to keep events or whatever that you don't really need, that are just like a really nice bonus, to like keep them as discard fodder.
Yep, most certainly, but it's a tricky decision, that Cassian as well, and it is going to be the Rebel Assault that will be discarded, put into the resources. It makes a lot of sense, but you know, could end up being a mistake if the force throw comes through. It'll be definitely interesting to see if Adam gets any force throw value as the Crafty Smuggler comes through, the Sabine leader ping comes through, the Battlefield Marine comes through, and that is the end of the first turn in this game 3 as we enter the regroup phase.
Like an old machine, they are playing against each other.
Yeah.
Like it's just in somebody's living room. Very nice, goes so smooth.
Jonas is going to be resourcing, Adam as well, and it is Adam still with that initiative token, with that Crafty Smuggler with a shield. I think we saw in the previous game Adam taking this attack onto the Battlefield Marine, losing the shield, but not going for that early Tarkin Town. Let's see if they go for anything different on this occasion.
Yeah, Tarkin Town would be great at this point on the Battlefield Marine. It's a 3. You do 3 damage with Tarkin Town, basically wiping out the first turn that Jonas provided. Yeah, that would be great. Putting him 1 turn behind, because then the new units that he's going to place are exhausted. So yeah, it can really ruin the tempo of Jonas.
Yep, and Adam goes for the same play we saw in the previous game. It's the Crafty Smuggler into the Battlefield Marine, and last time we saw Jonas go direct to base with the Battlefield Marine. We've seen this before, but we haven't seen the Crafty Smuggler Quinlan ping taking out the Battlefield Marine. That is a huge moment in this game 3.
Yeah, he's just going to respond with pinging with Sabine, making sure there are no more resources left for Adam to use to do anything against the units that he wants to pump out. I see the Freedom Fighters there, ready to get dropped, or the Cassian.
Yeah, Cassian not going to be smuggled out, just played as usual. We see a blue leader enter the hand of Jonas, which can ambush him down on the ground at 5 resources, of course, only at 4 right now. But that means Sabine can't be too far away. Adam just floated a resource in this last turn, but a 2 resource character was so much better than a 3 because it enabled the ping of the Quinlan to finish the job on that Battlefield Marine. And the Smuggler now not interested in going into Cassian. It doesn't look like a good opportunity, just going to deal damage to the base. Cassian could take out the Smuggler, but Jonas also just wanting to go straight to the base.
Yeah, he's opting not to, because I guess he knows that when it comes down to a base race, that he has more HP than Adam has right now. So I think in Jonas' head, he's in a safe position to not trade and just go for base.
That Quinlan, of course, is available. Cassian, a 3-cost unit. So if Adam was to play a 3-cost unit of their own, they could get a ping on there. But Cassian with that 5 HP isn't going to be a good target for Target Town unless the Crafty Smuggler with the shield sinks some damage into it. And suddenly Tarkin Town onto Cassian seems quite appealing.
Yeah, making Tarkin Town live, and that's
oh no, it happened.
Yeah, it was bound to happen.
It almost happened before. And we have now seen the cards dropped on the table, but we move on. The Tarkin Town cleaned up Cassian, and Jonas cleans up the table of the cards they dropped.
Looks like he's instantly playing the card that he revealed, so there's no much more information that Adam got from this small hiccup.
It truly happens to the best of us, and we do see also Adam going for that Cassian. Isn't it fascinating to see, as you mentioned, not that many smuggled Cassians, people just playing it out as they like to do so. Like, it's got very decent stats with that 5 HP, but it's a very good start for Adam. 3 characters down on the board, and no Sabine called in either that turn, which is really interesting to see. Sabine could have come down for Jonas in the previous turn, but delaying the Sabine is never really a good sign, I would wager.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I have not seen many Sabines that like to wait before they can drop it. But yeah, looks like Jonas, who's obviously piloting Sabine very well, knows what he's doing.
Yep, we're going to see that Adelphi come through. There is the initiative for Jonas, so that Cham is going to get 2 extra. That is a really impressive play, very similar to something like a Fleet Lieutenant, but instead it's going to dominate the sky and suddenly diversify the 2-pronged attack now for Jonas. The Cham in the ground and the Adelphi patrol wing in space.
Yeah, Adam now will have to look for answers to start controlling space arena as well.
As we see Quinlan come into play, that is a force unit, which means force throw, of course, is now a threat. The Sabine is going to ping with the leader. Perhaps that's why Jonas didn't want to call Sabine in too early. They just rather use that guaranteed damage ping from the leader ability. Of course, if your Sabine is removed immediately as soon as you summon her in as a unit, you might get no value from her at all. So Jonas maybe just delaying the Sabine for those extra pings. But here comes Kira, and Adam will look at the hand of Jonas, name a card, and that card is going to have a resource cost increase. You would imagine it's probably going to be either the blue leader or the freedom fighters here.
Yeah, probably. The Battlefield Marine is still really great, but it's a lower cost unit. It's nothing that Adam can't handle right now. So yeah, I think it's probably going to be one of those two. Probably the freedom fighters, I would think. Or actually no, I'm actually thinking blue leader now. I've suddenly changed my mind because it will cost more to get another space unit out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Adam doesn't want Jonas to be in the air.
And all that time that Adam was writing down the notes, Jonas has called in that Sabine a turn later than we might have anticipated, but that did result in that extra damage ping. Now, if Sabine is removed from the board this turn by Adam, that means that Sabine will come in exhausted, but will ready at the start, meaning that Jonas has been able to get that Sabine action every turn, and every damage can matter. So this delaying of the Sabine from Jonas is incredibly high level and fascinating to see. And Adam, with just 8 HP remaining, finds himself in a bit of a pickle. Sabine's going to go into the base. It's going to be the force throw. Of course, that Quinlan Voss is available. It's going to be the Battlefield Marine that is discarded. So 2 damage is going to be picked, and it's going to be put onto that Sabine.
Yeah, it's really remarkable how Jonas is playing this game. You would think Sabine, not Sabrine, sorry guys, that we're full aggro, but that's not the case how it's getting played. Sabine is now getting taken out by Cassian from Adam, and he's also attacking the base with Quinlan.
Now, it looks like at first glance Adam is completely dominating the board, but do not forget about that Adelphi fighter in the space arena. It's got 4 power, but it's uncontested. And that Sabine, which was removed from the board, it was defeated, is now ready to use its action again. So Jonas already with potentially 5 damage to Adam's base available, which would leave them at just 3 HP and very much within range of something like a K2SO.
Yeah, with the patrol wing just crashing into the base, he's getting closer and closer to the 25 mark that's necessary.
Yep, and Jonas does have 23, as you say, 23 HP remaining, so it is far from over, but that is going to be a lot of damage for into Adam's base. Just one more hit from the patrol wing would be enough for Jonas to take it, but we saw something similar in game one, and Adam pulled off the comeback of dreams. Can they do it again with those 4 ground units? In fact, 5. That is a lot. But that data vault could come in clutch.
Yeah, I also saw a K2 in the hands of Jonas, so that's also a big boy that he will have to find a way around.
Yeah, and again, potentially that K2SO plus timely intervention. I'm going to assume that the blue leader was not hit by Kira, as the other card, the Freedom Fighters, was resourced, which would signify the Freedom Fighters was probably the choice on that Kira by Adam. Otherwise, Jonas would have resourced the blue leader, so blue leader would be available. But there we go, hot shot blaster smuggled out by Adam, and that is going to really help them deal that extra bit of damage they might need to get into the data vault this turn. 15 damage on the data vault, which means there is 18 HP remaining.
Exactly. And yeah, it's every single bit of damage that gets chopped off right now that matters so much in the long run, right? It's looking very good for Adam in the ground units section. Look how many units he has ready to bombard the base with.
Yep, and we did see the Sabine action taken, and Adam now with 3 HP. Cassian Andor will be attacking the base, and Cassian Andor will be smuggled out by Jonas. Adam may be suggesting that they should have named Cassian Andor with the Kira, perhaps. They're having a bit of a back and forth. Of course, you don't have to name a card that's in your opponent's hand, although I'm not sure it reduces the smuggle cost if you name Cassian off Kira. I think that's exactly what these players are discussing, but it looks like Jonas has it. Ooh. Adam has been defeated. Denmark has come out on top.
Wow, great for Jonas. Going to the finals of this giant event. That's great. I'm sorry for your friend, man. Well, I see the tears coming from your eyes. Oh, I feel so sad for you now.
It was certainly a great run from Adam, and I'm sure that there's no one they'd rather lose to than a good friend. And there will be a Danish player in the final representing their country, representing their region. And we will be going in pretty much immediately to the other semi-final. But I will warn you, we're not jumping in right at the start of the game, because we want to try and get this semi-final, the second one, shown to you, and then it's time for the final. Wow. Here we go, let's catch you up. We've got Anakin on the left, we've got the 30 HP Vigilance base, there's a Yoda on the board, and on the other side for Eric, they have the Sabine's Masterpiece and a Battlefield Marine. Both players at 4 resources, as we see Yoda taking out that Battlefield Marine, and it does have Restore. So it's a pretty good start, I would say, for Thomas. You have to think Sabine's the favourite in this one. Yep. But the longer the game goes on, the more Thomas will be able to claw their way back into it.
Exactly, and it's Anakin, but not with Colossus, as we can see.
And we do see that force throw. Yoda is a force unit, so Eric's going to have to discard a card. It's going to be Luke Skywalker. It costs only 2, so the Sabine's Masterpiece, not a good option, and instead we'll take out the Phoenix. Instead, Sabine damage comes through, and then we do see this shielded ground unit enter play for Thomas.
Sabine is getting deployed because we're at 4 resources, so why not? And she's ready to roll.
She certainly is. So exciting to be jumping in immediately to this other semi-final. One Sabine with Data Vault is in the final. Will it be Anakin for Thomas, or will it be Sabine for Eric that makes it to the final?
Looks like Sabine is crashing into Yoda. Pinging as well, because he on attack.
Yeah, really fascinating. Here, what you've got to remember when playing against Anakin, as much as you like to go to base when you're playing Sabine, Anakin almost wants you to go into base in the early game, because that Anakin leader ability, it's going to get extra power on the Anakin unit for every 5 damage onto your base, and Eric is going to be well aware of that. You're wanting to be able to maybe rush in with a Wrecker, with Ambush, or a Poe, and you don't want to trade. If you can keep that Anakin at just 5 power, in other words, at 9 HP or less on their base, you can make a really nice ECL play with a Poe or a Wrecker, taking out Anakin and remaining on the board.
Yeah, exactly. You'd kind of want to force out the Anakin before it gets too powerful with the damage that you've done on the base. Get rid of the Anakin, and then you can go full base.
Wow, we see the timely intervention, which has been a bit of a star of the weekend, smuggled out as well. Or was it smuggled? Because there's only 5 resources, it was K2SO, so it must not have been smuggled. It must have been played from hand. So Eric using 2 cards from hand, the timely intervention and the K2SO to ambush in and deal with that ground unit, also getting a little bit of overwhelm value for their trouble. 8 damage on Thomas's base, so Anakin, if it was to come in immediately right now, which it can't yet, but currently would be at 5 power.
All right, the Thomas is playing here the shielded sentinel, right? Or am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, it's the village protectors.
Yeah. So
I can confirm it's not Darth Vader. It was a bit of a slip of the finger, I think.
yeah, I was also pretty sure that it wasn't it wasn't Darth Vader. But Eric is responding to that by crashing with his masterpiece into the base.
Yeah, that's Sabine's masterpiece in space, but there's a fighter of their own for Thomas. This is one with Restore.
Yeah, restores 2 on attack.
Sabine's masterpiece, of course, that K2SO is a aggression unit, so that extra little bit of damage and that restored arc 170.
Looks like it's only 1. Sorry, chat.
There's also, I believe there's also like a 3-cost fighter which has Restore 2, but this is...
Yeah, I was thinking of that one, I
the
think.
2-cost with Restore 1. And of course, let's not forget about the Sentinel, the village protectors down there for Thomas.
Yeah, that's the thing that Eric wants to get rid of as soon as he can, because Sentinel really chokes up aggression players like Sabine.
Yeah, and it's also fascinating. You mentioned no Colossus for Thomas, and I have to say, I've done a little bit of playtesting against this Anakin deck as a aggression command player, and the Colossus felt like it was causing my opponent more problems than it was giving them. The deck plays Force Throw, right, where you're losing a card from hand. So that 1 extra card in hand, it could be something like a Force Throw, and I'm not actually too shocked to see Thomas deciding to go for that 30 HP base with Anakin, because I think that Colossus, it made things pretty awkward, and it's great to see the success still of these bases without any abilities.
Yeah, totally makes sense. You want to have as much options as you can, and if you get limited to amount of cards that you can have in your first hand, it's going to be way much harder to actually navigate through these games.
Absolutely, and we talked about the base damage for Anakin. The thing is you don't want Anakin to come in too big and juicy, because he is now going to come in with that 6 power, which means he would be traded, he would trade out a Poe or a Wrecker with Ambush. But ultimately, if you just let the game continue on for too long, Anakin is surely going to take over. So you can't not damage the base, and Eric is continuing to swing in. But if Anakin is called into action, which it can be at 6 resources, it will be at 6 power.
Exactly. So that's kind of a tough
7 power now.
Yeah. It's actually hard to find what the best balance is to have against an Anakin, because exactly when you take the game too long, he will be too strong and he will overwhelm you with the big units that he will start dropping. And if you start attacking too soon on his base, then he will just start swinging at you with incredible power.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anakin, it is going to be It might be an entrenched. We'll clear that up for you. We don't have the deck list in front of us, but I would imagine it's probably an entrenched, which is going to attach to that Sabine. It's actually the perilous position, which is that -2/-2, and it's going to exhaust Sabine's masterpiece. Just a measly 1 power. Of course, it will still survive, but if it has its power set to 0, it will be taken down, and it will now be taken down with the challenge from the Arc. Also getting that restore. I believe restore is going to be an optional decision, but they do go for it. And 4, of course, I believe in. There's 2, there's 3, and that's a full house. 4 heroism cards found from 4 Accords, I believe in, and suddenly there's just 10 HP left for Thomas. Right now, you might be wishing you had a Colossus.
Yeah, exactly. I think at this point he rather had the Colossus as a base, but yeah. Probably didn't have other answers for questions he already answered, right? So that's the trade-off that you make at some point when deck building, when deciding to do anything, to be honest.
Absolutely, and of course Sabine in particular is the leader that you most want that extra HP against.
Yeah.
But this Anakin is ready to come in, but don't forget there's still 3 resources available for each player. That energy conversion lab is waiting for the right moment to strike. The action is on Thomas. They have the option of spending their resources or perhaps calling in Anakin. 20 damage on the base. That is going to mean +4 power. That is a big Anakin.
Yeah, he's strong.
8 damage into the ECL means that Eric has just 14 left. And this is the game plan of Thomas's deck. It's all about Anakin.
Yeah, now we just have to hope for Eric that he has some kind of answer for Anakin just to get him removed or kill him or whatever he can. No units on the field, so it's going to be a tough situation. He did not use his ECL yet, so there is an option that something comes ambushed in, gets rid of the Anakin.
It's going to be the ECL. Will it be Wrecker or will it be Poe? Wrecker seems better, but it looks like it's going to be Poe, and it will force Eric to also discard a card from hand. So 2 cards from Eric's hand and the ECL just to trade evenly with the Anakin. If it was a Wrecker, the Wrecker could have ambushed in and just dealt that 7 damage all on their own without that extra card from hand necessary. It also, Driss, could have meant that they go for that when played ability with the Wrecker to set Anakin to 2 HP and get Overwhelm 5 more damage on base. So I feel like that's a big moment. Not having the Wrecker, the Poe seems significantly worse at in that spot.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, you need to play with the cards that you're dealt.
Of course.
I think it's one of the better plays that Eric could have done, seeing the situation. But Thomas says, hey, I also have that card.
Yep, quick to improvise indeed. Learning on the job as Thomas responds with their own Poe Dameron. And that is threatening a lot of damage onto the ECL. Of course, that on-attack ability, you can discard a card and deal 2 more damage to base for a total of 8. Eric has 12 HP remaining. Thomas with 11, thanks to that restore.
And we're going into 7 resources, if I can still count. So and actually 8 for Thomas. So looks like we're in the area where the big boys can start dropping, and that's an area you really don't want to be as a Sabine player.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to think the longer this game goes on, the more in favor of Thomas it will begin to go, and that certainly seems to be the case here in game number 1, but the initiative is with Sabine, and it's going to be a green squadron wing into the space arena to start things off. Still a lot of resources left as Poe Dameron is going to go into the base. Will we see any of these on-attack abilities? Even forcing your opponent to discard a card from their hand at this stage could be nice, but it's going to be loads of damage, and it's a scoop. Thomas with Anakin has got the first strike in this semi-final.
Yeah, it was looking really good for Eric, to be honest, for a long time this game. But as we said, we claimed it a million times, I think, this weekend. The longer the games go on, the harder it is for Sabine to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And Anakin really taking over. Who needs 35 HP and 1 card less in hand when you've just got a nice safety net
Yeah.
Right, like really interesting to see. No Colossus, but we are jumping straight in to game 2 of this semi-final, and Eric has their back against the wall. They're looking to make it an all Sabine show in the final, whereas Thomas is looking to take it down with Anakin.
The first space unit getting played is the Green Squadron A-Wing with the Raid 2. A very nice unit for only being a 2 cost, and it gets answered by Thomas with the Restored Arc. So ready to start healing whatever damage Eric is going to pump out.
Yeah, and I have to say, Eric's going to feel pretty happy about that. That's a favourable trade. The Green Squadron A-Wing taking down the Restored Arc, getting rid of that Restore, and remaining on the board has to feel like a great start for Eric in this game. Cassian Andor, yet again, not being smuggled. If there's one lesson I've learned about my gameplay from watching these top players, it's that I smuggle Cassian too often.
Yeah, exactly. Luke Skywalker coming down here in the ground unit area.
Yeah, interesting that we don't see that Luke Skywalker attached as a pilot, because it would have been an option. Of course, the Green Squadron A-Wing always wanting to take that immediate challenge, but Thomas perhaps threatening to make some sort of play which negates the power of Luke Skywalker as a pilot. It's a really strong pilot. The resources were available to do it, but Eric decided it was too risky.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anything big from removal, right, from Thomas, so not sure why he would be afraid to actually pilot Luke into that Green Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, I definitely understand them wanting to take that immediate action with the Green Squadron there. Take the trade, as we do see Luke taken down. Cassian now with some damage. I'm sure Eric has a plan with that damaged Cassian, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see as the Green Squadron A-Wing goes into base. And it will now be a force unit response for Thomas. So you have to remember about that potential force throw that comes through in the immediate future. It's Cannon Jarrus and another Green Squadron A-Wing for Eric.
Looks like the Sabine is going down, and we're also in the range for the leader Sabine to come down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Starting to blast, and we'll see. Exactly, that's what we thought. He's going into the Cassian, also pinging the base for 1, and that's a great deal in my book.
Absolutely, and it's really, really fascinating, isn't it? Eric made this plan in the previous turn when they didn't want to put the Luke down as a pilot. They anticipated Thomas would crash into their Luke, and that just gives them the opportunity for Sabine to take a favorable trade. Really heads up stuff from Eric, planning 3 or 4 turns ahead. And this is what you're trying to do as a Sabine player, a big wide board. We saw that double 2-cost character, or 2-cost unit on turn 4, not for the first time, but Cannon Jarrus will come through. On attack, you may discard 1 card from the defending player's deck for each friendly Spectre unit and heal 1 damage for your base for each different aspect. There was 2 on the Battlefield Marine, so 2 damage healed.
Yeah, that's a great card to start healing as well, because it's really necessary, I think, in Anakin's deck without Colossus. I feel like it was really close last game, and some more restoration units are always welcome. Looks like the Poe Dameron is also coming out once again.
Yep, Poe Dameron down on the board with big old stats. 6 power, 6 HP is nothing to smirk about. We've seen Eric utilize their resources to try and go wide. 5 resources available. For now, it looks like it's going to be 3 more damage onto the base. That is that 10 damage threshold, though, which puts Anakin up to 6 power and does mean that a Wrecker or Poe would be defeated if they were to challenge Anakin.
Yeah, true. It would be a fair trade right now, but I think it's still really worth it.
Yeah.
You really don't want that Anakin on the field. You really want to get rid of him as soon as you can, because you want a base race. You want to win, and you only win by killing the base.
You certainly do, and it's going to be 5 resources spent all at once with the ECL. Poe Dameron comes through. I wasn't expecting that. Will we see Poe on Poe violence? We certainly will, and it's going to be the on-attack ability dealing 2 damage to that Force unit, leaving with just 1 damage, but Sabine is going to clean it up. No Force left for Thomas, but Anakin could change that in the next turn.
Shouldn't the base be damaged as well by the Sabine?
The Sabine just went straight in to the unit there, used the on-attack ability onto the unit.
Okay.
Yeah, well, not the leader Sabine on that occasion. 3 units for Eric, 0 for Thomas. But that Anakin Skywalker, we saw how it dominated game 1. It might be about to dominate game 2 as well, unless Eric has a plan up their sleeve. Sideboards, remember, are now active, and Eric might have something to catch Thomas by surprise. It is open deck lists, of course.
Yeah.
So Thomas should be very well aware of all the potential threats.
Yeah, but probably the guys didn't have that much time to look into each other's deck lists, right?
No, I think you're absolutely right. That Anakin Skywalker not coming down yet, because first it's going to be the Concord Dawn Interceptors. It only has 1 power, but do not be deceived, because when defending, it will get that power buff for a total of 3, and that is a big problem for those Green Squadron A-Wings on the opposing side as Sabine goes into the base.
Yeah, a great answer to the threat of those Green Squadrons, because he will just blow them up, right? They will need to trade 2 into him.
Yep.
And yeah, that's not what you want to do.
Here we go. It's time for the Anakin show.
I hope Eric doesn't underestimate his powers.
Yep, we do see for a cause I believe in. It's a little bit early in the game to be going for this kind of card. Your opponent still has 13 HP remaining. I think it was a full hit there.
Yeah, I also think it were 4 units. It's unique to actually use it now.
But it does. Oh, look at that. Eric using for a cause I believe in, not wanting to finish the job with it, but chew to the card that they want next, and that is the Wrecker.
Yeah. Which would be the perfect answer to the Anakin, right?
It would definitely do a good job, but Anakin with Overwhelm is going to take down Sabine and deal damage to the base, but those 2 damage counters now on Anakin, interestingly, leaves it very vulnerable to the Wrecker of Eric. So that for a cause that I believe in, finding the Wrecker was so heads up from Eric.
Yeah, it was a great way to stack the deck into your favor.
Yep. But there's another one. Oh my goodness, you know the Wrecker's there already, and that is another full hit of heroic cards. That double for a cause I believe in at 6 resources. I said it wasn't maybe the right moment for a cause I believe in, but if you've got 2 of them and you put a Wrecker on top, you are applying some serious pressure. And Driss, there's another for a cause I believe in as an option, and we could actually see Eric keep that on top of the deck as well.
Yeah, he actually will do. He will drop the others. No.
Ooh, so it's Wrecker, Cassian, and then for a cause I believe in. I was anticipating it would just be Wrecker and for a cause.
Yeah.
But Eric is planning 3 steps ahead here with their innate events card.
Yeah, we're going to see it, right? So the next draw will be the Cassian and the Wrecker, probably going to get rid of the Anakin with the Wrecker. And yeah.
It makes sense. He wants to resource that Cassian. For a second there, I almost forgot that you draw 2 cards at the start of your turn. So Eric, of course, draws into both the Wrecker and the Cassian. The Cassian then an easy card to put into the resources, and it makes total sense then that the 3rd card was for a cause I believe in. Are we going to see the Wrecker and the defeating of a resource? You would have to imagine so. Just make sure not to accidentally defeat that Cassian, and of course Eric does not do that.
Boom, Wrecker comes into play.
Boom indeed, my friend.
And now we're waiting for the next turn, right? He can't really do much in the space area for Eric. He just has to undergo whatever's going on there with the Sentinel. Pinging with Sabine, chopping off the damage, as much damage as he can from Thomas's base.
Yep, Thomas with just 8 HP remaining. but the green squadrons have been defeated, but the Wrecker is staring them down, but not for much longer. That is a huge moment. The Wrecker removed from the board. The Dragon has been felled.
Exactly, the Dragon has been felled. Removing Wrecker, I think that was one of the best cards he could have answered to the Wrecker. It was a really big threat on the board right now. So, if we're still correct, Eric now drew into the 4 cause I believe in, and a random card that we don't know yet.
Yes. Yep, absolutely. And that Outer Rim Outlaws, as well as a couple of spaceships for Thomas, are dominating the skies. But that 4 cause I believe in, it can hit a maximum of 4 heroics, but that would still leave Thomas with 3 HP remaining. It seems as though Thomas will deal just 1 damage to Eric's base, but every damage can matter. There we go. It's another 4 cause I believe in, and that is going to be a Confiscate is found, and that is not a heroic card, and that is going to mean 1 less damage.
Yeah, 1 less damage, not really what you're hoping for in this situation, because it's already going to be tough for Eric to come back here to Thomas with the board presence that he's established.
That is a huge moment here. You know the risk of 4 cause I believe in, and including these non-heroic cards in your deck, but Eric clearly thinking that this Confiscate is worth the risk in this particular matchup, maybe being able to deal with a shield or some other tricks that Thomas has up in their deck, and that's probably a sideboard card, and I wonder if Eric is regretting their sideboard decision of that Confiscate. It looks like Thomas will take it, but we go into a game 3.
Yeah. No, we're not going into
We're not?
True. No, Thomas won the first one, right?
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We're not going into a game 3.
We know the winner. We know the
Oh my
finalists.
goodness, my apologies. It's
No, that's
Anakin
fine. Yeah, Anakin
versus Sabine. That was a lot very quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah,
We just
yeah,
watched 2 semi-finals back to back. It is not a game 3. It is Anakin versus Sabine in the final. Thomas has taken down Sabine in the semi, but this time there's a very different proposition waiting for them, because it's not an energy conversion, Nabdris.
No, exactly. I really wonder what Thomas will answer to the Sabine. He already had a lot of practice, I think.
Yep.
This weekend. So, yeah, we're really excited to see the finals.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that the players have already sat down ready for the final. You do not want to go anywhere, because it is going to be coming up very, very soon. But for Driss and I, that is going to be all from this event in Lille. We do appreciate you joining us. It's been so much fun. Yeah. Suddenly a trophy has appeared behind us. Driss, before we cut to a break,
so nice.
Favorite moment of the weekend so far?
Favorite moment of the weekend? Actually, I think arriving, seeing all the players being hyped, just entering the venue, you feel the atmosphere. You feel everybody's here to have fun, to be competitive.
Yep.
That was the greatest moment for me personally.
For me, my favorite play was that Bright Hope and the ambush fighter from Sabine to just hang in the game and take it. That was amazing.
That was
but we're going to a break.
Strong.
The players have sat down for the final. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back for the final time to Lille, ladies and gentlemen. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The bad news is we've only got one game left. The good news is that game is the final, and the neutral news, I'll let you decide how good it is or not, is that for the final you'll be guided by myself and the lovely Ben. How you doing, Ben?
I'm doing very, very nicely. Even better for this beautiful prize behind us as well. The 2025 Regional Qualifiers Champions Trophy has joined us. This is what players have been battling over. Over 850 of us started out on day one yesterday morning. Now we're down to the final two. And I tell you what, Ross, it is aggression and heroism that have been the stars of the show, but not necessarily just Sabine Wren.
No, not just Sabine Wren. We've seen Quinlan doing very, very well, and it looks like we've got some Anakin rolling into this final as well. We got Anakin against Sabine. Now, interestingly enough, we just saw Thomas with Anakin take down Sabine in top 4. We just saw that. It was on the stream. I actually watched it early, not to boast. But I'm going to do that again, but this is a different Sabine list. I'm looking at this Sabine Wren list, and I'm like, okay, Frisk is a little bit, I'm going to say it, frisky.
Hey.
But Adelphi Patrol? Ketsu Onyo Senatorial Corvette? Like, these are Fighters of Freedom's a little bit spicy. Radis is a little bit spicy. But cards like Senatorial Corvette and Ketsu Onyo, like, I've looked at a lot of Sabine lists over the past couple of weeks, you know, in preparation both for the Liverpool sector and then for this event in Lille. And those are just cards that don't show up.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting Sabine Wren list. I mean, all you have to do is look at the leader and base combination to go, hang on a minute. Something's not quite right here. Something's a bit off of the ordinary. Sabine Wren with Data Vault getting that extra 3 health than the regular 30 HP base and then plus 10 to your minimum card pool, usually a minimum 50 card deck in the Premier format, now playing with 60 thanks to that Data Vault. Already looking at that, you think, okay, that's very odd and very, very different. And then, like you say, you get to the unit count, you get to the sideboard count, and you think, okay, there's some really, really interesting stuff in here, but it's been working an absolute treat.
They've made it all the way to the final. I'm glad you called out the base, so I didn't have to, but that is, of course, the big difference here. We are used to Sabine playing, you know, the Energy Conservation Lab, that EC out. That is what we're used to playing here. That is not what we are playing here. We've gone for a bit of the old Data Vault instead, and Data Vault has been a very, very popular base all weekend. We've seen a lot of decks with Data Vault. We've showcased a bunch of them on stream, but I think it's fair to say that Sabine, that is not a deck, that's not a leader with which we would usually pair Data Vault. That is very, very unusual. Going up against Anakin with Dagobah Swamp.
Yeah, equally there with the base selection, maybe just a slightly against the norm. Anakin Skywalker, especially pre-suspension, we are being seen paired with Colossus, the 35 HP base, the rare base from Jump to Lightspeed, that will force you to start the game with 1 less card in your hand. The thinking behind it is that it's another stack of 5 damage that you can allow to be put on your base for the Anakin Skywalker leader unit ability to get that +1 attack for every 5 damage on your base. But now we're starting to see a little bit more variation post-suspension. Dagobah Swamp, just a simple 30 HP Vigilance base. So we are still in the aggression, heroism, vigilance aspect combination.
We are.
But we're not using that Colossus anymore.
I always get very nervous. Cards in hand, 4 cards in your opening hand in Star Wars doesn't feel like many. You got 6, but obviously 2 go down as resources. Technically, you don't have to, but it'd be weird if you didn't. So you end up with this 4-card opening hand, right? And that's not a lot of cards in your opening hand to begin with. Now you're telling me I lose one of them, so I've essentially got a 3-card opening hand. It's not a base I like playing personally for that reason. I don't personally think the 5 Alpha is worth it, but we've seen enough players with a different playstyle to me who have gone, you know what, for me this works. I can deal around it, and we've seen a lot of, you know, characters, units coming in with that draw abilities to essentially try and mitigate it, but I don't want to have to build my deck with a bunch of extra draw cards just to mitigate my base, disability here. What I really want to do is play some extra draw if I want to force some extra draw, not just because my base gives me one less card in my opening hand.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I was just quickly having a little look to my right-hand side at the notes and the breakdown of the top 16s and beyond of the past sector qualifiers here in Europe. Guess how many players were running Colossus across both top 16s in the sector qualifiers at Liverpool and at Milan?
1.
Correct.
That was Joshua Freeman Birch. He got top 4 in Liverpool with Anakin Colossus. I couldn't remember. Now, obviously, I wasn't in Milan or wasn't casting Milan. I was in Liverpool, and I don't remember more than one in Liverpool. So I figured you weren't going to ask unless it was really high or really low. So, yeah, I feel like I metagamed that quite nicely. Right now, it looks like both players have gone and done the whole open deck list thing, had a look at their opponent's deck list. It looks like now we are looking at our opening hand. Remember, there is a chance to mulligan, which is to say you can shuffle your entire hand back and draw a new hand of 6 that you are then stuck with. But I think I've seen resources go down for both players here. I think that means we are past the mulligan. Yes, both players now have put down their resources, which means we are just seconds away from the final. There we go, and here we go with the first ever Star Wars Regional Qualifier final. We have got Jonas on Sabine, we have got Thomas on Anakin, and we have got a Regional Qualifier champion to crown with an A-Wing and a C-3PO on the field.
Yeah, just simple starts from both of these players. Early units, one going to start to play into the space, one playing into the ground arena. C-3PO, an interesting start here for Thomas on that Anakin Skywalker as well. We saw it in Joshua Freeman Birch's Ray list earlier on in top 8, the 1-4. Hopefully going to get a little bit of early pressure and card draw for itself as well.
If we hit off the C-3PO, we'd have 3 cards. I don't think he hit off the C-3PO. I could be wrong. We see 3 damage coming down from that Green Squadron A-Ring. But here we see the card that you love so much here. This is your Sentinel with a shield, your village protectors. And we actually see a nice little ship coming down. We got red 5 for Jonas, which would... well, it would deal damage to a damaged unit if there was a damaged unit, but it's an attack skill. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, absolutely. As I saw Thomas there, I believe, going for the C-3PO ability revealed disabling Fang Fighter off the top of the deck. Very interesting that is being put in the main deck here. A lot of players will be utilizing that as a sideboard piece, primarily as upgrade removal. But here, Thomas saying, you know what? It's a space unit. And it removes upgrades for me as soon as I play it down. So double win. Let's keep it in the main.
Upgrades seem a little bit more relevant here than they have maybe in the past couple of months. So we've seen a bit of an uptick in upgrade removal. It seems, at least. I don't mind that. Now here we do get the base, but now we unfortunately have lost that extra skill. There is no damage to a damaged unit because there is no damaged unit. But we have got 6 damage down onto that Dagobah Swamp.
Yeah, swinging in with that red 5 there. Thomas is going to continue to just chip away, revealing and missing off of the C-3PO. And then Red Wing is going to go ahead and go in. We're going to pay a 4. Here's the Kanan Jarrus.
Oh, now this is a card that we see popping up here or there. It's a fantastic card. Basically, when you attack, you discard 1 card from the defending player's deck for each friendly Spectre unit, which honestly a lot of the time is just 1, but you get to heal a damage from your base for each different aspect you see. And then we have the other A-Wing coming down for Jonas, the Phoenix Squadron, which has better stats but doesn't have raid.
Yeah, this is a real heavy arena skew that we're seeing right now from both of these players. Finally, we see our first ground unit for Jonas Fredriksson, something we're expecting a little bit more of in the Sabine Wren deck. The 2-cost Sabine, and now with the leader ability being activated out of Jonas' side of the board, we are in range to go ahead and get the first leader deployment of the final. Will we, won't we? Jonas just taking a moment of pause.
Well, the good news is your opponent's taken the initiative, so you can do what you like at this stage. The bad news is there is a shielded sentinel in the ground unit, but we don't mind here. And what we're doing is essentially just pinging that shield off of the sentinel, but then you do get that extra damage onto the base from the skill of your Sabine leader there, which I do not mind at all. And then, of course, you actually got the double ping there once before and once after you deployed that leader.
Yeah, really, really nice little bit of sequencing there from Jonas to deal with that shield off of the Sentinel. Makes one of these trades a little bit easier for him in the following phases. That 2-cost Sabine, the explosives artist, does have 3 HP as well, so would be a +1 trade for Jonas if he decides to crash that into the Village Protectors.
That could always be a fun thing to do. They're going to need to go down at some point. Might as well crash in with Sabine, but there are other options. Here comes the Kanan Jarrus in 2, and it's just straight into that leader. So the leader has been deployed and already gone away before we've even seen sight nor sign of Anakin. But we do see a Sundari Peacekeeper here.
Yeah, and that's being hit off the top of the deck from the Kanan Jarrus on attack effect. So that is a Restore 2 that is being applied to that Dagobah Swamp base for the different aspects that are on that card, Heroism and Command.
Always nice to see a double aspect card. Generally speaking, you're not really playing this. We saw a Hera deck in Liverpool, which was cool. A lot of the time, this is just played knowing you're only going to get the 1 hit because you're only playing the 1 Spectre unit. But honestly, a lot of the time, you're going to heal 2, and a 4-cost 4/5 that discards a card from your opponent's deck and heals 2 from your base, not bad. And don't sleep on the fact that you do get that 1-card mill off your opponent's deck. That is 1 card to which they now don't have access.
Absolutely, as we see Poe Dameron hit the board for Thomas, the first one of this best of 3. Neither player at the moment has access to ambush that Poe Dameron in. Jonas has the more likely capability in that command aspect and potentially having timely intervention as an option later on in the game. But because he's running Data Vault, he doesn't have that easy epic action to ambush it in and get those on attack abilities. So at the moment for Thomas, this is just going to be a threatening 6/6.
We do see a swing in with one of these A-Wings. That's going to do 3 damage. I'm going to spoil the surprise right now. You're going to be seeing a lot of Poe. Both players are maxed out on 3 Poe Dameron. This is not the last Poe Dameron you are going to be seeing. It's the first one, but we got time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here for as long as it takes.
Absolutely, as it looks like it is Jonas with the action here. All 5 resources still currently ready. And a couple of cards in hand. I think I see the Fighters for Freedom. I see that blue leader as well in here. We are paying the full 5. And it is going to be for that blue leader, one of the cards of Jump to Light Speed that has really made a name for itself. You pay 3, but when played, you can pay an extra 2 resources, put that space unit into the ground arena with 2 experience tokens, by the way, and then go ahead and ambush in as well. And I tell you what, that Poe Dameron wasn't a threat for long, Ross. It's already in the discard pile.
He's already gone. That blue leader can be a 3/3/3 or a 5/5/5. Put it down as a 5/5/5, and then you get rid of Poe. And that's what you want to do. This is the real trick of Star Wars Unlimited. Because you're taking actions in turn, rather than having your own full turn with as many actions as you can do, it means that Poe Dameron gets played down. But if there's no ambush, it can be gone before you ever actually get a chance to use it. That can be a very, very big deal indeed. Now, we've got ourselves, what are we doing? We're paying, oh no. No, we're regrouping. We're not paying anything. We'll pay some stuff in a minute, Ben.
We will indeed, and Thomas will have the initiative here at the start of this action phase, so he will be able to make the first maneuver here, and that is going to be for a payment of 3 to Perilous Position, and in fact remove the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing with it only having 2 HP. The -2/-2 immediately brings it down to 0, and it is no longer flying around in the space arena.
Yeah, those minus on the HP can be so big. We see it on Luke Skywalker. We see it on Perilous Position, just coming out and getting rid of units as they go down. We are, however, up to 22 damage on that Dagobah Swamp there from Jonas and this deck, and it seems like
Kaden Jarrus is attacking again here and has hit another Sundari Peacekeeper, so that's another Restore 2 here for Thomas. Now, finally, the Kaden Jarrus is being dealt with thanks to the red 5s on attack ability, dealing that final necessary damage to the already heavily wounded Kaden Jarrus that was in the ground arena. And Thomas, he's in a bit of bother here. He may be ready to deploy Anakin pretty soon, which will be huge, by the way, but he needs to find some answer to this uncontested space arena right now.
Right now, that is making a very big difference. Now, we're not quite ready to end the game. There's 2 space units that each hitting for free. Now, we do see that disabling Fang Fighter. Is that the Fang Fighter?
It is indeed the Fang Fighter, and all it's doing here is just being a hopeful body in the space arena, but Cassian Andor makes its way onto board out of the resources, using that smuggle, coming in ready, as will the Anakin Skywalker leader unit now, who is deployed.
There's the damage. We're up to 26. We're going to be 1 away with the A-Wing, unfortunately. Anakin has come out, and right now we've got a plus 5. Yeah, we're plus 5 right now. So it's a 9-7. But it's not enough, and is that going to be it? We hit with the A-Wing, and that gives Jonas game 1. He is 1 game away from taking this regional qualifier.
Yeah, that's exactly what you expect to see from Sabine Wren there. Even with the leader deployment, even with the overwhelm that Anakin has in its leader kit inbuilt in, it wasn't enough. That space pivot, which is what we've seen quite a lot of out of Jonas's deck, this kind of more mid-rangey approach to Sabine Wren, which historically has been one of the issues and criticisms that this deck has found. It's so hardcore aggressive and so hardcore ground focused that eventually you just sort of run out of steam. But now over this format and the past format in Twilight of the Republic, you've seen cards like Wrecker, Poe Dameron, now Blue Leader, just give it an extra little bit of life.
No, absolutely you do. And we saw you had that 2-0 victory for Anakin against Sabine in the previous round. In the top 4, we had a 2-0 victory. But this is not the same Sabine deck that we saw before.
Yeah.
And you talk about the pivot to space. This is fascinating to me because we're still seeing basically a 40-60 split. There's 18 space units, 30 ground units. That's essentially a 40-60 split. It's a deck which is built primarily for the ground with a decent space presence. But now we do have an option. We've got things like disabling Fang Fighter, which could come in for even more of that space. But also, and you know I'm going to say it, Ben, there's Crate Dragon in the sideboard. And here's the thing. Anakin is a little bit of a slower deck. It's not a slow deck, it's not a control deck, but it's a little bit slower. Could we have enough time to get Crate Dragon out here? I'm not saying it's coming in from the sideboard. I'm saying I always want it to. But I am saying if this game goes on for a few turns, that can come out and end the game. And Sabine doesn't always have those big top level. If you're playing a slightly slower game plan here, I don't mind going for Crate Dragon, but then again, you can't trust me. I always want to go for Crate Dragon.
Yeah, I can certainly see the argument for it, but I think the issue with trying to hard focus, or at least soft focus on Crate Dragon as an end piece, is that if you're allowing Anakin that time, that pressure, or alleviating that early pressure, Anakin is feeling a lot more comfortable. While it is not a control deck, it's more of a mid-range deck,
yes,
it is certainly more comfortable when the game is taken at a slight tempo. We've seen throughout this weekend Anakin Skywalker decks like to have a little bit less damage onto the base, around sort of 10 to 15, as soon as around that kind of area when the Anakin leader unit deploys. And then if that Anakin sticks, that's when we start to say, okay, let's get some of this damage more onto base. Let's be a little more liberal with how much pressure we're allowing through, because I've got a massive leader unit here that is getting boosted up and has overwhelm for whatever you try and put on the ground to stop me as well. I think it's got to be continue along with game plan alpha here with Jonas. Get that two-pronged attack in with these fantastic space units and the core ground Sabine threat.
I'm not saying go full Great Dragon, right?
Oh, of course.
I'm just saying do your normal game plan, just have a Great Dragon in the back and bust that crate open in case of emergency. But we are here running into game 2. Thomas on Anakin, 1 game behind, 2-0 Sabine in top 4, but like we said, this is a different Sabine. We got Jonas on the left here, Jonas Fredriksson with that Sabine, the unusual Sabine with Data Vault, 1 game 1, and now feeling pretty confident going in to game 2. Of course, beat Kira 2-0 earlier on in the top 8 as well, and then took out that Quinlan in a pretty exciting game we saw on stream in top 4. Now that 1 game left against Anakin, and if you can do this, you win.
Yeah, it'd be a huge, huge statement here. Everybody expected Sabine Wren to be highly represented and to be highly successful this weekend in the wake of the post-suspension, in the wake of the Richmond sector qualifier results as well, but maybe not in this composition, this more mid-rangey style build of Sabine Wren that has the opportunity to last and still give a good account of itself in the mid to long game. Jonas has his resources. Thomas is still deciding on his second.
I'm trying to remember something. You might be able to help me with this one.
Okay.
Who's the caster that picked Sabine to win this event this weekend?
Joe.
That was me.
Was it you?
It was me. I'm the one that Joe said Sabine was going to be the most played. I picked it to win, but we are off in game 2. We see that Green Squadron A-Ring coming down with that Raid 2. We see C3PO coming down for Thomas. We see the leader skill for Sabine putting 1 damage on each base. And then we go to probably a pretty quick regroup phase and go into the second action phase.
Yeah, an identical first phase there for both of these players. Red Squadron A-Wing, such a great threatening piece in the space. Then the C3PO hoping to try and get a little bit of early card advantage for Thomas, finding some of those mid-game pieces. Here's a piece that we were missing in game 1, the Concord Dawn Interceptors, the initially unassuming 1-4 for 3 in space. But it's a Sentinel, and it gets a +2 attack strength when it is defending.
Yeah, this is a great Sentinel, early game Sentinel in space. You can't really do much better. Now, here we go.
Oh, wow.
What we done? Well done.
We are using the Anakin leader ability to do 2 damage to our own base and boosting up our C3PO unit to take out the Battlefield Marine. This is a really nice early tempo here. We didn't see that in game 1. We saw C3PO make a couple of unassuming swings into Jonas's Data Vault to try and equalize that +3 health advantage that he started with, but this time doing what Anakin needs to do early game, get a little bit of stabilization and continue on from there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. That Battlefield Marine came down, a little bit punishing, and C3PO was just kind of like, nah, mate. And that was really good. We're seeing better control of the board already from Thomas with that Sentinel in the space arena, with the C3PO taking out the only ground unit Jonas was able to put down. Already in game 2, we are seeing Thomas very much better control of the board, and now actually using the Concord Dawn Interceptors to take out that Green Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, and only taking the 1 damage back as well, because that is its printed attack stat. It might have the Raid 2, but unlike Grit, Raid 2 only activates when you are attacking with that unit. It's not a static attack boost, unlike Grit, so only the 1 damage put on to that Sentinel, sticking around relatively healthy as well.
And that is going to help out as we go through the next couple turns here. We've seen good use of Anakin ability. We've got Pillage coming down here. That is going to get a couple cards out of hand for Jonas. He's got Chamson Dulla and Poe Dameron. That is it. That is all he's got to work with. So, hey, might as well play Chamson Dulla. But if you're playing it and you're not ramping, feels bad.
Yeah, it doesn't feel fantastic into this matchup currently. It is just the 5-4 on board and nothing else. Thomas, we've seen him go aggressive with that C3PO before. Will he take the 1 damage into it to soften it up? No, he won't, but he will hit off of the on-attack ability, declared the cost necessary to hit the Village Protectors and draw that into hand. And now here comes the Sabine Wren leader unit doing a little bit of board control for Jonas.
Taking out that C3PO, getting a bit of damage on the base at the same time. Remember, you can use that leader skill to ping both bases, then deploy. Then it's ready, you can attack. You then get that extra little ping from the leader skill onto the base at the same time. So we're starting to get a bit of a better ground units, ground, well,
Presence.
Ground arena presence. Phrase it how you will, Ben. It's here, and it never really was in game 1. Jonas never really needed it. It's almost like we swapped here, but that's Sabine Wren not looking too bad. We've got Chamson Dulla as a 5 power, and I'm assuming that Darksaber is in the Sabine Wren deck. It's not in the deck.
No Darksaber here. And Thomas again is going to try and get this Poe threat onto board. Matching Poe Damerons for both of the players, but they are just going to have to sit there in a bit of a standoff. Thomas will claim, Jonas will swing, and then from there it will be a pass with no further actions to take.
Well, there's 16 damage on the board, and sneakily Jonas is already pretty close. 6 from the Poe, 5 from the Chamson Dulla, 2 for the moment from the Sabine, but then of course you got that extra ping from the skill that really turns it into 3. That actually would be enough. That would be 14 between these 3 units. I don't think it's all going to work out perfectly for Jonas here, but if it did, that's actually enough on board right now to win the regional qualifier this term. But I'm assuming we're just going to trade Poe for Poe, because if you attack into Poe, you both trade, but you get the on-attack skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how many cards Thomas is willing to discard here. You can go up to 3 to select each of the different options to deal 2 damage, either to one of the 2 units on board or the base, defeat an upgrade, or force your opponent to discard a card from hand. We are going to send away 2 of the X-Wings here, the Red Squadron X-Wings, which were brought in from the sideboard. So this is assumedly going to be 2 damage to something, and then a discard from Jonas.
Yeah, there's no, there's no upgrade there to defeat, so has to basically be 2 damage and an opponent discarding a card from their hand. K2SO is the card that is chosen and discarded. He gone. And yeah, the Poe Damerons should be trading with each other. They're both 6/6s, so the key is it was always going to happen. Like, the Poes are always going to trade into each other. The only real question was who was going to get the attack to get that on-attack skill, and that's why Thomas takes the initiative to guarantee that he is the one that gets that on-attack. And oh look, Chamson Dulla straight into base, putting Thomas's Dagobah Swamp up to 21. We're not finishing at this action phase, Ben, but we are getting closer and closer. There's only 4 damage on that Data Bolt.
Yeah, and there's 21 on the Dagobah Swamp base. There is the Village Protectors. I was just about to say that we need to essentially burn 1 safe action here as Thomas to be able to get ourselves to our leader deployment and bring Anakin Skywalker on board to start slicing down some of this ground threat that Jonas has on board. Final card in hand!
Oh, he was thinking about attacking with Sabine. That was what he was thinking about doing. It is instead Wrecker. So here goes the shield off of that Village Protectors. Now Anakin comes out, but now Sabine is able to go in and take out that Village Protectors. Anakin no longer protected. He is getting a +4 for the 20+ damage on the base, so we're still talking about an 8/7 leader, but now does not have that protection it was hoping for from the Village Protectors.
And now this is more than enough being presented to be game on board for Jonas. That big 7 power of the Wrecker just confuses things so much more, because initially it would have been relatively simple enough to use this Anakin Skywalker to take care of Chamson Dulla with it having the most power, but now you can't afford to leave that 5.
You have to trade with Wrecker here.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not discrediting that
I don't want to. No, I'm just saying I don't want to trade with Wrecker. I'm sad that I had to watch that happen, but in my head I'm just like, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to get rid of Wrecker.
And then Jonas is going to claim the initiative here, give himself a potential window to take game on the board here as well. 5, 6, 7 on pure stat power, but then the one final damage ping on attack from the Sabine leader unit will be enough to take the game if Thomas doesn't have an action here. Here's the first swing.
So there's 5 onto there. If we can attack with Sabine on the next action, that will be game, that will be tournament for Jonas. Do we have any healing? We don't, and Jonas is going to be your first ever Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier champion. Takes down the Lille tournament here with a unusual Sabine list, one we weren't expecting, but takes it all the way to the final and takes the final 2 games to 0.
Wow, what a performance there from Jonas at the end of round 13. Was our #1 seed, finishing off those extra 4 rounds of Swiss that our top 64 had to play at the start of day 2 today. Carries it all the way through with that momentum, not dropping a game in Top Cut either. Incredible.
11-1-1 record after 13 rounds of Swiss. 11 wins, just 1 tie and 1 loss, and then 2-0 in top 8, 2-0 in top 4, 2-0 in the final. Just absurd power all the way through there. And you know what? When you can pull that off, when you can do it that well, Sabine was the deck to watch coming in. But here's where I think Jonas really excelled in this tournament. He brought Sabine and still managed to surprise people.
Yes.
He had the power of Sabine, which we all knew was one of the best decks coming in. It won the Richmond Sector Qualifier. But then he had enough in there that people weren't expecting, that he also had a little bit of a surprise factor coming in. And when you can combine those two, and most people can't, but when you can combine those two, that's how you end up as a champion.
Well, it's very funny, isn't it? Remy, speaking to you earlier on, said about how important the surprise factor can be in large-scale events like this, and it has proved it right here. Sabine Wren, the deck that everybody labels as, oh, that's just the hardcore ground aggro deck. Pull a load of ground sentinels in, grab some restore, you're all good, you're safe. But now, Jonas coming in here and saying, you know what, I'm going to play a little bit off the beaten path. I'm not going to play a 25 HP base. I'm not even going to play a 30 HP base. I'm going to play Data Vault, which is going to open up better deck building opportunities for me. Some cards that barely anybody will have looked at being able to be played. Ketsu Onyo, Senatorial Corvette, Radis, Holdo's Final Command as well. No one would have expected that to build this interesting mid-range style Sabine Wren list that can go the distance.
And it was just absolutely superb. And, you know, shout out to Thomas coming second here. Absolutely fantastic. Bringing, again, a slightly different Anakin deck to what we were expecting coming into the tournament. But it absolutely worked out. And worth noting that all 8 of our top 8 players do have an invite to day 2 of the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas. They go straight to day 2. They have their flight provided for them as well as their ticket for the event. So we should be seeing all of our top 8 in a couple of months there in Las Vegas at the Venetian. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a little bit impatient at this point. I kind of want to see what's going to happen at Galactics.
I'm really, really excited, especially from the way that this format and this event has turned out all of a sudden. Looking at the entire top 8, even to the player who bubbled out of top 8 with his X2-1 record. The player that bubbled out was playing Kazuda Shiono.
Yep.
Kazuda Shiono, who would have expected that to even get close to top 8, let alone top 64 or anything that kind of range?
Yeah, shout out to Raul Lewinsky, who had the same record as the player in 8th place. So 2 of them on 10-2-1 records. Unfortunately, we only had 1 spot in the top 8. And this is what we were talking about yesterday, the fact that the higher up you get, the more chance, you want to take away all of those issues of, well, just basically missing out here. And when you finish 11-1-1, like Jonas did there, you don't need to worry about bubbling out. You're like, nah, mate, I'm the top seed. Don't even worry about it. We are good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible event and continues to be an event that surprises us. And it is just one of those interesting things. Post-suspension, a lot of questions were asked of, okay, now Jango Fett's gone, now Triple Dark Ray's gone, now DJ has gone as well. Remember, that card was suspended to make Han Solo Audacious Smuggler not immediately propel back into the #1 #1 deck in contention as it was in Twilight of the Republic, players said, okay, well, Quinlan Voss probably gets freed up a little bit more. There was a lot of chatter about that Sabine, but it opens up that doorway, as we've seen throughout this entire weekend, of, well, what leaders do we now have the opportunity to utilize and see that we didn't do before? Decks like Captain Rex that we saw earlier on today as well, that creates those battle droids and clone troopers. They would have either in a pre-suspension format just been defeated if they were the battle droids without Captain Rex leader unit deployed, or just exhausted down with the clone troopers as well. So all of a sudden you've got this really nice wide variety of high contention decks and decks that are slightly off the beaten path that can still go, okay, I can contend against what are considered the big boys of the format.
And we are in a very open format. Now, one thing that needs to be borne in mind, we are new into this format, and new, it's always interesting because we had the Richmond. Now, Richmond was really new. This is not as new as Richmond. We're a little bit older than Richmond at this stage, but we're still pretty new. It is going to be interesting to see over the coming weeks whether the format remains as open as it is or whether it does distill down. Certainly by the time we get to Minnesota and we get to the North American Regional Championship, that is going to be very interesting to see whether we're in the same format here. I assume Sabine's going to be huge. I assume Quinlan's going to be huge. One of my big questions is, are we still going to have room for decks like Admiral Trench, like Captain Rex? Or is it going to be a little bit of Iden Versio, a little bit of Anakin? You know, these decks we all know to be good. Are there going to be, is there going to be space at the bottom end there for some decks to rise up through the ranks?
Yeah, I'm really interested about that, to be fair, because North American formats tend to be a little bit more on the aggressive side. They like to go with these kind of Sabine decks and things like that, but we will have to wait and see at that moment in time. We are going to quickly take a moment, because in a moment we will be back with an interview and potentially some news.
Someone stole our trophy.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and if you are still with us, you are one of the clever ones and one of the lucky ones. That was an exciting final, but Nico is back. And Nico, you've got something very special for us, I hear.
Oh yeah, well, our friends from FFG in Roseville, they just shared something very special on social media for May the 4th. It's a special date for the fans of the Star Wars universe. And maybe you can show the card so I don't spoil it with my words. Yes, it's Darth Revan, but it's not only Darth Revan, it's what it means to the players, to the hardcore fans, I would say. Pay extra attention to the little golden border around the name and the little golden line at the very bottom of the card.
Well, there's one thing that jumps up to me. Like, the second I saw this card, I looked at that, and there's something missing from this card.
Yes, there's something weird going on here. What it means, let me spoil you if I can.
Oh, please.
So what it means is that it is not a canon universe card. It doesn't belong to the canon universe, which means it's a legend card, not a legendary card necessarily. That's a rarity. It's the same word. It can be tricky to distinguish both words, but this is a card that belongs to the legend universe. So basically, what I just said to our friends live in the regional qualifier Lille is that it's like we're opening a Pandora box, but instead of bad things, it's wonders and delights. It's gonna be so cool, and that's what it means. That's why I'm so excited about Darth Revan. That's why it's a big deal that it's happening today on May the 1st, and I'm so happy to see the reaction of the players that are over there.
So many people have been asking for Darth Revan. I actually played Knights of the Old Republic for the first time just a few months ago.
Oh, really?
So this is all very, very recent for me, very delighted. I wanted Darth Revan, but like a lot of fans, I'm sitting there going, are they going to go for Star Wars Legends and non-canon? And funnily enough, I was desperately searching on my phone when I saw this card, trying to figure out. Now, it turns out Darth Revan is canon now, officially, but this is essentially the Legends version of Darth Revan with all of that backstory from Knights of the Old Republic.
Precisely.
Oh,
Precisely.
I'm so happy
and
about
that means
this.
so much. It's like a world of potential now. It's going to be, and have you seen the power? It's super cool, like a 3/6, I think is out on your 5th resource.
Yep.
And yeah, basically you can chain, when it's out, you can chain experience token and make a slaughter out of his board, and it's so cool. It really encourages like to get some board control, board presence, you know, make some trades. Basically, the kind of gameplay that everybody loves.
Oh yeah.
And it's also a villainy only.
Well, that was what I was going to say. That's what's missing from the card. The second aspect is missing. It is villainy only.
Where is it?
Well, it's restricting deck building, but by the same token, it's not limiting that power. It's when a friendly unit defeats a unit. It's not once per turn. It's not exhaust his leader to activate. It is whenever it happens.
I think you exhaust him on the leader side, though. But on the when he's out, you're correct. Yes.
Yeah. So once you get that leader, you can build up just ridiculous turns there, where you could potentially chain, you know, a few attacks, getting a bunch of experience tokens, and then for the rest of the game, you've got these massively buffed up units.
It's going to be so cool in Limited, in Twin Sun, and I'm curious to see if our premier player are going to make something epic with it.
Oh, I'm already starting to think about what we can do with that. I mean, look, Darth Revan is cool. Having confirmation that Legends, your non-canon, is going to be available is huge. Having a single, you know, mono villainy with no other aspect is absolutely huge. And then the card itself. Look, because you teased this to me earlier. You said there was a cool reveal coming, but you wouldn't tell me. You wouldn't spoil the surprise. That was worth waiting for.
Yes, yeah, and it was so hard to hold your tongue, you know, and not speak about that. That's why I was teasing people around. I was like, I pay attention to social media on the May the 1st. Yeah, so I'm excited. It's like a new era.
Oh, absolutely. And I've been reading some of the non-canon books recently, some of the Legends books. So there's a whole, you know, Darth Plagueis. I'm looking forward to Darth Plagueis coming because he's apparently now completely on the table. So I don't know when it's coming. Obviously, I have no information, but Darth Plagueis is possible. Pardon?
Keep an eye on those reveals.
Oh, you know I'm watching the reveals.
Yeah. No. I don't. I try to have the self-discipline of forgetting as much as I can of the future content. This way, I'm sure I'm not gonna leak anything. and I can enjoy with the players among the community, you know, the reveals, speak about them, speak about how cool they're going to be or how not cool they're going to be, because that's a debate always on the reveals. It's always super cool to have those conversations. And if I know what's coming, and it's kind of, it spoils the fun. Like, it's not the same, right? So I try to forget them.
So you see what you need to see, you try to forget it so you can have that joy of the reveals coming. And my mind is whirring now, you know, knowing that Legends content is now absolutely fair game in Star Wars Unlimited. That is hundreds of new characters. And, you know, I've only just started digging in. I'm like 3 books deep, and I'm going to go a lot more, don't you worry. But there's so many characters I've already seen that I want to see come into the card game. And this is literally, you know, it's today that we've all found out. That is on the table. That is possible. Obviously, Darth Malak, I'm assuming. If Dark Revan's there, you've got to have Darth Malak coming at some point.
I don't know.
I'm not asking. I know you're not going to tell me anything, but that's a logical extension. So, and if you haven't played KOTOR recently, I'm just saying that now might be a great time to go back and reload that.
There are some epic characters in these video games, indeed.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming in and sharing that with us.
Thank you for having me.
That was a great reveal. I think in a minute we are going to have to crown our champion. If I remember, I mean, someone stole the trophy. I turned around and it was gone. I know, right? I'm hoping somebody took it to give to the champion, or else something's gone terribly wrong. So thank you again for joining us, Nico. That was absolutely worth waiting for and showcasing. And yeah, we're going to be back with a short. Oh, we're not going to be back. Are we going to have an interview?
The champion, I guess. I'm leaving my seat for the champion. Whoa.
Well, they're not here yet. You stay sat down, Nico.
Yeah, okay, I stay.
I think we can chat a little bit more then. We're just waiting to find out if we are going to have a winner's interview. Someone is going to let me know that. But here's the thing. There were some questions earlier that I didn't get to ask you. So I'm going to ask you one more question. Okay. And I think this is a great question on which to end the stream.
I try to make it short so that the champion has this, you know, the spotlight. It's all about this person now.
We're unfortunately not going to have a champion interview.
What?
I know, it's very sad.
To come back, I guess.
So this is going to be the last part of the stream, Nico. And it's a very simple question.
Go ahead.
Tell the people at home, what is the number 1 reason they should be playing Star Wars Unlimited?
Yes. Our program is called C3OP. It's a little obvious pun on the famous droid. The C3 means connect, collect, complete. When you participate to such a big event like the regional qualifier Lille, you can see that the compete box is ticked. Splendid gameplay, high-level skill, integrity, perfect judges, flawless tournament from Fanfinity, done.
Yes.
The beautiful card. Have you seen the Rey and the Palpatine cards that we're giving away? The cards on the prize wall, all the Game Genic items, the playmats, the sleeves, everything is beautiful, and the collectors are crazy trying to farm everything. So collect, box ticked. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I have an affinity for Connect.
Yes.
And my message is that you know, you're coming here to share your passion with other people that have the same passion than you, and you want to connect with them.
Oh yeah.
So my message is come and play, and you're going to be welcome, and we're going to have fun. We're waiting for you, basically. just come and connect.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Well, thank you for joining us all weekend, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a fantastic stream. We've had interesting decks. We had Admiral Trent and Captain Rex on stream, which I don't think anyone saw coming. In the end, it was Sabine that took down the tournament, but not maybe the Sabine deck that you were expecting. That, of course, is going to end Season 0 for us in Europe, but we've still got the North American Regional Qualifier, and then we are about 3 months away from, 2.5 months away, there we go, from the Galactic Championship in Las Vegas. Much more fun to come, and then we can all find out what Season 1 is going to look like. So look after yourselves. We're going to be back with more Star Wars Unlimited action, hopefully very soon indeed.
What a weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining me.
'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I can see you from behind. You Are you scared? You know, I am you. I'm coming closer. I will catch you. The time it goes tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? You know, I am you.